with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the Paladin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mindscope wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands.
You all know the saying. Another day, another Pokémon Go Regional Championships, this time here in Stockholm, the United Kingdom of Sweden. My name is Goning Leinart and I am set next here to Tomahawk UK for day 2 of possibly the most stacked tournament here in Europe for the entire season. How are you feeling about it?
I'm pretty good, Leo. I'm really excited to be back today. We've got some brilliant players on show. I know you've been enjoying the battles. We certainly have. I can't wait to see who takes it all.
Yep, yesterday the matches were already so intense. We've seen so many big names in the tournament getting eliminated. We have some pretty big upsets in the top cut as well. The top 4 is stacked with names that haven't performed so well all season. And we, of course, also have the big names in there like Luran Rocket. But before we go deeper into the Stockholm Regional Championships, let's see what other events have happened this season and what other events will happen this season, Tomahawk.
That's right. So we're off the back of the European International Championships in London. Stockholm this weekend will decide which players get those elusive championship points for the Travel Award, and then Bologna will be the last European event that gives our European players an opportunity to climb up the leaderboard. There is then the North American International Championships in New Orleans before the big one, Leo.
Saying it already, the players can earn points to earn the Travel Award or a stipend towards this World Championship. So let's go over the CP points system that was introduced in this very season in Pokemon Go, because before that you were qualifying through winning a regional or special event or getting to the 2nd place, and this time you can earn points from regionals in Europe. It is 200 for the 1st place, 160 for the 2nd place, 130 points for the 3rd and 4th place, and you need 400 points in Europe to qualify for the World Championships.
That's right, and all of these points will matter at this stage of the season. We're coming towards the end now. 200 would be a massive boost to many of these players, both players looking still to qualify for Worlds, but also players looking to pitch themselves into the Travel Award placements.
Yep, and this is not the only thing you can win in those tournaments, because even if you don't get the Travel Award, there are some cash prizes on the line in these regional championships.
So $2,500 for the winner. That is a huge amount of money that these players will be desperate to get their hands on. Not only that, it also comes with 72 booster packs of the trading card game, and there are prizes for all of the top 8 placements. We're so close to the top 8 now. These players can feel the money in their fingers. Money, money, money is the name of the game, Leo, so that's what they're out for.
Oh, I thought it was Pokemon Go.
Pokemon Go's about having fun and making friends, but cash certainly won't go with any complaints.
That is absolutely true. So let's talk a little bit about yesterday. What was the most impressive match that you saw yesterday, Tomahawk?
Leo, it was actually one that I think you and I casted. It was Udin's match, where it was so close, and we were on the edge of our seats, and it was incredible. There were plays that made us, we were confused who was going to win it. Udin comes out on top. He won one of the hardest brackets, I think, one of the most stacked groups that there were. I can't wait to see how far he goes in this tournament.
Yeah, there were some plays that we called alternative win conditions yesterday, but in the end it all made sense, you know. There were different difficult calls to make in those matches. You have to predict the backline of your opponent. Sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you're right, and if you're wrong, you can still manage to win the game. That's a true display of skill. And what we also want to see displayed is your posts on the social medias, guys.
That is right. We want to hear more from you. If you want to get involved, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on your posts on X. You know, tell us, where are you watching from? Which player are you supporting? And which Pokemon would you like to see one day at these prestigious tournaments? Because I've got a few I'd like to see. Leo, is there anything in the back of your head?
Oh, which one do I like to see? I mean, I would like to go back to the Scrafty meta, you know? I
know you would.
Scrafties, but also Stunfisk is a really, really cool Pokemon. I certainly like to feel like a Stunfisk sometimes. It's a Pokemon that I'm very embracing. You guys can also take AR pictures and post them on the socials that are quite fun, to be honest.
Leo has actually posted an AR photo of himself. You can check out his profile for his impression of a Stunfisk, but let's see what impressions you've got, because we'd love to share them. We will show them if they are good posts, if they are fun posts, so please get involved. Make sure also to follow the Twitch account and the YouTube account, because we love having you here.
Yeah, don't miss any of the Pokemon action. Of course, we are also having streams for TCG and VG, but most importantly, of course, it is Pokemon Go. But I think we have kept you waiting for long enough already. The players are sitting here. You can feel the tension, you can feel the energy. Everyone wants to get day 2 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships here in Stockholm going. So why don't we head over to the casters?
Thank you, Leo and Farid, for that incredible introduction. Let me introduce you the dynamic Dutch duo. It is myself, Martijn. You may also know me as Inadequance, and I have here with me Thomas, aka Toe Tactical. Thomas, how are you feeling here for day 2?
I'm feeling pumped. Yesterday was amazing. We saw so many household names go to day 2 here in Stockholm, but also some maybe lesser known names like Bis Lasagna and Blondine. So I'd be very excited to see how these two stack up today.
Yeah, lesser known names, but still putting up a really good fight, right? It shows that if you have enough practice, not even the best players can stand in your way, because maybe you might also be one of the best players without even knowing it. Speaking of day 1, how about we take a look at the meta of what we saw at day 1. We have this ready for you, and we can compare it with day 2 after this. Now, let's see here, though. What stands out for you here the most?
I think it's an Annihilate. There's a lot of them. A lot of players are going with that counter user Annihilate. Previously in this meta, we saw a lot of Vigoroth as well, but ever since Annihilate got released, it's really been the fighter of choice.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I have to eat my words for yesterday. I called out the Americans for using a lot of meta. They had 50% usage of Annihilate in Indianapolis. And then we are here. I was like, okay, the Europeans like to use some spicy picks. No, 66% Annihilate. It's really the fighter of choice. Vigoroth's just gone out of the top 12 usage. That's crazy.
Yeah, but it's not surprising seeing as how common Annihilate is. Besides Annihilate, we also see a lot of Lantern. That seems to be an electric type of choice now. We also, of course, see Chargeback on this graph, but it's a lot lower usage than Lantern at the moment. And I think that's mainly because Lantern can really hard wall the Skarmory we also see so often.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, how about we take a look at the day 2 usage? Because I think Lantern is one of the most common. Yes, there it is, Lantern. Wow. 67% usage. And I'm actually very surprised by 50% usage of Cresselia, because I thought that the Skarmory usage really scared off the Cresselia that is just hard walled by it. But it looks like players have anticipated the high usage of both Lantern and Annihilate, which Cresselia does well against.
Yeah, Cresselia does do very well against those two. And Cresselia also forms a very good core with Lantern. We see lots of teams use both. Now, there is a core break to these two, that is Chargeback. But Chargeback doesn't quite have the bulk to be able to play against both. And besides that, usage of Chargeback was lower in this tournament. And that really allows these two to shine.
Yeah, we also see the same amount of Shadow and non-Shadow Whiscash. Technically together, we also have 50% Whiscash usage, right? Half of them are Shadow and half of them are regular. How do you see Whiscash as opposed to Swampert in the current meta?
So Swampert is very nice because it paces to the Hydro Cannons much quicker than Whiscash does to the Scalds. So in matchups like Gligar, that can be pretty nice. However, Whiscash has that Scald, has a chance to debuff, and that comes in very clutch 50% of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a 50% chance to debuff the opponent's attack with that Scald usage. Now, if we compare day 1 to day 2 here, we also had our predictions in a caster fantasy draft, where basically we also picked players in turns to select and predict if they will be doing well. Now you see here our selections, and if you see them in a gray color here, that means they have been knocked out. They have not made it to day 2. So who do you see here on day 2?
I see Palasha. Luckily, one of my picks made it through, as well as Leo's picks in Galax Bolta. So right now, unfortunately, Martijn, you are out of the running for the win. But Tomahawk as well, unfortunately for him. It's between me and Leo now. Both Palasha and Galax Bolta are still in, both in the losers finals at the moment. So this is going to be a tight race when it comes to the caster fantasy draft.
Yeah, correct. I think this graph just really shows that even though you predict some of the more obvious names to get far, they can still get knocked out by some of the underdogs of the tournaments, right? It really is a showcase of that even the best players can fall. Yeah, it can happen to the best of us. We saw it yesterday. Some really good players by players we don't know, and this is how it got there, right? A lot of players we expected to get far didn't get as far, and maybe not even as far as they thought it would be. But I'm very excited to see these battlers coming up. I believe our first matchup that we have coming up soon will be Galax Bolton versus Sammy. They played yesterday as in some really tense battles. I believe we saw Pala versus Scafo. Palasha with that max zone still cooking, right?
Yeah, she's doing super well. We'll see her later today with that Magna Zone once again. First though, Galax Bolta and Sammy. We were talking about household names earlier, and Galax Bolta is certainly one, winning the Lille regionals this season, but don't slouch on Sammy either. We haven't seen much of him this season, but he had some incredible games yesterday.
Sammy was a genius yesterday. He played Skarmory double water 3 times against PvP David. At some point, when you're PvP David, you're like, there's no way he does this 3 times in a row. So I'm going to run something weak to that for the last battle. And then he did do a Skarmory double water. At that point, you're like, wow, what a call actually, right? Let's take a look here. We have the battlers ready on stage. We have on the left Galax Bolton with that Skeledish, and on the right side we have a little bit of a more off-meta team from Sammy with that Mandibus, the Shadow Alolan Ninetales with the Fast Attack Charm, and Trevenant.
Yeah, some super spicy picks here from Sammy. We saw him run that Skarmory double water yesterday, though. I don't think we've seen much of his other 3 picks yet, but perhaps in these battles they could come out. I think that Mandibus may have some player beating the Cresselia, the Skeledirge being okay versus Vigoroth, but then there's also Lantern, Dugong, and Altaria Moonblast on the other side that could make it very difficult for the Pokemon to shine.
Yeah, I think that Vigoroth is one of the safer picks here for Galax Bolton. He's one of the few players who didn't bring Annihilate, but because he doesn't have Annihilate, it's actually working out for him here. Because Vigoroth is not weak to Mandibus, not weak to that Alolan Ninetales. And we're actually already getting into game number 1 here. We have from Sammy the Trevenant into the Dugong from Galax Bolton.
There it is, the Trevenant comes out. Galax Bolton has a slight advantage here because fast attacks are doing super effective damage. You can really start seeing them add up already.
Yeah, a strategy we've talked about yesterday is the ABA strategy, where you lead weak to a particular Pokemon and you're weak to it in the back. You could argue that Dugong is quite a decent Trevenant counter. Trying to catch on the Lantern and successful, catching the Icy Wind here instead of what could have been the super effective Drill Run.
Yes, that's a great play from Sammy there. We were talking about this ABA strategy on Galax Bolta's side, but Sammy is ABA to the Dugong with Trevenant in the lead, with Mandibus in the back. Now has created an advantage for him though out of that matchup by catching that attack. Galax Bolta now able to bring out this Vigoroth though into the Lantern.
Yeah, and it's pretty safe to swap this in now after that Icy Wind debuff, even though it's a very good catch because Icy Wind is just not efficient at all on Lantern. The attack now has been dropped, and it makes Vigoroth way more solid in this matchup, because usually Vigoroth's not that great simply on that bulk. Going for the Surf just right before the Thunderbolt. Did Galax Bolton count? Yes, he did count, and he knows this is only the debuffed Surf.
Yeah, perfect counting by Galax Bolta. Vigoroth can easily take this, and this will allow Galax Bolta to just overfarm a lot. Throw the Body Slam right before Lantern's able to get another Surf off. If Sammy decides to shield this, Galax Bolta even has another Body Slam loaded, so Sammy decides to let it go. Probably bring in a Trevenant now, but it's gonna have to watch out for a Rock Slide for sure.
But here's the thing, Thomas, you can get so much energy on that Trevenant here just because of this double resistant Shadow Claw, right? You're going to need this energy to fight back against that Dugong because you don't rely on the Shadow Claw, you rely on the super effective Seed Bomb here. He shoots up the Rock Slide that probably almost would have knocked out, but getting some Shadow Claw for the energy here is really nice.
It definitely is. He already has a Seed Bomb loaded to throw into this Dugong. Galax has a decision to make, and he decides to shoot it up. I'd say it's a very wise call, as he does have that Lantern in the back.
Yeah, but what do you do now? You cannot swap into your Mandibus into this Dugong. The Snarl fast attack will do even less. And now going for the Ice Wind on perfect timing. Do you shield this as Sammy? I'm not sure if the Mandibus will be hit by another Ice Wind here. Let's see. Yes, he does shield this up. He used his last Protect Shield on his Ice Wind. Now going into the Mandibus and the simultaneous swap into the Lantern. This is terrible for Sammy.
Wow, what a read by Galax predicting that switch from Sammy and bringing in his Lantern now. Mandibus still has some play here. Dark Pulses do a decent chunk of neutral damage, but when energy is equal, when shields are equal, this is looking very much in favor of the Lantern.
Yeah, Lantern basically only needs one fully charged Thunderbolt and can then spark all the way down. It has such a dominant matchup. Mandibus can take this Thunderbolt, but it does too much damage. And yes, you can get to another Dark Pulse, which actually does bring the Lantern relatively low, but the Lantern will come out with so much energy here.
Yeah, shields are down for Sammy as well. As long as this Lantern can spark down the Mandibus, Galax should be looking very good. And he does just that. He sparks down the Mandibus, has an attack loaded, but loses charge attack priority versus Trevenant.
Yeah, not taking any chances though. Putting up the shield. He has the Thunderbolt loaded, the Seed Bomb. Galax uses last Protect Shield. Thunderbolt is being fired here, and that is going to win the first battle here for Galax Gabolton.
Well played by Galax there. Even though Sammy caught that Icy Wind, he found a way to come back from that. Honestly, that Icy Wind catch wasn't even that detrimental. I guess that's why he felt safe just throwing it, not even trying to watch for a catch, because even if a Pokemon like Lantern were to switch in, you still drop the attack, and that's totally fine.
Exactly, that made the Vigoroth so easy to swap into, right? What I said earlier as well, because the attack has been dropped, the Vigoroth is just very fine there. And yeah, that was just made it very comfortable for Galax Gabolton. I think if you have a comfortable lead with that Dugong, you can just debuff the next Pokemon swapping in, whether it's a catch or not.
Exactly. Looking into this next game, what are we thinking here? Galax Gabolton, of course, bring that double water with Vigoroth lineup versus Sammy's Trevenant Lantern core. I think for Galax Gabolton, his line is very, very strong into everything Sammy could bring. But for Sammy, you may want to consider making a little of a switch up here.
Yeah, we didn't see the Skeleders this time from Galax Gabolton, the Pokemon he likes so much. And maybe it's because Sammy used that double water repeatedly yesterday, right? You don't want your Fire-type Pokemon aligned against a Water-type Pokemon. So, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense that he's using his safest picks here. I expect the Vigoroth to come out every time, especially because Sammy does not have a counter user.
Exactly. Looking at Sammy's team again, he does have a counter user indeed. Does have that Trevenant though. Has an okay matchup versus Vigoroth, but Rock Slide just do so much. You only need 2 to knock out, where Trevenant needs a little more than 2 Seed Bombs to knock out the Vigoroth.
Right. It used to be a really good matchup for Trevenant at first.
Yep.
But ever since Vigoroth has access to the charge attack Rock Slide now, which is neutral to Trevenant, it's not as great anymore. Previously, it had Bulldoze as the ground type charge attack, and then Trevenant just resists everything. But now I think Vigoroth actually, if you can get an energy lead on the Vigoroth, is actually just really fine into the Trevenant.
It definitely is. And besides that, Rock Slide also really helps with Alola Ninetales and Mandibus. So like you said, Vigoroth likely coming every single time, and Sammy's really got to find a way to play around that Pokemon. I think maybe Lantern is his key to victory here. It's one of those Pokemon that can really outbulk Vigoroth and win that matchup, especially if he can manage to hit a Thunderbolt, can pretty much just spark down. However, you definitely don't want to go into that matchup debuffed like we saw in Game 1.
All right, here we go. Thomas, we have Vigoroth into Skarmy. Sammy not going with the same team 3 times as we saw him do yesterday. He's going to switch it up. Skarmy, one of his better answers against the Vigoroth here, just because everything Vigoroth can throw here is neutral, besides the Body Slam, but we'll probably see him go for the Rock Slide. Going up to shield at the first attack, probably expecting a Brave Bird.
Yeah, you don't want to go down to a Brave Bird here for sure, so shields up this Sky attack. Ooh, now Sammy switches into the Lantern. Galax doesn't have an incredible response in the back for the Lantern, so decides to stay in for a little bit. Throw a Body Slam here, and we're going to see that being no-shielded by Sammy.
Yeah, no need to shield that just yet. I think Sammy is trying to bait a particular Pokemon out. And catching the Survey, that is resisted on the Altaria. Lantern doesn't have a bad matchup here at all, but you definitely don't want to go for the resisted charge attack. Talk about efficiency here. Now let's see how good this Lantern is. If this is an Altaria with a higher attack stat, it means that it will do more Dragon Breath damage on this Lantern and make the matchup a little bit better. Sammy now gets to Thunderbolt, and it's no shielded on the Altaria.
Yeah, Altaria can definitely take these, and it may actually be a higher attack Altaria. Look at how much these Dragon Breaths are chunking. He's going to be able to farm it down before this next surf, maybe. And he does just barely do that. Wow, Altaria putting in work.
Goes down with the Survey. That may have been crucial because you may have been able to pull a shield from Galax Bolton otherwise. Everything Altaria has here, though, is resistant on the Skarmory. Sammy doesn't fear anything from this Altaria on the Skarmory. Can just gather more energy that can threaten the Vigoroth. But Vigoroth still has quite some energy.
Yeah, and Skarmory barely able to farm down here. Galax Bolton does not reach another Sky attack here. That could be crucial. This Rock Slide does not KO, I think, but Sammy is still going to opt to shield up. Keep his Skarmory a little healthier.
Yeah, I like this shield, just in case it is that Dugong. You kind of need the Skarmory to clear a debuff later. It looks like Galax Bolton putting up his last Protect Shield here against another Sky attack. This would have been enough to knock out.
It would have been, so Galax Bolton wisely should set up, keeps the Vigoroth, and all this energy still on the field. Look at this, going to go for Bullet Slam right now. It is resisted, but should get close enough or even knock out the Skarmory.
Yeah, now that you have shields down, Travis actually not that bad. Okay, and again for the simultaneous switch here, but Sammy is a shield up here. There is play frame. Ice Shards are super effective on the Trevenant, but you can get a Seed Bomb in before Dugong can get to that Icy Wind.
Yes, Seed Bomb gonna do some good super effective damage, but Dugong is very, very bulky. Easily able to take this. Well, easily, it's gonna get very, very low, but not in range for Shadow Claws just yet. Icy Wind comes out now, and even though the attack will get dropped, the next Seed Bomb from Trevenant should still knock out.
Yeah, because the first one did so much damage before the debuff. The next one definitely, indeed, I should say, will take out here. But the thing here is, Thomas, you don't have energy for the Vigoroth though, but you had to throw immediately before the next Ice Wind. So Sammy is kind of in a pickle here. The writing is a little bit on the wall. Here's one of the Rock Slide, gets to the Rock Slide here. Now can you counter down the Skarmory after this?
Oh, it's gonna be a very close one. Rock Slide definitely gonna knock out this Trevenant here. Skarmory is gonna come out from Sammy. Is it enough? Yes, counter knocks it out, and Galax Bolton wins our first match of day number 2.
Wow, the Stockholm local makes it to the top 8 here on day 2. What a well-played battle there. Dugong was just unstoppable, and Galax Bolton knew exactly how to use this Pokemon. A big congratulations to him.
On the back of that Vigoroth as well. We saw the day 1 usage of Annihilate, 66%, but Galax Bolton decided no, Vigoroth is the way to go, and he showed why in this battle.
He faced the one player without an Annihilate, I think, right?
He did, but there's less Annihilate in day 2 here than there were in day 1. Little under 50%, which is still a lot, of course, but that's less than yesterday. So Vigoroth is in a better spot today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, we didn't see any Alola Ninetales at all, even though there wasn't a lot of Fairy-type resistance on Galax Bolton's team. Why do you think that is?
Alola Ninetales is a good Pokemon, it can charm a lot, but it kind of struggles in some of these more neutral matchups, especially when these Pokemon outpace Alola Ninetales. Like Vigoroth gets to Body Slam in only 5 counters, Lantern gets to Surf in only 6 sparks, and it's just so much faster than Alola Ninetales, and it's just not a good situation for a Charmer to be in.
Yeah, you kind of always need to use your shields on the Alola Ninetales, right? It's just like Wigglytuff, one of my favorite Pokemon. So yeah, you kind of need 2 shields on that Alola Ninetales. That might not really pair well with the Trevenant in that case. So yeah, we had an incredible battle there, but we have more to come as well. I believe our next matchup will be a Giratina and Wigglytuff user.
Oh,
that will be, I believe, Paula versus Klibbi.
This may be some of the spiciest matchups we see today. We got Giratina and Wigglytuff coming up versus Palasha's Magnezone and Mantine Core.
That is actual. That is actual European spice. I can't wait to see that. I think Palasha's Magnezone is a little bit in a pickle there, just because Magnezone's another pretty fragile Pokemon, right? Even though you resist the Fairy-type attack Charm, in the 2-shield scenario, it actually gets really close just because Magnezone is so fragile, and Mirror Shot, it is a low cost energy charge attack, but it doesn't deal as much damage. So Wigglytuff yeah, Wigglytuff could even withstand one.
Yeah, it can, and that is what it makes it so difficult. If you can get shields down, Magnezone can put in so much work, unless it gets faced off. First, that Giratina Origin, of course, as it will resist the wild charges, and Giratina has a decent amount of bulk to it, so it can withstand them quite fine.
It's like comparable to Sableye, I think. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Not bad.
Now, I have a question about Fairy-type Pokemon, Thomas. I know you love Charmers as well, just like me. If you were to pick Wigglytuff or Alolan Ninetales, what would be your pick and why?
Ooh, so I like Alolan Ninetales just for the pacing. It gets to the first charge attack earlier than Wigglytuff does. But in the current meta, the normal typing is very nice. You can resist licks from Lickitung, especially. You can throw Icy Winds to debuff as well, which is nice. And besides that, you can completely wall Martine's favorite Pokemon, Giratina Origin. And I think that's just the main benefit.
I'll just use one of my other favorite Pokemon, like Chandler.
Oh yeah, you have
probably
lots of them.
Probably still gets Charmed down anyway. Let's take a look at this matchup that we have here. Klibbi versus Palasha. Indeed, we see the Giratina Origin and the Wigglytuff. I like those two together, and especially paired with the Vigoroth, just because Giratina Origin and Wigglytuff just basically shut down Annihilate, which I believe Paula might have as well. Here we see Klibbi. He's also from Sweden, so another local battler here. But Palasha is one of the household names. It's going to be a very difficult match for him.
Oh yes. Besides Klibbi's team, we actually see two cores. We saw the Vigoroth, Giratina, Wigglytuff core. Very solid trio, as you already mentioned, but he also has Skarmory, Lantern, Annihilate, another very solid trio. I really like how his team composition is built in that way, where he can always fall back on a pretty simple line of three he probably has a lot of practice with.
I agree. If you can, he said yesterday that he likes to calculate his win conditions and what Pokemon fares well together. He didn't understand it himself as much, he told me, but he built his team based on what could work the most. So, especially when you have another day of preparation, I think Klibbi might have a pretty good idea of what to use here. Here's the thing though, is Paula going to use those exact Pokemon you are predicting to use, because it can get really nasty if she doesn't.
Yeah, that's the thing on these day twos, you know. Some players really like to prepare, others they don't like to do it as much, because your opponent's always gonna do something different than you may expect. Anyway, no more expectations, we're heading in right now.
Wow, here we go. We have Lantern from Klibbi into the Altaria from Palasha. I think both players are kind of happy with this lead, and here's why. Because Klibbi has Giratina Origin in the back, which is weak to Altaria, but Palasha has Mantine in the back, which is useless against his Lantern. So both players might be looking to play out this matchup. Let's see how this goes. Palasha lets the first Thunderbolt go through. This sets up the Lantern to win the switch advantage here, but Palasha still has a lot of energy to go for as well.
Going for the Moonblast here right before Klibbi is able to fire off a potential Surf. Klibbi gonna let it go. Doesn't do quite enough to the Lantern just yet. Gets to a Surf now. Not a Thunderbolt. Is this gonna be enough?
Yeah, I think it's not going to be enough just yet, but I don't think Paula really cares to switch. Going into the Wish Cash right away, going for the Macho down, and Klibbi barely unable to swap into the Vigoroth just in time to save his Lantern. So now he's down to two Pokemon, and both Pokemon have very neutral play against Wish Cash. However, this Wish Cash does have a much advantage.
I absolutely love this play from Palasha, as there's nothing on Klibbi's line that really loves to see a Wish Cash, especially with an energy advantage. Klibbi opts to bring in the Vigoroth now, goes for Bullet Slam immediately before Palasha can get off a Scald.
This is actually looking great for Palasha now. If he can pull shields here somehow, and maybe Klibbi knows this, then the Giratina could be prone to an Ice Beam. Let's see what Klibbi does. Lets the Scald go. This does a lot of damage, and now going into the Giratina right away. Here we have the Lord of the Underworld, Giratina Origin, entering battle. It can hang on with these Mud Bombs, but like we said earlier, it's about as bulky as a Sableye, so these Mud Bombs still will do about 40% damage.
Klibbi shooting up the first one. Getting these shields down could be massive, because like you said, the Mantine is running Ice Beam. Ooh, he's gonna throw a Shadow Ball here. Ominous Wind will just not barely do enough, so going for the big Shadow Ball. Palasha realizes that, shields it up, and can now fire off another Mud Bomb into the Giratina.
Yeah, preserving the smiley fish here. Wishcash going for another mob bomb. It's not done yet with its work. And putting up another shield here. I think this puts the man team of Palasha in a really good spot. But you also need to keep... making the catch on the Altaria! What an incredible catch here from Palasha!
Incredible play there. What great timing. I mean, Wishcash wasn't a mud bomb, so Klibbi was pretty much forced to shield that ominous wind. And that allowed Palasha to get that catch right there. It's absolutely incredible. Can bring out the Mantine now versus the Giratina. Mantine, very bulky Pokemon. Even though there's a Shadow Ball for the Giratina, it will be able to tank it.
It can hang on indeed. I believe Palasha may have missed a Shadow Claw, or sorry, a wing attack there. Klibbi still has his Mantine as well. And another catch in this battle! What an incredible play from Klibbi there. But I think this Ice Beam may barely be enough to knock out. Looks like Palasha's going for an undercharge, trying to get more wing attacks in, and she will get one more.
Oh, beautiful undercharge there. That one extra wing attack may allow her to get to the ominous wind there. No, or for the aerial waves, I mean, but she gets to the Ice Beam. Klibbi realizes he needed energy to be able to outpace the Wishcash later, so need to overfarm there by Palasha. Because of that little bit of undercharge, able to get the Ice Beam here and knocks out the Giratina.
Wow, 1-0 for Palasha there. Thomas, these players were just dancing around with catches. What a great play there. I thought we were going to see a lot of polarizing matchups in this battle, but this looked like more of the most neutral matchups I've seen. Probably also because Lantern wasn't on Mantine and Giratina wasn't on Altaria, but I loved seeing this, especially because Giratina has so much play on Klibbi's side and because Wishcash has so much play on Palasha's side.
Yeah, this is a very, very dynamic matchup here. I think Palasha is going to continue making use of that Wishcash in the next couple games. It's their most flexible Pokemon with a shield advantage, with an energy lead. It can do so much work into Klibbi's line. So Klibbi really got to find a way to play around that Pokemon.
Yeah, Wishcash is indeed pretty difficult. I think he brought only one Pokemon weak to it, and that's basically the only Pokemon he has, right, that's weak to it, the Lantern. But Lantern is also the one Pokemon that can hang very well with the Mantine and the Altaria and the Scaladage. So is Lantern a mandatory pick? Would you bring the Lantern again here if you were Klibbi?
I would certainly consider it. Wishcash, I think, is better in the back for Palasha. You really want to try to set it up with a little bit of an energy lead or a shield advantage. So it is unlikely she'll lead it, and that makes Lantern such a good start or lead for Klibbi.
Yeah, that's something he may have calculated and thought through beforehand. So yeah, very, very good analysis there. Lantern might still be an option for him to bring, but we'll see how Palasha really goes for that. Now, just I want to give a little bit of spotlight to one of our... actually, I'll get to that soon. Now, another Pokemon I want to highlight there is the Magnezone. The Magnezone, do you think there's any play here? It has such good play against the Lantern, and it can actually win the 0 and the 1-shoot scenario against the Vigoroth.
Ooh, yeah, it does. If it can get the Mirror Shot bait, it does do fine against the Vigoroth. Oh my goodness. Now, this is not a neutral matchup. Palasha has to head out of there instantly, goes into the Wishcash. Klibbi responds with the Giratina.
Now, Thomas, let me tell you something. As a Giratina expert here, this is winnable for Wishcash if Giratina is going straight Shadow Ball. Just because of that slight energy lead, even though Klibbi swapped in so fast, I think Wishcash might be able to flip this just because it gets so fast to those Mud Bombs.
Ooh, she gets to a second one already, taking the shield here from Klibbi. At this point, it's up to Palasha to decide this matchup. Is she gonna shield to try to go for switch, or is she just gonna settle for the shield advantage?
I think you gotta go for switch advantage here, right? Shooting up the Shadow Ball, you don't want your Mantine on that Lantern, going for another Shadow Ball. And it looks like Palasha is going to put up 2 shields. I think at this point, you will be able to outpace the Giratina to its next charge. Actually, that's an Ominous Wind. I'm not too sure now, actually.
It's gonna be very, very close. She's at double Mud Bomb right now. If the Giratina is not at an Ominous Wind yet, and Klibbi shields this, oh, but he does shield this. If it's not an Ominous Wind yet, Palasha will win switch advantage there.
Yes, she wins switch advantage. Wishcash, the smiling fish, is flipping switch advantage against the Lord of the Distortion World.
Wow, it's an incredible storyline that's building up here. Vigoroth comes out now. Palasha not going to be able to outpace. What does fire of the Mud Bomb as Klibbi decided to go for a counter down, but just barely couldn't reach it.
Yeah, she realized at the very last second that she wouldn't be able to get to a Scald. Actually, she would have reached a Scald there. The Wishcash hung on 1 HP there, now being able to go into the Mantine, which does take super effective damage from his Rock Slide, but I think at this point you just want to use it to soak damage, just because it doesn't have a lot of use against that Lantern.
Yeah, exactly. Mantine's still very defensive, can take that rock slide, no problem. Oh, she waited a turn to make sure Klibbi couldn't catch, and it allowed her to just instantly switch into the Altaria here once the Lantern comes out.
Yeah, this attack-weighted Altaria is looking to melt away this fish, going for the Moonblast, which will do a lot of damage. Thomas, I don't think this is over yet, though. If that Vigoroth get in position to get a lot of energy, it might be able to take out the Mantine later anyway. Here comes a Thunderbolt. This is going to put the Altaria quite low.
It will. It may even put the Altaria into a range where the Vigoroth could counter down maybe after some more sparks. Ooh, actually, the Lantern gets to another Thunderbolt. This will knock out the Altaria, and now Mantine will have to take a spark or two from this Lantern.
But I think she might be one away from the Ice Beam. She is one away from the Ice Beam. Does the Vigoroth have a Rock Slide here? Let's take a look here. The Vigoroth is one of the Rock Slides. She gets to the Ice Beam. Thomas, I think this will knock out.
It's gonna be very, very close. Ice Beam coming out for the Mantine. Does it knock out? Yes, it does. Palasha takes this match versus Klibbi.
Wow, what a commanding victory there from Palasha against local battler Klibbi, who calculated his team, who made the precision to make his team there, and it was not enough though. Palasha making such good play, trying to get all the neutral plays in to deal with that Giratina that was such a menace for her team. And even despite she let the Mantine into the Lantern, she was still able to flip that game.
That was super, super impressive. Just on the back of that Shadow Whiscash, showing the strength that Pokeball has. Fast Mud Bombs. Didn't even use a Scald there, just straight up Mud Bomb, straight up neutral damage, no debuffs needed. Super, super impressive.
Yeah, like I said, if you swap your Giratina Origin into a Shadow Whiscash, the Shadow Whiscash can actually flip that just because of its space. I believe regular Whiscash can as well. So in that case, the Giratina Origin would need 2 Ominous Wind baits. But if you do that, that's just so risky, right? Because let's say Palasha no-shields the first Ominous Wind, she would just take 2 shield advantage from the Giratina. And in that case, Klibbi may also have been in a difficult spot, because he probably would know that it's the Altaria in the back, and Altaria is just such a problem for him when he doesn't bring the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, Altaria was super solid against that squad. Wigglytuff would have done well there, but considering how fast some of Palasha's Pokemon are, especially that Lantern, which can just outbulk the Whiscash. I mean, the Whiscash just outbulks the Wigglytuff a lot, can get to the Scald. Mantine gets to the Aerial Aces very, very fast, has a fine matchup versus Wigglytuff as well. It's really just the Altaria you're targeting. If Palasha doesn't bring the Altaria, ooh, things are looking rough for the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, if you're just looking at the way she structured her team, basically the Mantine and the Whiscash just fire off charge stacks so quickly, right? So they put up the shield pressure very quickly, and that opens up the Altaria to fire off a hard-hitting Moonblast. There's nothing, almost nothing on Klibbi's team besides the Skarmory that wants to take the charge stacks from that Altaria. Besides his Skarmory, but he didn't bring the Skarmory. I think he may have feared the Magnezone.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Paula has been cooking with the Magnezone. She didn't bring it now, but wow, we've seen it so often, and it's gotta be scary. It's gotta be scary facing that, even though it didn't even look that good into his team right there, it's still a force to be reckoned with, and something that's always in your mind.
Yeah, even when resisted, Wild Charge from Magnezone still hits so hard. How much do you think a Wild Charge would do on Origin Giratina?
It's gotta do like 40% probably.
What do you think, chat? Let me know in the chat. I want to know what you think. I think it would do like 47.39%.
Oh, we're going specific. You know what? I'm saying 43.1%. All right.
I think we're just babbling. I have no idea, honestly, how much it exactly does.
No, me neither.
That was a wonderful match, but we have more loser finals to come up, right? We are now going through the first 4 loser finals from the groups, and then we head into the top 8. So that means that now Palasha is in the top 8 of the Stockholm Regional Championship. The next matchup we will have coming up will be Blondine versus Dinoski. And we saw Dinoski really dominate with that Gust Lord yesterday. Now, one Pokemon that's really good against Giratina, if you are afraid of Giratina, you bring the Big Chomper Gust Lord.
There it is, Guzzlord on Dinoski's team. Dinoski has been doing well with the Guzzlord all season, starting from his incredible run in Stuttgart, where he made it all the way to the grand finals with the Guzzlord. Unfortunately, he was not able to win there, going down to Colin, just barely. Very close game 5, but now he's back with the Guzzlord, trying to make it happen.
And the Poliwrath. Did he use the Poliwrath in Stuttgart as well?
He did use the Poliwrath, he used the Charger Bug, he used the Cresselia. If I recall correctly, the only 2 Pokemon that are different from a Stuttgart lineup are Gligar and Skarmory.
Wait, you played him there?
Yeah, I played him, and well, we're not going to talk about it. But yes, I still think about his team a lot.
Still wake up to it sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah, if we take a look at these teams here, I think that the Alolan Sensors from Blondine actually looks very, very good. It is, I believe, a power. It has the fast attack Power Snow, and that makes it better against Guzzlord, because if it has the fast attack Shadow Claw, Guzzlord can actually win the 1 shield and the 2 shield scenario. But on the other hand, if you have Power Snow, Cresselia can win the 0 shield scenario. However, I believe Dinoski does have Moonblast.
If he has Moonblast, you're correct. It wouldn't win against Alolan Sandslash, but it's still a fine matchup. You can make that very close as Cresselia. So one thing I could see Dinoski do here is play with his Cresselia, maybe try to get an energy lead, a shield advantage. And besides that Trevenant, there isn't that much that threatens the Cresselia super hard. And even a Trevenant would take a lot of damage from a charge attack from a Cresselia.
Yeah, Trevenant is pretty good on Blondine's side. It's just the Guzzlord that you kind of fear here. And Guzzlord actually, in my opinion, looks quite good here. Has good play against the Diggersby, good play against the Altaria, wins the 1 shield scenario there. It eats the Trevenant, eats the Fish Lantern, and even Annihilate only has resisted charge attack, because Blondine has Night Slash, a Dark type charge attack, and Shadow Ball, a Ghost type charge attack, which are both resisted on Guzzlord. So even there, Guzzlord can do something.
It can. And if Dinoski is able to cover for Alolan Sandslash well enough with, for example, the Poliwrath, which honestly is only Alolan Sandslash's answer, but if the Poliwrath does arrive on that matchup, it's going to be a tough time for Blondine. So one thing I could see Dinoski do here is perhaps use the Cresselia as a sacrificial lead if he leads into the Alolan Sandslash, Guzzlord in the back, or use it to bait out the Alolan Sandslash.
Well, here we go. Speaking of Alolan Sandslash, there it is, Thomas. We have it into the shiny charge back from Dinoski. Let's see how these players are going to play this out. I think Blondine is quite happy with this lead because his backline Pokemon are a little bit worse here. But Alolan Sandslash is quite fragile, so it doesn't really like taking this electric type charge stack discharge, even though it's not the most efficient charge stack.
Yeah, it's not. Blondine still opts to shield it up though. Alolan Sandslash has a pretty decent matchup here, but you do need to get some fast attacks in. This Drill will not knock out just yet, so Dinoski opting to let it go.
Yeah, Drill is not super effective on this electric type because of the bug typing here. Going for charge stack priority on this Ice Punch versus the discharge. Dinoski is just letting it go.
Wow, I love that, as Dinoski has Gligar in the back, which just does so well with shield advantage versus everything versus Blondine's team. Blondine opting to try to lure it out now with the Annihilate.
Yeah, swapping in the Gligar immediately and going for the Area Ace just right before the Annihilate can get to a Shadow Ball. Going for the Undercharge as well. Interesting, because now you allow the Annihilate to get to the Shadow Ball, but on the other hand, the Alolan Sandslash will get less energy now.
Exactly. Dinoski really needs this energy to be able to outpace the Alolan Sandslash to a dig hit perhaps, so can take less Powder Snows. That's also why I think he shielded up the Shadow Ball right there. Kind of interesting. He needs to get these charge stacks off on the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, maybe Dinoski has a feeling of what could be in the back here, and then he would need the Gligar for that Lantern. Going for the Aerial Ace bait here, and it is shielded by Blondine, but these Power Stones are adding up so much here. Going for another Aerial Ace. I don't think this is enough though.
It is resistant. Aerial Ace is not the hardest hitting attack. Alolan Sandslash, not that bulky though. Oh, it does go down. That is huge. Now if the Gligar can reach it. Oh, Dinoski actually switches into the Poliwrath.
I love this play, Thomas, because now he might be able to get to a debuff, and in that case, the Gligar might hang on to the Spark Fast Attack and get to a dig later. Let's see how this goes. Scald is resisted. This is not threatening, but it really comes down to this debuff here. And no, he doesn't get the debuff. Now he might not be able to get to a dig.
Oh, this is big, but even, oh, Blondine going for the surf here. This would not do enough just yet. Dinoski, oh, it's gonna shield that up. Shields up the bait. Is Blondine gonna be able to get to the Thunderbolt now? Not before Dinoski gets to the Scald.
This is so close. This Scald is putting the Lantern very low. And it's, again, it might get to the 50% chance debuff here because the Spark might do it. And he does get the attack drop here. Now you might be able to wing attack down with the Gligar. Going for the Thunderbolt now. This knocks out the Polar, but here we go. Gligar comes in. Can it wing attack down here? Let's see. It is able to wing attack down. And Dinoski takes game number 1 against Blondine.
Gligar hangs on and wing attacks Dinoski 2. Victory right there. What a close one. That may have come down to that 50% debuff, though I think even without it, maybe the Sparks would not have done enough.
Yeah, perhaps just barely not. I think it did give Dinoski a safer feeling though, just because you know the Sparks do less. You might be able to close up with that Gligar there, but I think the Gligar otherwise may have also been able to get to an Aerial Ace as well if it could have hung on, because it gets to the charge stack quicker than that Lantern does, especially because the Lantern had no energy left after that Thunderbolt. That was such an interesting play, because Dinoski just played to a shield advantage strategy on that Poliwrath, but then he went into the Gligar to answer the Annihilate. I thought he was going for the Aries immediately, just so the Annihilate wouldn't get to a Shadow Ball. But then he decided to undercharge, shield the Shadow Ball, and then threaten the Alone Ascension. It worked out perfectly, because in the very end, that area still knocked out the Shadow Alone Ascension, even though it's resistant.
Exactly. Dinoski really opted to go for the energy lead there, rather than the shield advantage, which against a high pressure fast attack like Powder Stone, Gligar was definitely the play. Now, we didn't see Gusdorf from Dinoski here, and no Trevenant from Blondine either, but Dinoski's team was pretty soft to the Trevenant. Both Charjabug and Poliwrath don't have great matchups there. Do you think we may see Trevenant from Blondine next game?
Perhaps. Trevenant would have been pretty good into the Chargeback and Poliwrath, as you say, but there's probably also that fear of the Guzzlord, right? If it's aligned to the Guzzlord, it might just be so risky to bring the Trevenant, and Dinoski might have the same feeling, especially after he has seen both the Alolan Sandslash and the Annihilate.
Yep.
Guzzlord doesn't fare well against those two. Looks like the players are getting ready, locking in their teams. Very curious to if we're going to see Trevenant again, and if we're going to see Trevenant and Guzzlord.
Well, we don't have to wait much longer. Here we go. We see Diggersby in the lead, a Pokemon I was not expecting, but it's a strong one for sure, but definitely does struggle with Cresselia's Grassnot.
Yeah, Grassnot is super effective on the Diggersby, but I think Diggersby has an okay matchup here, and here's why. Diggersby is one of the most bulky Pokemon in the Great League format. And I'm saying that while there's a Cresselia opposed to the Diggersby. Cresselia is also one of the most bulky Pokemon, but the Grassnot is not enough. You need 3 Grassnot here to knock out.
It's super impressive how much damage this... Oh, wow! Dinoski shields up the Hyper Beam, even though, again, these two are very bulky Pokemon. Hyper Beam would have done it. Oh, wow! Blondine catches the Grassnot onto his Trevenant. It's just all-out action to start this game.
Thomas, what are you going to do here? You are so weak to the Trevenant here, but I think this is just exactly where Dinoski might need it, because he comes in with the Charjabug. This might give Blondine an idea of what's in the back, though. He is one Protect Shield up. Are you going to use on the Trevenant here if you realize what could be in the back?
Yes, he does. I mean, Accessor would not have knocked out just yet, but Trevenant would have taken so much damage, so Blondine wisely saves that, probably expecting the Poliwrath in the back, and goes for a charge attack priority now on the Shadow Ball. Dinoski has a big decision to make here.
Yeah, boots up the last Protect Shield on the Charjabug. You gotta get all this damage in. Here's the problem though, this Axe Scissor could threaten the Trevenant, but Blondine also still had a Protect Shield. So now the Trevenant will outpace to a Shadow Ball. What are you gonna do with your backline?
Oh, I don't know, but Dinoski's gotta figure something out. Blondine going for the charge attack priority again. Just managing its energy perfectly, getting as much Shadow Claws in as possible. And now knocking out the Charjabug with the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, what are you going to bring in here? Trevenant even still has some more energy left. It will outpace Poliwrath to an Icy Wind. It will outpace the Cresselia to a... Well, will it actually? It's going to be very, very tight. Oh, Cresselia can actually knock out this threat of a Trevenant.
What we thought was just gonna be a Trevenant sweep was turned around by Dinoski's energy management on this Cresselia. Still had a lot of energy left there, and now Blondine comes out with a Diggersby once again.
Yeah, in comes Hype. Can we get a boom here, Thomas? Can we get a boom here? Here it comes. The Hyper Beam is being loaded. Here we go. Boom! Boom! Hyper Beam, it actually hit surprisingly hard on this Cresselia. Now swapping into the Polar Rat, but he's answered by the Lantern. It's just not going his way in this battle.
Well, we saw it before. Polyreth does have player with the counters, but now that shields are down, Thunderbolt is gonna one-shot this Polyreth if Blondine does decide to throw it soon.
Yeah, doesn't get another Skull debuff here like he needed in the previous match. Now going for the Thunderbolt, maximizing the energy on this Lantern. Blondine is very efficient, counting extremely well in this match. And now Lantern can also threaten that Cresselia a little bit. Plus he still has the Diggersby. But here Lantern wins Charge Attack priority over the Cresselia. And then that means Lantern the Fish is going to tie up the score here to 1-1.
It was Lantern the Fish that did the final blow, but this game was all on the back of Trevenant. Amazing call by Blondine there, realizing that Dinoski was not gonna bring his answers to her Trevenant in the Guzzlord, in the Gligar, just completely core breaking that trio that Dinoski brought.
A very good call by Blondine, I must say. The Diggersby, even though it didn't have an optimal matchup there, it just did what it needed to do, right? Just tank some charge attacks and set up that Trevenant for a shield advantage, which Dinoski did not expect to come out. And again, he didn't bring big chomper Guzzlord, so there was no Guzzlord to chomp the Trevenant. I think Blondine played a little bit of what we call an ABB strategy, where you try to bait out the Guzzlord with one Pokemon, so the Lantern, the other B, is free from the Guzzlord, right? So you can use the Diggersby to clean up the Guzzlord. But there was none of them, so Dinoski had no Trevenant answer.
He did not. Dinoski may want to consider bringing Guzzlord in his next game. Just to be stronger against that Trevenant Lantern combination that Blondine did bring here. However, Blondine seems to be very well versed in the mind games here, winning it in game 2. He may even go back to that Annihilate Alolan Sandslash score he brought in game 1, and that would cause a lot of trouble for Dinoski's Guzzlord.
Dinoski is a very good player, and he might be able to adapt to the strategies of Blondine. Here we see the accolades of Dinoski. He is a veteran in Pokemon Go, has been very successful this season, and he had quite the achievements last season as well. So he might be able to adapt to that Diggersby. The Diggersby really might just threaten your Charge Bug, right? If you thought your Charge Bug was safe, well, the Diggersby just showed it's not, because Diggersby absolutely demolishes the Charge Bug.
It does, it does. Of course, double resisting those Volt Switches. X's are neutral, but don't do a lot. Dinoski does have several, or at least one really good answer to the Diggersby in Poliwrath, and then one more neutral matchup in the Cresselia, and then Gligar I think is fine as well. Actually, completely forgetting about Skarmory. Normally Skarmory is not the best versus Diggersby as it runs Fire Punch, but Blondine's Diggersby,
you're right,
it's not running it. It's running Scorching Sense Hyper Beam, and it makes Skarmory a super good answer there.
Oh man, here we have Big Chomper Guzzlord, but it's aligned against Annihilate. This is not a great lead for Dinoski at all, and he is in fact not that strong into the Annihilate, so he has to kind of stay in, but then hesitates. He swaps into the Skarmory, and is answered by Lantern the Fish.
No.
This is so bad for Dinoski.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see if you're Dinoski. It's the absolute worst matchup possible for Skarmory. Lantern resists everything Skarmory can throw her. Dinoski going for the big Brave Bird. Very strong attack, but Lantern easily takes it.
Yeah, the Steel Wing fast attack is even double resisted, so that does even less damage. Now Charge Attack priority, Skarmory wins it against Lantern. This actually puts the Lantern quite low.
Yeah, I'm impressed by how much damage the Skarmory is still able to apply here, putting the Lantern deep into the red, even being able to force some energy here with the Surf. Still, this Lantern is going to come out with a Thunderbolt loaded.
Yeah, going for a slide undercharge to get some more spark damage in. He's hoping to get to 2 charge attacks against that Guzzlord. I'm not sure if you can though, because 2 Dragon Tail from the Guzzlord might just be able to knock out. He's in fact going for 1 Thunderbolt here. This should do about 30% damage on the Guzzlord.
Yeah, we'll put the Guzzlord about at 60% health here. Will be easier to counter down for the Annihilate now. Now Guzzlord does have some energy. Whoa!
Whoa, what a call!
Yeah, brings in the Alolan Sandslash. Oh, keeps the Annihilate for the Poliwrath. Very good read by Blondine there. Now, this is also not a great matchup for Dinoski.
Yeah, Dinoski hesitating to shield. Oh, you don't know. Yeah, you gotta shield that up because Poliwrath can't take the Shadow Ball very well. Poliwrath's not exactly helpless here because of its charged attacks. However, the counter is double resisted on the Annihilate, so Annihilate does have a dominant matchup here. Going for the Ice Wind, and this will make sure that the counter damage from Annihilate will do some less damage, so Poliwrath can hang on a little bit longer.
Yeah, great bait by Dinoski here. If Blondine throws another Shadow Ball and Dinoski shields here, does Dinoski still have a chance? Shadow Ball comes out now. Dinoski shields it up, and this just uses up so much energy from the Annihilate side.
Is there any play at this point for Dinoski? He's going for another Ice Wind here. Blondine cannot afford to have that Power Snow alone sense on this Polyred. He has to get rid of this Polyred right here, right now with his Annihilate. He's almost in another charge tag, going for the nicest. This is resisted, double debuff, but I think it might barely be enough to knock out the Polyred.
If it's not, this is gonna get very, very, very close. It is not. Polyrath survives that. Dinoski able to switch into the Guzzlord and gonna fire off his first charge attack right here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can farm down this Guzzlord as Blondine's Alolan Senses. This does a lot of damage, and Alolan Senses is not exactly bulky. Going for the Ice Punch though. This is going to knock out the big Chomper. However, Polyrath is still there. I don't think there's enough HP though.
Has not a lot of HP. Might be able to take one Powder Snow. Dinoski doesn't. Yeah, it's very low HP. The only way he's going to get rid of this Alolan Sense is by throwing the Scald. But with that, he's used all of his energy. Nothing left in the tank to throw at Annihilate. And he gets countered down. Blondine, with the amazing reads here, takes game number 3 versus Dinoski.
Wow, Dinoski has so many accolades, but Blondine, I believe this is... He hasn't played a lot of tournaments. This may be his first or second even, but he's still taking down such a big name on day 2. Very well played. Dinoski using the arrow battle approach to so many battles, but he just got the wrong calls there, and it was just so tough, right? Because if you lead weak to the Annihilate, and you are weak to Annihilate in the back, how do you come back from that?
Yeah, that is very, very rough. Dinoski definitely put in a good effort there. He tried to get it as close as possible, especially after getting Skarmy into a Lantern. I must say, it coming down to like one Pokemon on the field from Blondine was pretty impressive.
Who would have thought that if you swap your Skarmory and Lantern comes in, that it would still get this close? Because at that point, I was like, oh, this is a nightmare. There's no way you come back from that, especially after he swapped in his one neutral answer to that Annihilate, just straight into there.
Yeah, I certainly did not. Another thing that really surprised me was that Diggersby Trevenant core we saw in game number 2. 2 Pokemon we barely see anymore. They both were a thing in season 1 of Play Pokemon, but now not anymore.
Yeah.
Blondine showed it can still work.
I think bringing the Diggersby worked though, because like it scared away the Charge Bug.
Yes.
Yeah, it was an incredible battle. Now, I think it is time for a little break. We're going to show you some highlights from day 1. Don't go anywhere though, because we are going to have Bis Lasagna versus MW22. It's going to be a fantastic battle.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we can.
Welcome back, trainers. Those are some great matches. It's great to have Tho and Martine casting together. Now you've got me and Leo. Leo, are you excited for what's to come?
Obviously, we have seen so many great matchups over the entire weekend. I can already feel your energy about those matches. You know, it's going to be great to see the last losers round for the moment, and then we're going to go into those top 8 matches already. That's so cool. We've seen so many great trainers so far.
That's right. Like, once we get the outcome of this game, we will have our top cut, our top 8 players here in Stockholm. And we've been saying all weekend the caliber of players that we've got here. And honestly, I don't know who I'm pitching to win. Who's your shout?
I've been saying at breakfast, San Judigo has been playing such a phenomenal season. He really showed up in those big games, and I think this is his time to shine. This is his time to take it all, even if it means he has to beat Luran Rocket.
That's right, San Judigo. Well, he's a very established player, but I'm quite interested to see how the less established players will do, and we've got 2 of those up right now. We have Bis Lasagna, and we've got MW22. And MW22 was the last game of yesterday in which he took down Colin 6. So that was a massive, massive victory for him, and he'll be looking to get into the top 8 here this weekend.
And he is running one of my favorite Pokemon, of course, the Wigglytuff. You know, I'm running the fit the entire weekend. Wigglytuff has been performing for him, and Bis Lasagna makes his name proud. You know that he works in fine dining?
He does he?
Yeah, and he hates lasagna.
Oh, well, there we go. I don't know how anyone can hate lasagna, but what I do like on his team is that Skeledirge. And I'm afraid, Leo, that Skeledirge has a pretty good matchup against your favorite Wigglytuff. Let's see if it'll come up here.
Yep. Absolutely agree. Let's see, there's a Lantern in the lead against the Charger Bug, and this is, even though it is a bit favored for the Charger Bug, a rather neutral-ish scenario.
Yeah, this is slightly advantageous for Charger Bug. It does depend on which Lantern and which Charger Bug you choose to build. There are Lantern that can do better against Charger Bug, but on paper, I think Charger Bug has the slight advantage here.
That is true, and looking at the backline, it seems like this is one of those games where alignment might be key, because you never... Oh, we are going to see a catch right here on the Lickitung, and Bis Lasagna, is he going to play out this matchup, or is he going directly into the Abomasnow? No lick was made, and you're outpacing to the... Oh, wow, this took quite a while. This was not a zero-turn switch.
Yeah, so that was interesting there. Well, although it was a catch, X-Scissor is still the best move to throw against the Lickitung, so I don't think Bis Lasagna will be too concerned by that. He comes straight in with the Abomasnow here, but he didn't take advantage of the zero-turn switch, which meant that Lickitung reached a body slam before the first Icy Wind, and Bis Lasagna is going all the way up to an Energy Ball before he actually does throw that Icy Wind. MW22, he's not shielding this. Lickitung doesn't need shields, but it does get debuffed.
And the licks, they do add up, and we're actually going to see the second Icy Wind thrown before the second Body Slam. That is absolutely wild, and this is going to barely not knock out.
The difficulty here is that Annihilate in the back, if it gets any form of energy advantage, it will have a huge play into that Skeledirge. Now, MW22 chose not to throw the attack into the Abomasnow there, presumably, as I just said, to try and get that energy onto the Annihilate. The problem is he's now debuffed, he's now losing a shield. It's not as clean a position as MW22 maybe wanted it to be.
I'm very, very curious about this shield, because the team of Bis Lasagna offers so many Pokemon that would deal so much more damage to this Annihilate than just a regular Icy Wind from an Abomasnow, but we're going to go for the first bait, charging up to the Shadow Ball. Night Slash is going to be called, question mark. No, it's not. The bait is successful.
That is a big shield, and MW22 comes in with the surf, but he uses a turn switch. It's slightly slow. There is a catch onto the Charger Bug. Again, though, this is the better move to throw onto the Charger Bug, so it's not the end of MW22's run here. I think he's still got a lot of play. He can tank this X-Scissor perfectly fine. The Skeledirge, it's vulnerable in the back, but it does have energy now.
Yep, it has a Disarming Voice and a Shadow Ball loaded, and we're actually not going to reach the X-Scissor here on the Charger Bug. This is potentially very huge, but we're going to go charge up a Disarming Voice here on Bis Lasagna's side. This is going to be shielded. No, it is going to be shielded, yes.
That makes sense. I think MW22 will now be able to get off a surf here. He might even be able to get off another one, unless Bis Lasagna uses his energy, uses that Disarming Voice. But then there's the worry of the Annihilate that has energy again in the back.
Yep, but we are going to farm up. Oh, the Surf is going to connect. Does this even take out? Skeledirge is not the bulkiest Pokemon, but is it the most fragile in the field? Definitely not. The Surf is going to connect. This is barely not going to knock out. Oh!
It's a charge attack priority, and MW22 gets the Night Slash before Bis Lasagna can get off the disarming voice, and he's going to take this game number 1. Leo, there was some crazy plays in there. There was some crazy movements and alignments and catches, but MW22, he knew what he was doing the whole time. He hasn't broken sweat at all.
Really, really well played. He must have watched Martijn in Utrecht, because this was a charge attack priority catch right there. This is one of the bigger disadvantages of attacks like Volt Switch or attacks like Incinerate, because yes, in terms of energy and damage, they are phenomenal. But it takes ages for them to properly resolve, so your opponent will have some time to maneuver around it, to go for better catches, because you can foresee when your opponent is going to throw the moves better.
Now, it's very interesting because you and I, we were a little confused when the Lickitung wasn't throwing its energy into the opponent. But it was a case of predicting that the Annihilate with energy had a lot of play, and the farm down from Annihilate on that Abomasnow, we saw it in the end game how useful that energy was. So MW22 played that very, very well. He maneuvered around the situation almost expertly, and he does take that game number 1. Bis Lasagna will need to have a think, because the Skeledirge, it did have options, it did have energy. He maybe didn't get the opportunity to use the energy in the way that he wanted, but in the back of his head, he thinks, I don't think Skeledirge was the wrong play there. I just need to maybe use it differently.
Yep, I think the Skeledirge was really, really good. Of course, tanking a Surf with it is never the best play there, but let's see how Bis Lasagna is going to adapt to this team of MW22, because he was already bringing a team that isn't too bad against the Wigglytuff. Of course, Abomasnow has loads of play versus Wigglytuff. If you are debuffing the Wiggles, it does not deal as much damage with those charms anymore. Of course, Skeledirge is such a good answer. Fire resists Fairy type.
Let's have a look. What do we have here? We have a brilliant lead for Bis Lasagna. We've got an Abomasnow that resists all of the attacks of that Lantern, and MW22 understandably switches into the Lickitung. The problem here is Abomasnow is going to be able to debuff, and if it wants to, switch out.
Yep, and this was rather a slow switch out. So Bis Lasagna was actually able to overfarm, take more energy into the Lantern matchup as well, and then probably, okay, we're actually just staying in here for a little longer. Maybe try to let your opponent throw another attack before you're going into the Altaria. However, Bis Lasagna is just still staying in there. Maybe he wants to get a second debuff on that Lickitung as
I think, interestingly, I would come in with Skeledirge here. Skeledirge resists both attacks from a Lickitung.
Right.
The normal is double resisted as a Ghost type, and the Grass is resisted as a Fire type. And we know that Skeledirge with energy can hit so much.
Yep, the thing is, we're going to go for the slightly harder hitting charge attack, the energy ball onto the Lickitung. This goes no shielded immediately. How much damage is this going to do?
It does a lot of damage, but honestly, I think using that energy into the Lantern may have been more useful, but at least Abomasnow comes out here with a lot of energy. It can either throw an Icy Wind, like it does now, into the Annihilate. This will reduce the attack of the Annihilate, and I assume Bis Lasagna will now need to come in with the Skeledirge.
Yep, I mean, he knows that there is Lantern in the back for MW, so there is no need to bring in Altaria here. We're going to see 1 Incinerate, 2 Incinerate, and we're actually going to reach the Night Slash on the side of MW. Don't even need to throw charge attacks at this point. Bis Lasagna is dealing so much damage with Incinerates. Is he going to call a Night Slash
shield
here?
Call.
Oh no! He actually lets it go! The Shadow Ball almost immediately takes out, and the catch as well! The Shadow Ball is caught on the Lantern!
Because of that debuff, it actually didn't knock out, and the Skeledirge survived. It managed to get an attack off against the Lantern, but the Lantern shielded it up. The Lantern is now a shield down into a 2-shield Altaria. This is great for Bis Lasagna.
Wow, I thought this was over after the Shadow Ball connected. You could have gladly just farmed this down with a shield, but this time around, we're going to throw a shield into a serve of the Lantern, but however, you have the shield advantage. The Annihilate is very dry on energy, so Altaria is looking well into that matchup as well. Now the first Thunderbolt is going to come out. Is he going to call another bait? He actually is!
That is a lot of damage onto that Altaria. The Skeledirge has almost no health left. The Annihilate is still very low. Leo, this is going to get very, very close.
Oh, he's going to get the shield here from the Lantern with the Sky Attack bait. He still needs to throw another charge attack. He already has another Sky Attack here. There is a Surf coming out. He has a shield left, so he actually can let this go, can shield this up and try to farm up a little bit more. But does he have the potential to beat the Annihilate in the back?
Moonblast is going to land. This will take out the Lantern. The Annihilate doesn't have much health left. It's going to be Dragon Breath Burst counter.
And don't forget that there is still also a... Oh, wow, this is actually going to be a very, very fast counter.
MW22 should reach the Night Slash before there's an attack. Oh, he can counter it down. The Skeleton goes. MW22 takes the series.
Wow, what a exciting 2-0 actually. Both of these games were incredibly close. The Lantern actually showing off in this matchup. Gets the shield bait with the surf, connects the Thunderbolt in between and then takes the next shield with a surf again. The Altaria looked so good in the position for Bis Lasagna, but MW22 knew how to maneuver around it.
There was so much movement in that game. Bis Lasagna had a massive advantage in the beginning with the Abomasnow into that Lantern, but he used all of its health, all of its energy into the Lickitung. It wasn't then available for the Lantern in the back, and the Lantern played brilliantly into that Altaria, and Annihilate took the game.
Yeah, the Altaria, I really understand why Bis Lasagna wanted to focus on this Altaria, because it looked so good against all of these 3 Pokemon. However, I think he should have used the opportunity to debuff the Lickitung and then bring in the Altaria, because Abomasnow just cannot be bothered with attacks from Lantern. It is such a good matchup. You had 1 Powder Snow advantage after debuffing the Lickitung with Icy Wind, then bring in the Altaria. You're gonna get out with some energy. You might throw a potential Moonblast against the Lickitung as well, and then with Skeledirge you can clean up in the back.
Yeah, that's true. Or alternatively, I think I would have debuffed with the Abomasnow on the Lickitung. I would have then come in with the Skeledirge, and it could have farmed up so much energy on that Lickitung. It would have had the opportunity to then unload a Shadow Ball into either the Lantern or potentially take out the Annihilate and resist all of the damage from that Lickitung. So there were opportunities there for Bis Lasagna. He might look back at those, but MW22, he's going to be thrilled with how those games went. He puts himself in the top 8. Those were the last games of the losers finals. We now have our top 8. It's all to play for, Leo.
Yeah, the top 8 is settled, and now we're going to go into those big winners finals up ahead. We're going, oh, not even winners finals, the start of the top 8, the winners round 1. We're going to start from scratch basically, and the next match I think is either going to be Udin versus Matt Beer or San Hudigo versus Luran Rocket, the 2 biggest contenders for the win here in Stockholm.
Yeah, I think it will be Udin versus Matt Beer first. Now, we are big fans of both of these players. We know that they're
so nice.
They're really nice. They're really nice guys. They're very humble, but they're also very, very good at the game. They just haven't had yet the standout performances that we know and that they know that they can produce. And this is the weekend to do it, right? They've got a huge opportunity now. Udin, I played in Stuttgart. Matt Beer, I think I played in Gdansk. And honestly, I'm very glad I'm not in this situation because they are brilliant players.
I think I've never had the honor to play against Matt Beer. However, Udin knocked me out in Utrecht in losers round 5 or something before he then had to play versus Arrow Bubble, who I have had to play previously there, and I lost to him as well. We were running the same team, so Arrow Bubble basically beat the same team twice.
Yeah, well, there are so many players that will have so much practice against a lot of these meta picks, and we've seen so many solid options. We've seen Lickitung perform really well. We've seen Annihilate perform really well.
Oh, yes.
And I will say it again. I said it yesterday. Make sure you go out there, you catch Mankey, you build Annihilate. I think it's a great Pokemon. It cores really well with Lickitung. They cover each other's weaknesses brilliantly, so definitely one for the future.
Yep, and we are actually going to look at some of the social posts that were sent in this weekend. This is always going to be a little fun segment that I really enjoy. Let's see, what are we having here?
Oh, speak of a Mankey, but Leo, that's not the big Pokemon on screen.
Is it not? This is a Galarian Articuno right there. These are always so difficult to catch. They have a breakout rate like crazy, so it's always really exciting. Have you caught one yet, one of the Galarian legendary trio?
I actually haven't, but if you're sat there wondering how do you get your hands on a Galarian Articuno like this, you need to use your daily incense. It is a specific incense that can only be used once per day. It has quite a short, is it 15 minutes?
I'm just laughing because it says 46-meter adventure.
So here we've got Crimson. He's turned on his daily incense. He catches the Mankey because he's listening to the broadcast. He then sees this Galarian Articuno. He's managed to catch it, and he goes, do you know what? My day is done. I'm pretty pleased with this daily incense. So if you want an opportunity to catch any of the Galarian birds, there is a chance of getting them only on a daily incense.
And there is, of course, also the chance to throw a Master Ball at them, because then they're a guaranteed catch. I think this is what many trainers are keeping their Master Balls for, actually. And I think that we're soon going to get a third one, maybe, right? Was there something?
Yeah, I think you're right. There will be another Master Ball research. So if you are needing another one, if you just want to store them up, then make sure to complete that research. But we've got another picture for you here. And we have the lovely Marita and Speediest Chief. They are two big names in the Pokemon Go community. And what's Speediest saying here is just one game and a Dragon Tail short of day 2 in CDMX. GG's to all of my opponents. Very proud of 5-2. 5-2 is brilliant.
Big, yeah.
5-2 is a great performance there from Speediest Chief, and Marita, I believe, was casting that event as well. So great to have those pictures. Please make sure to send your pictures in as well.
Yep.
Use #PlayPokemon. We want to show what everyone in the community is getting up to.
Yep, exactly. Those are always... Ah! Is that Tom the Hawk?
That is Tom, a hawk. So if you were tuned in yesterday, Martine mentioned that my username, my in-game name, is named after my pet hawk named Tom, and I just wanted to give you some proof that it is in fact true. This is me with my pet hawk named Tom.
Yeah, and it's just sitting there majestically on your arm, kind of actually looking like your arm, to be honest. But this is, I mean, Tom is your best friend, right?
Tom is my best friend, so it's great to have almost my IRL Pokemon, right? So, yeah. And I've got a few pixels on my face in there.
That is true, but that is just like bad camera quality, right? Sometimes that happens. We still love your posts, even though if you take them with a potato.
Yeah.
We're going to see the next match, the winners round 1 of day 2. The top 8 are finally kicking off.
Let's get straight into these games. It's Udin versus Matt Beer. We've got a Shadow Sableye on both sides, Leo. I can't wait to see who uses it better.
Oh yeah, the Shadow Sableye is such an interesting pick. It is so safe against most Pokemon in the meta. Now that Lickitung is declining, it gets even better, even though this is the Sableye version that deals a lot better with a Lickitung.
That is right. So both players, instead of a normal type Lickitung on their team, they've gone for the normal type Vigoroth. This has an interesting matchup into Shadow Sableye, because Shadow Sableye, as a Ghost Dark type, resists counter. It doesn't resist it as well as it would if it was pure Ghost, but it still does resist. But meanwhile, the normal type Vigoroth double resists the Ghost type Shadow Claw. And so that can cause some interesting matchups there. The Vigoroth will want to be throwing Rock Slides, which take a little bit longer than Body Slam, which it might otherwise want to throw. But normal is double resisted by Ghost. So many resistances going on here, so many things for these players to think about, but I'm sure Shadow Sableye has a lot of play from both sides, and I can't wait to see, I want to see a boom, Leo. That's what I want to see.
Oh, I think we're going to get one of those, even though, I mean, there is a Azumarill versus Altaria, you know, those ice beams, they can really boom. I think we might need a different sound for an ice-type charge attack.
I'll let you have a quick think, but let's get straight into these games. We do see the Azumarill into Matt Beer's Vigoroth.
All right, this is a not that neutral matchup because those counters are resisted. Of course, Vigoroth is outpacing the Azumarill like crazy with those Body Slam. We're going to go to charge up to 10 counters to Body Slam, throwing just then.
So on paper, it may seem that Azumarill has the advantage here by resisting those counters, but with 2 shields, Vigoroth's pacing is just so quick that it does actually have an advantage if you play out the 2 shield scenario.
Yep, and the Body Slam are connecting. You can already see that the Azumarill is deep in the yellow here, but it also almost is at 2 charge attacks. Going to fire off the Play Rough. What kind of a 2-shield scenario is this, Tomahawk?
So this is interesting. Matt Beer has actually chosen not to shield, in which case Play Rough is a great move to throw, and he's throwing another Body Slam now. The Azumarill can survive this. The Azumarill has reached another attack, and it's up for Udin to decide, do I want to take alignment here, or do I want to save this energy for later?
Yep, and he's actually going to throw an Ice Beam here. Is Matt Beer going to shield this one because he's kind of close to another Body Slam? Does he want the alignment? Nope, he does not. And as the backline is rather neutral in this matchup, this might be a little bit advantageous for Matt Beer because he can get some energy in. He's going to switch the Charger Bug into the Lantern. Now the Altaria is the answer for it.
So Udin makes an aggressive swap there. He brings in the Charger Bug into the Lantern. He pulls out the Altaria, and he's actually pulling off an X-Scissor bait hit. This is big. It's a much more efficient move to throw than Discharge, but it is resisted by the Dragon flying of Altaria, and he's got the shield down. He reaches a Discharge, but not before Matt Beer throws this Sky Attack.
Yep, and Udin is actually considering to also not shield the Charger Bug. No, last second shield here is almost at 2 Discharge very, very soon, which will deal a tremendous amount of damage combined together against the Altaria. The first Discharge is going to be queued in here.
So Matt Beer will now have a decision to make whether to shield the second Discharge. This second Discharge will threaten the Altaria. It might take it out. So Matt Beer, will he think, I can farm down with Lantern? No, I don't want to risk it. I'm going to shield up my Altaria, and I'm going to probably Dragon Breath through the rest of this Charger Bug.
Yeah, but throwing here would be a big mistake, I suppose. You cannot reach another X-Scissor here. So Udin will have to make a crucial decision. Can I bring in the Azumarill here, or will it also get Dragon Breath down? Can I bring in the Sableye? Or will it get too much damage?
That's right, the Sableye comes in, the first Sky Attack gets launched. Udin will need to be counting meticulously here. He cannot afford to take another Sky Attack. He may try and catch, but no, Matt Beer comes in with the Lantern straight away. He doesn't want to let Shadow Sableye get too much energy. He's going to go straight up to the Thunderbolt. He hasn't thrown it yet. I assume he wants to avoid a potential catch. He knows he can take a foul play. We might see a pause here.
Yep, and that is going to be the Thunderbolt connecting. The Sableye is at a dangerous range here. This could actually knock out the Shadow Sableye, not the most bulky Pokemon, and it does barely not knock out. But this is too low amounts of HP for the Shadow Sableye for Udin to take this game.
That was brilliantly played there by Matt Beer. He takes game number 1. And if you were watching there, what happened was he waited. He had the Lantern up against the Sableye. He did not want his charge attack to be caught on the low health Azumarill, so he paused. He waited to see the Shadow Claw come through from that Sableye, and when he was sure that the Sableye was mid-animation, he then threw the Thunderbolt. That guaranteed that there would be no catch, and it guaranteed the Thunderbolt would land.
It might sound crazy, but sometimes you don't want to tap, guys. Matt Beer just showed this perfectly, because Udin might have tried to catch later on. This was a possible win condition. Of course, Thunderbolt is a lot of energy, a lot of damage on the Shadow Sableye. If you manage to avoid the charge attack there, then you have a win condition on Udin's side. And this is what Matt Beer played around perfectly. Sometimes you have to really look at the opposing Pokemon and check the animation, because sometimes your opponent is also going to be a little bit smart and is also going to wait a turn before they swap out.
That is exactly right, Leo. And, you know, many people joke that this is a tap-tap game. They say, oh, you're using Wigglytuff. All you need to do is tap. But actually, the very top players, they know when not to tap. And it can make a massive difference. Matt Beer is not letting his attacks get caught here. He knows how critical that can be. We've seen it in previous games. We've seen when attacks get caught, the whole dynamic of that match can shift. And Matt Beer has taken this game number 1. He needs one more to put Udin into the losers round and put himself into the next winners round.
Yep, and Udin has so far, previously, always lost game 1 on stream against Tauntaun and against Galax Cabolton. So he is one trainer who can make a comeback in one of these matches. But Matt Beer has looked so convincing there, showing off his skills with a 1-turn wait, making sure that he is almost in the semi-finals here.
It's a tricky situation for both players. They know that they each have a Shadow Sableye, and Shadow Sableye generally operates best when it has energy advantage or shield advantage. And so when you've got a situation where there's a Pokemon with low health, both players will be thinking in the back of their mind, is this good farm down potential for a Shadow Sableye? And vice versa, they will be worried about their opponents. They will be thinking, have I left myself in farm down potential? Let's see if that situation comes up here. Get into game number 2.
Oh, and this is a huge lead for Matt Beer. Udin is going to have an uphill battle here. The Azumarill is playing against... Oh, we're going to save swap the Shadow Sableye, which can actually... It loses 1 turn due to the swap right here. So that means that Matt Beer is kind of outpacing. However, in the 3rd rotation of foul play, you're actually outpacing the serve. So this is a chance to claw himself back up in this matchup. And they save swap Sableye against the Sableye.
Yeah, this counter swap after taking shield advantage could be key. The difficulty is Udin actually has energy advantage. So Matt Beer is forced to shield first, and Udin is almost close to another attack.
And now it is going to be really important later on, maybe, who wins the charge attack priority in this game. Udin is not saying that he is going to let go of his own Sableye, and he's going to throw very, very soon after he charged up a little bit more.
That's right. The third foul play takes one less Shadow Claw to reach, which means they will reach the move at the same time, and it will go down to which Pokemon has the higher attack stat. That will determine charge attack priority.
Both Pokemon are switch locked, and Udin wins the charge attack priority, flipping the switch in the lead. It is going to be Charger Bug against Lantern later on.
That is massive for Udin. That completely changes the dynamic of the game. It will ensure that Azumarill is aligned against Matt Beer's Altaria. Udin is now in the driving seat.
Yep, and that is going to be a scenario in the zero shields, which is actually crazy because then you can't even shield an Ice Beam there. We're going to see how it is going to be played out. The attack on the Shadow Sableye of Udin is coming in clutch. We're going to see the first Surf Connect, but also this Lantern has taken quite some ship from the Shadow Claws earlier.
That's right. Udin will desperately not want his X-Scissor to get caught. He might need to be a little bit careful because if he throws the attack immediately, there is the chance that Matt Beer can catch it on an Altaria.
Yep, and that is not what you want to have. However, then you can build up quite some energy advantage. Oh, there is the catch on the Altaria, but the Azumarill in the back is already just waiting for it. Maybe you're charging up to yet another charge attack before you're going into your own Azumarill with the Charger Bug.
Honestly, I don't know if you even need to. If it were me, I think I'd come in with Azumarill straight away. You can take that resisted Dragon Breath, but both options work. The Azumarill will still be able to tank all of these attacks and land an Ice Beam before it's taken out by the Altaria.
I think this one guarantees you a win condition here because Charger Bug always wins the charge attack priority against the Lantern, and thus you are going to be able to even let your opponent get 100 energy with Sparks before you are going to get your Charger Bug in there and try to win that game. So we're going to see the Ice Beam is going to not be thrown before the Moonblast of Matt Beers.
That is right. Lots of win conditions were available there to Udin. It looks like he's taking them by the scruff of the neck. He's going to land this Ice Beam. He does get the debuff. I don't think it will make a huge amount of difference here. It's a double resisted.
Boom! Next time we're going with a Shatter. I want to see a Shatter. But also the Azumarill confirmed the Lantern counter because we're going to play rough this Lantern into oblivion. Udin ties up the score 1-1 despite a bad lead.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean when I say that Azumarill, it had such a comfortable matchup against the Altaria. Yeah. You don't necessarily need to bank that move on the Charger Bug, but both situations work. Udin ties the game. We're into a decisive game number 3.
Oh, this is so exciting. Both of these trainers with amazing runs on day one. They really showcased their skills on stream earlier. They really showed that they're deserving of this spot in the top 8, top 6 rather on their side. And I'm just very excited to see how this plays out. Even in a bad lead, Udin could scrape it back in the first game with a rather neutral lead. Matt Beer had the upper hand in the end, so it's going to be really, really close in game 3.
That's right. And we all saw what was critical in that game. It was the charged attack priority of the player's Shadow Sableye. And so it is a difficult decision when you're choosing to build your Pokemon. You have to weigh up, do I want it to be as bulky as possible and potentially be able to take as many attacks as I can? Or how critical is it to win charge attack priority in situations exactly like that? It's a decision for players. It's important for these players, no matter what, to understand how their own Pokemon works and what situations it can best be utilized.
And I also want to mention that Udin is one of the trainers who is very experienced to also play against a Shadow Sableye because he has been playing quite a lot with Stone Collection, who has been using Shadow Sableye for almost half a year now, very consistently, very successfully. So he knows how to play this possible mirror matchup.
Let's get straight into this game 3. We're in the winners round 1. It's Azumarill into Altaria. Massive for Udin.
Matt Beer is shaking his head and he's going to go into the Vigoroth. And this is a Pokemon that Udin can't really counter quite well with his own team.
That's right. Udin doesn't have an immediate hard counter to this, but what he can do is throw a Play Rough, and if he wants to, potentially come in with Charger Bug or Shadow Sableye.
Yep, just keep this Azumarill around for later, but don't lose Switch because then you're going to see it faced up against a Lantern. It's going to be really, really exciting to see. Matt Beer charges up a lot of energy, goes for a Body Slam here. This will go unshielded.
One thing that Matt Beer will be pleased about is that each charge attack is taking at least 10 seconds. That means he is misaligning these switch clocks. He is trying to create a situation where Altaria will not be locked into Azumarill later and Lantern can put in work. Udin has a shield decision. Unfortunately, he shields the Body Slam Spam bait.
Huge for Matt Beer right there, and Udin is now going to go for one of these X scissors. And actually, the Vigoroth, look at the HP. Those bubbles added up already so much, even though the Playroth was shielded. This is being let go, so even a Rock Slide won't KO the Charger Bug from this range. Is this a possible farm down?
That's right, Udin can let this go. He can reach a discharge to throw against the incoming Altaria. And as we say, oh, the Altaria's coming straight away. This is exactly what we mean about misaligned switch clocks. You can see there that Udin does not have the timer available to him to bring the Azumarill in, so he's going to throw a charge attack here. That means all of that energy on Matt Beer's Vigoroth is still there for him to use later.
And all of the energy on that Charger Bug is going to waste because Azumarill knocks out Altaria immediately anyways with an Ice Beam. So this chip damage from the discharge means nothing for Udin.
That is right. So the Azumarill comes back in. It will reach an Ice Beam before Moonblast is reached. Matt Beer knows this. He throws a Sky Attack. Azumarill can take this very, very comfortably, and Udin can now actually start farming up a little bit more. It resists the Dragon Breath more than Altaria resists the bubble, but Udin has chosen to throw straight away.
Udin throws immediately with a Slide Undercharge, does not get the Slide Undercharge, is being knocked out immediately. Now Matt Beer is deciding which Pokemon he is going to bring in next. Is he trying to go for a combo play with the Vigoroth, or is he bringing in the Lantern straight away? No, there is the Lantern. The Sableye follows up immediately, and we can see Udin frantically tapping on the foul play and actually going to get it off before a Surf here, so he's not losing a turn from the switch.
That is right. This is going to get really, really close. Lantern is very, very bulky. It has a very decent matchup into Sableye, especially when it comes in first. It's going to reach 2 Surfs, and that could be trouble for Udin.
Yep, this is going to be really, really close. You're going to shield it up first. Is this going to be a combo play with the Vigoroth? No, we're going to see a foul play right here, but this barely does not knock out the Lantern. Lantern is way too bulky here. The foul play is going to be charged up. Can Udin go for a possible catch on the Lantern? No, the switch timer is still up. Matt Beer has all time in the world to charge up this Thunderbolt and actually going to connect it here.
He maybe only needed a Surf here, but he's opting for the Thunderbolt. The difficulty is Azumarill's not going to be able to bubble this Lantern down. Matt Beer is in the driving seat in this game. It's going to be very, very difficult for Udin to come back, but Matt Beer is confident. He is focused. Can he take this game number 3? He gets to the Thunderbolt. He's going to land the Thunderbolt. Matt Beer wins versus Udin.
What a big zap right here. Udin not choosing to overfarm heavily against the Altaria with the Azumarill. So this Lantern, the absolute MVP for Matt Beer, hangs in with 1 HP, knocking out the Azumarill, knocking out the Shadow Sableye. What a Pokemon!
That was brilliantly played by Matt Beer, and you saw the difference it made when he was able to misalign the switch clocks. It showed off the flexibility of the Vigoroth safe swap. When your opponent doesn't have an Annihilate, when it doesn't have a hard response to Vigoroth, Vigoroth can just put in so much work.
Yeah, Vigoroth flips switches like nothing else. Maybe Shadow Whiscash is also one of those contenders to often flip the switch here. Perfectly played. We saw both trainers win a game where they had the worst lead for them possible. It was first Azumarill versus Lantern. Udin managed to swap that with the Shadow Claw, Shadow Sableye. And then in the third game, we saw Azumarill versus Altaria. And that makes me wonder, in some matchups, isn't it even good to lose the lead to immediately swap out your Pokemon? So in those neutral matchups, you have like 1 turn advantage?
I think you're honestly spot on.
I'm onto
there,
something, huh?
No, you're absolutely right. Where you've got these situations where there isn't a hard RPS situation, but it's actually about energy management, and it's about timing, and it's about these neutral safe swaps. The Vigoroth came in and it was able to do so much, and we saw the Shadow Sableye very similarly. When it comes in at a safe swap, it was able to flip alignment, and that was massive for Udin in game 2. Matt Beer this time was able to take advantage of Vigoroth rather than Shadow Sableye, and he comes out on top.
To be honest, in the end, it didn't even come down to the alignment. You know, the Azumarill was still on the Altaria, but the Lantern in those neutral matchups against something like a Sableye, where there is no energy or shield advantage on the Sableye, is just crazy. And Matt Beer knew this. He knew his exact win condition. Going over with the Lantern, piloting it in not bad matchups, and then winning the game with the Lantern.
It's crazy. Lantern is putting in so much work this weekend. We've seen its usage. It's got such high usage at the moment. It's because it's able to deal fast attack pressure with Spark, and it has access to Surf and Thunderbolt, which alone, they're not amazing attacks. But on a Lantern, which is bulky, which can reach a lot of them because of its typing, because of its play in the neutral matchups, exactly as you say, Lantern is a force to be reckoned with.
And Spark deals so much damage. It actually brings so many Pokemon in farm down range, which means that you're actually winning the matchup, keeping your alignment that you want to have, and you actually take energy. You take the advantage into the next matchup where you can throw another serve plus multiple sparks if your opponent's Pokemon is energy dry. So Lantern is just an absolute top-notch Pokemon. But I have just been informed that Matt Beer is going to give us a little interview. So take it over to the couch.
Thank you so much, Leo. I am here with Matt Bear. Matt Bear, please take us through that game number 3.
Oh, I really didn't think he was going to lead Azu 3 times in a row. I know it was pretty safe versus my team, and I expected it the second time, hence why I bought the Lantern. But the third time, I led into it and I saw there's just no way I'm going to play out this game, unless the Sableye was in the back, which it turned out to be. So, you know, just forcing the energy from the Azu onto my Altaria was the clutch play. I had to overfarm slightly against the Sableye. I needed the bait. I needed the shield from the bait, but I also couldn't overfarm on the Sableye because I would have taken too many Shadow Claws. So I had to risk maybe just one extra spark and hope I lived the bubbles and outpace the Azu to the Thunderbolt, which was like 1 turn, I think.
Yeah, you managed it just absolutely perfectly.
Yeah.
When I saw you didn't throw the Surf immediately for Sable, I was like, wow, you're giving up a turn there, but it ended up being the play to
I needed
win.
it. I needed it.
Yeah, knowing when you have to make those maybe unconventional plays is really what made you win that match. Now, I know you're a big fan of Water Gun Lantern.
Yeah.
You've always been talking about it.
Yep.
But why Spark this time around?
Purely for fast move pressure. You know, there's a lot of water types in the meta right now. You know, if you're running a Water Gun Lantern in this meta, every other Lantern is going to be safe into you. You know, it's going to be almost unplayable. There's not as many targets as there once was for a Water Gun Lantern, you know. Many moons ago we had like a Stunfisk, Knockdown meta, and Water Gun Lantern played really well into those kind of Pokemon. But now there seems to be a general lack of those kind of targets for it. So Spark seems to be.
I think you made a great choice. You're in the winners finals. Do you think you could take it all the way?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right,
Yeah,
well.
feeling good.
You're in here. Matt Bear, feeling good. Wish you a lot of luck in the winners finals. Thanks, everyone. We're heading right back to the casters.
Matt Beer, truly one of London's finest trainers. What do you think?
No, he is great, and he's also so humble. He's so nice. He's a really nice guy, and it's great to see players like him. You can see a little bit of nerves there, even in the interview. He's got so far in this tournament. I really want him to go all the way. He's a great player, and we've got some great players still to come, don't we?
Yeah, this is the absolute meta matchup in terms of trainers this weekend. San Hudigo versus Luran Rocket is the next match to come. The second winners round 1 here that is going to determine the next semi-finalist, and these are trainers to be reckoned with. These Pokemon trainers have performed so well in this entire season. It is absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see this.
Leo, I am loving Luran's outfit here. Not only is he the pinnacle of skill, Luran Rocket is the pinnacle of fashion. He's wearing this pink and blue t-shirt, pink shorts. Maybe he's dressed similarly to you, Leo. You've got the Wigglytuff vibe or even a Lickitung vibe here. Or maybe he's matching his Cresselia, his favorite signature Pokemon.
To be honest, both of these trainers are running 3 pink Pokemon. You know, it's the Gligar, the Cresselia, and the Lickitung.
Pink is the meta.
Exactly. You know, you can trust me with those choices. But what else is there? Luran Rocket has a Pokemon that I'm a really big fan of, and I believe you are too.
Yeah, that's right. It is the Dugong. It has a lot of neutral play. It has access to Icy Wind, which guarantees a debuff, and it also runs the ground attack Drill Run. That ice ground coverage is really strong. There are very few Pokemon that resist both attacks. But Leo, it looks like these players have reasonably similar teams. They both lent into Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, Cresselia, and Lantern. And so then the only... Oh, and Annihilate!
No way.
It's actually 5 of 6 are the same. It's only the Shadow Whiscash for Sanyadigo and Dugong for Luran Rocket that are different.
And that is something really interesting, because Altaria definitely is a Pokemon, and those matchups between the Pokemon that they are running differently couldn't be more polarizing. San Rodrigo decided, hey, if my opponent brings Lantern, I have better answers for this. I don't even need an Ice type that deals with the Altaria. I don't need a Skarmory that deals with Altaria. As you can see, he even decided I can bring Shadow Whiscash, which is a really, really dangerous Pokemon to run if you don't have a hard answer for Altaria.
In my mind, I think that Lurgan has a very slight advantage here because he is able to use his Shadow Gligar more freely because San Diego doesn't have that Ice type. Although Shadow Whiscash has a positive matchup into Shadow Gligar if it can land a Scald, Shadow Gligar's resisting all of those Mud Shots, and it double resists. It double resists the Mud Shot, it double resists the Mud Bomb.
It's 1 damage.
That's exactly right. So Lurgan might look to take advantage of that Shadow Gligar. We'll either see it in the lead or in the back. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't bring it at all.
And to be honest, as many advantages as the Shadow Whiscash brings over the regular Whiscash, I want to say that Shadow Gligar is not one of these matchups because you can actually just go for straight Aerial Ace because 2 Aerial Ace non-debuffed are going to knock out, added up with the wing attacks of the Shadow Gligar. So you're not going to throw after you get debuffed. That is a very interesting dynamic.
All right, if we had to have a guess, I would say maybe Lurgan leads the Cresselia, perhaps, with Shadow Gligar as the safe swap. And that way, if he sees Whiscash in the lead, he'll be very happy. If Whiscash isn't in the lead and he doesn't like the lead, he might come straight in with his own Shadow Gligar. These are options available to Lurgan. What do you think San Diego might try?
I want to say that San Diego wants to lead the Lickitung, possibly. Because if you're looking at Lurgan's team, the only, I want to say, answer to it, really, is the Annihilate. And you rather want to keep Annihilate in the back as an answer because Lickitung is so safe, it could be used as a safe swap. So you're thinking, hey, I'm going to bring in my Annihilate and I can almost guarantee the switch advantage against my opponent. So if you're leading Lickitung, you might find yourself in a position where you can command the lead.
That's right, and it is a little bit different. We've often seen Lickitung being used as a safe swap. The risk with doing it here is that if you safe swap Lickitung, your opponent can chip your Lickitung with an attack and then switch into their own Lickitung. And that can...
Oh, look at the Lickitung!
Both players going with their very, very bulky Lickitung in the lead. This is going to be maybe based on which Lickitung wins charge attack priority. Let's have a look in the back because it looks to me like Lurgan's Cresselia has a ton of play.
Yep, that is true. Both of these Pokemon in the back for San Diego really don't want to face the Grass Knots, and Lickitung is the Pokemon best equipped for it. And we're going to see how many licks these trays are. Actually, we are immediately seeing a charge attack priority, which is very, very funny because most of the time people throw at random moments in the Lickitung mirror.
That is right. So Lurgan is learning this information. This is really useful going forward. He knows he wins charge attack priority. And Leo, we can also see that Shadow Gligar that we've discussed in the back for Lurgan. It's the flexible option. He can come in if he needs to. But here, if you're winning charge attack priority, you might just stay in.
Yep, that is true. And I want to say something about San Diego's team while we're having the time for it in this Lickitung mirror match, because this team has so many soft spots, you know. The Shadow Gligar against it is so safe. Shadow Whiscash is rather safe. San Diego pilots this team with only skill because he knows there are many Pokemon that my opponents can't save, so I can barely ever lock them down in negative matchups.
That's right. There is a lot of neutral play here available to these players, but honestly, that Cresselia, especially as San Diego's Lickitung gets lower and lower in health, we know what's coming. We can feel it. I know in chat you can feel it. Who do you think is going to win this game? Let us know in chat. The Lantern comes in. Lurgan stays in. He has access to a power-up. Is he going to power whip? Is he going to throw it? No, he's going to bank it. He's coming in with the Cresselia here. That means not only does he have a positive matchup, Cresselia into Lantern, he also could potentially one-shot Shadow Whiscash in the back.
Oh, that is true. The Whiscash is such a good target for Luran Rocket there. This is very, very impressive play. He is the master of keeping his energy around. But San Diego yesterday showed that he also has so much play with his own energy, that he is a mastermind of this game. So we're going to see this match on both players trying to possibly catch something already.
That is right. Cresselia is getting close to a Grass Knot, not before San Diego reaches a Surf, but look at the bulk on this Cresselia. Lurgan can take attacks for days. He is ramping up so much energy. Another Surf comes through. Lurgan doesn't need to shield this. This is going to be tricky, isn't it, for San Diego?
Yeah, but however, I want to mention that even though this Cresselia has a really, really good matchup, it is already very, very low. So, oh,
that is a catch from San Diego, but it means that all of the energy he has stored on that Lickitung has gone to waste. So it probably wasn't the type of catch that he was looking for. He does protect the Lantern, but honestly, he maybe needed that Lickitung.
Yeah, we both know what he wanted to go for. He wanted to go for the infamous charge attack priority catch, and now this Cresselia is on a rampage, knocking out 2 Pokemon already. You said it earlier. It has a lot of play, knocking out the Lickitung, knocking out the Lantern. Is it going to be able to throw a Grassor into the Whiscash? No, we're going to see the Shadow Glider swapped in to this Whiscash.
That's right, Lurgan comes in with that Shadow Gligar. Let's remember that he has... Oh, this is a big Mud Bomb bait. This is smart from San Diego. He knows he needs plays like this to try and turn the tide. Lurgan is still in the driving seat because, let's remember, he has a Power Whip on his own Lickitung that can take out the Whiscash. All of its health in one shot from here. It won't need to because these aerial aces are landing. San Diego will really desperately look to try and land a Scald to take out this Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, and I wonder why it wasn't thrown earlier, because it can debuff, so you can preserve a little bit more HP. Luran Rocket makes the correct call this time around. Does it get debuffed here? Yes, it does. The wing attacks will deal slightly less damage. There's going to be almost 2 aerial ace here from this Gligar. Can San Diego find a way to win this game? Because the Lickitung, and Lickitung is actually still at a Power Whip. You're absolutely right.
But San Diego does have a shield, but his Whiscash is so low in health that the lick damage might be enough for Luran Rocket. He does still have the Cresselia on low health. What's the play? He's actually got double body slam. Lurgan's going to be absolutely fine.
You don't need a Power Whip if you have double body slam. The Master of Energy told you before. He's going to throw another body slam immediately because it is enough to knock out the San Diego. Look at the 1 HP there. Actually needed one more lick. It almost knocked out the Lickitung. San Diego was so close to reversing this game, but Luran Rocket reigns supreme.
That was a massive game from Luran Rocket. The energy management, the movement, and the alignment, that was brilliant. That was exquisite.
Okay, he's the favorite now. I said before, San Diego is my favorite to win this tournament. Luran Rocket with what a phenomenal performance. They had a Lickitung mirror in the lead. It takes so much skill to come out of this with so much play later on. It is just... Oh, that was chef's kiss.
Oh, you can't change your mind, Leo. I have been rooting for Luran. He has been my pick for this day. You said San Diego. Currently, Leo, you got to let me have this one.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, San Diego is still, even though he was at a pretty disadvantageous position, because you said it before, Cresselia was such a huge advantage for Luran Rocket. 2 water types in the back with a grass knot. I don't need to explain to you guys how this is absolutely crazy for Luran Rocket. And San Diego got very, very close. This got down to the 1 last HP of Lickitung, so he is absolutely not going to be counted out of this one. He found a very, 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 very small win condition there and almost got it.
Did he find a win condition?
I think so.
Yeah. So, San Diego, let's remember that he lost out on that body slam on the Lickitung, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that could have been massive.
That's true.
That would have completely changed the dynamic of the game.
Absolutely.
If he were able to have got that body slam off, or if he had been able to invite a shield from Luran, and San Diego will know that. There was definitely play there for him. This was not a game that was decided, you know, even though we saw the Power Whip bank, even though we saw the potence of Cresselia, there was definitely play, and San Diego will now need to maneuver again and have a think, how can I deal with that Cresselia?
I mean, this wasn't the game with the biggest upsets, with the craziest catches, but this was definitely, I think, the best match we've seen all weekend, or the best game we've seen all weekend so far. It brought a little tear to my eyes. You guys can't see this. I'm definitely not lying about this, but this was beautiful.
It was a really good game, and I think we've got a really good game coming up right now. Let's get into game number 2. We have Luran's Lickitung versus San Diego's Shadow Gligar.
And now we're going to maybe see if San Diego's Shadow Gligar is one that has very, very heavy attack, because then you are able, if you land a dig, to win the one-shield scenario against Lickitung. We're going to see a body slam charged up first.
And we are actually running very similar teams here, only with the Lickitung and the Shadow Gligar swapped around. This is going to be a very, very neutral game. Cresselia doesn't have the grass knot to be able to land for super effective damage on either side, so let's just see who can manage their energy better. Let's see who can manage their movement better. Shadow Gligar lands that dig. That is big for San Diego.
Yep, and the aerial ace is going to connect here as well. Goes unshielded by Luran Rocket. He already has a body slam. Knows his Lickitung is able to withstand the aerial ace with ease, I want to say.
That is right. And what he's doing here...
Oh!
That is a catch onto his Lickitung, and although Sanyo is, although Lurgan would want to throw a body slam into Lickitung anyway, what this means is that Sanyo energy on his Shadow Gligar is preserved for later, and that could be key. Now, Lurgan's come in with the Cresselia. Cresselia takes super effective damage from the Ghost-type Lick, and Lickitung generally has a positive matchup here.
Yep, and especially because this Cresselia is a Moonblast Cresselia, because with some Psycho Cuts, 2 Future Sight can knock out, so you can win the Zero Shield scenario, especially after quite some chip of that Body Slam. So we're going to see how this changes the dynamic in this matchup, because I can't imagine that one of these trainers is going to shield here.
That's right, the matchup plays slightly differently because of the Body Slam damage that Sanyo Lickitung took from Luran Rocket's Lickitung, but let's remember that Sanyo has energy on Gligar, and he also has his own Cresselia with full health in the back.
Yep, and this is also a very, very nice range of HP on the Shadow Gligar, because you're always going to get to at least an Aerial Ace or a Dig before you get farmed down, but you're not...
He gets the attack drop, did you see that? That could be critical, but again, it's very difficult to work out which Pokemon is going to get the farm down. The energy will be more useful than the health here.
Oh, we're going to see a swap out in the Gligar. Again, a 1 HP Pokemon preserved by San Judigo, and now this is going to be a Future Sight Cresselia. In this matchup, you want to have Moonblast, because Grass Knot plus Moonblast knock out. Are we going to see a shield? No.
This is going to be close. 2 Grass Knots will be enough from Cresselia after a sufficient amount of Psycho Cut damage. Because there are 2 shields still available, you would expect at least 1 Grass Knot to get shielded. And
start shielding, trainers!
There we go, we get the first shield. It's only an Aerial Ace, it is a bait, but Sanyo still has a ton of health on Cresselia, and that is a good thing for him.
Yep, San Judigo already shaking his head. But guys, you have to shield at some point. The Dig is going to connect. The heavy-hitting charge attack by San Judigo is still sitting there pretty with his 1 shield down against Luran Rocket. Luran Rocket is now going to invest the shield as well. It is about time, trainer.
That is right. It is now in Grass Knot range. It's taken the Psycho Cut damage. Sanyo is reaching another Grass Knot, but it's charge attack priority. Shadow Gligar reaches an Aerial Ace. This will take down the Cresselia if it goes no shielded.
Yep, and therefore it goes shielded from San Judigo. His switch timer is up, so he can actually... I mean, this also has to be shielded, right? This is the only Pokemon with HP on Luran Rocket's side. San Judigo can maybe go for another Psycho Cut and then swap in his own Gligar, because at this point it will definitely outpace. Is he going to use this win condition on his Shadow Gligar, or is he going to force another charge attack from the Gligar of Luran Rocket? Yes, he absolutely does. Doesn't want to go for anything cheeky here.
That's great. We saw Luran pause. We love to see that. He ensured that his attack wouldn't get caught. He takes out the Cresselia before it's able to reach the next Grass Knot. But let's remember, this Gligar has a little bit of energy. It will reach an attack first. And that is brilliantly played from Sanyo. That is exactly what we're talking about. That is exactly what we really want players to learn. You wait. Does the fast attack come through? If not, do not throw your move. Sanyo prevents the catch, and that is absolutely...
Oh! That was champion play right there, but Luran Rocket has a Grass Knot stored! He got us all surprised.
Heartbreak for Sanyo. He played so brilliantly to avoid the catch, but he lost count of energy on the Cresselia. He didn't throw the Aerial Ace in time. Luran Rocket takes the series!
Oh, and he celebrates rightfully. This was such an intense match. Both of these trainers at the top of their performance. We thought San Judigo has this against all odds. The game looked in Luran Rocket's favor. We thought San Judigo had this later on. Luran Rocket he is the master of storing energy, winning games with that. He even got us not realizing that he has a full Grass Knot on the Cresselia.
That was brilliant, and this is the advantage of switching your Pokemon in and out, maneuvering. You cause your opponent to forget how much energy you have stored. Luran took full advantage of that. After he wasn't able to make the catch, we thought Sanyo would have the advantage. No, Luran comes in. Luran's signature Cresselia reminds everyone who's boss, and Luran's definitely the favorite now. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, he won the first ever regional for Pokemon Go, and now he's showing, hey, I am definitely not washed. I can still perform. This season, he has had so many deeper runs, but he hasn't really gone to the finals. He was in the finals in the last season once. In Bochum, he lost to 23 EJB from the winner's side. That was a very interesting finals to watch, but this is absolute masterclass. I've never seen anything like this.
I am in disbelief at the number of win conditions that Luran is able to identify and exploit. He's taken that victory, and do you know what? If he does get into the grand finals,
yeah,
he is going to be so tough to reset and win against. To try and beat Luran Rocket in 2 best-of-5s, I don't think many players can do that.
And I think many players are saying, hey, we want so many different Pokemon in the games to keep it exciting. We want the variants of all of those Pokemon. This was one of the best matches I've ever seen, and we basically only saw 3 Pokemon. We saw, or 4 Pokemon rather. We saw the Shadow Gligar, we saw Cresselia multiple times, and Lickitung, and this was so incredibly exciting. The difference the decisions of trainers make in Pokemon Go is just absolutely magnificent.
It is magnificent. We have seen magnificent plays. We have seen magnificent players. Why don't we take a look at where we are right now in the bracket, and so we can have a look at who has the best chance from going forward from now. We've got Matt Beer, who took the match against Udin. We have Luran Rocket, as we've just seen. They will play against each other in the winners' finals.
Yep, that is going to be really, really interesting. Oh, these were the winners' semifinals. I always get this bracket confused. Well, that's maybe because I never make day 2, but that's a different story. So, Matt Beer versus Luran Rocket. This is going to be a very, very interesting match. I mean, if you're Matt Beer, are you shaking right now? Because this performance, Luran looks unstoppable here.
Right, but Luran loves his Cresselia, and Matt Beer has a pretty good answer to Cresselia on his team in the Shadow Sableye. So Matt will be thinking to himself, how can I take full advantage of it? But we have to remember that a Moonblast Cresselia can near one-shot, if not one-shot, a Shadow Sableye.
Yep.
Energy will be key, shields will be key. Matt will be thinking to himself, I need to stay composed. Both players will need to. It's going to be a brilliant game, Leo.
Yep, and this was just absolutely crazy. I want to really, really see how this tournament plays out. And I think, if I'm not completely mistaken, that we have another spotlight of a trainer that reached a finals and then won it eventually in this season already. We have a Galax Bolton spotlight.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are now joined by the man who came into the grand finals of Lille and then won Galaxco Bolton. Galaxco Bolton, you have won a regional this season. What are your motivations going into this tournament?
First of all, I'm local to Stockholm, so of course I want to join and be a part of the local community and get everyone together, and all of Sweden is coming to participate. So I want to meet with them and then my teammates as well. So that's my main motivation. I'm already qualified and I'm not going to get the travel award. So
unless you win.
Yeah, unless I win. There's still a small, tiny chance, but that's not my motivation. My motivation is to meet with the community.
That is a very nice goal. Now, knowing that your friends and your locals are going to be at this tournament as well, have you adapted your team to this?
No. I'm actually bringing the same team that I used in my last league challenge, so they know what I play.
Talking about teams a little bit, in Lille, the tournament which you won, you played against a very, very unique Pokemon, like a Shadow Magnezone. Some random trainer used that in some of the winners finals or losers finals. If you're playing against a Pokemon in a tournament that you have no idea of how to play against, what do you do? How do you prepare?
Firstly, I try to bring as safe of a team as possible to it. For example, that Magnezone, I had no clue that it destroyed Lantern so badly. So when I led my Lantern into the Magnezone, I got completely crushed. And then I didn't bring Lantern in the lead again, I think, ever. So this time maybe I will, if I have no clue what my opponent's Pokemon can do, then I think I will just play it more safe.
That makes sense. So, speaking of the current meta that we have right now, what is your opinion on it, and what kind of changes would you like to see to it, if any? Or maybe you don't want to see any changes?
I think the meta right now is quite balanced. There are like 40 different picks that are usable, even though some are used much more than others. I would love to see Scald get rid of that 50% debuff chance. Night Slash, the buff there can also change games so badly on Anilape. But other than that, I just want to have a natural flow of new moves and not too drastic changes.
I mean, it's funny that you're talking about the Scald debuff, because you actually won a tournament with Leaf Tornado Superior. So what was the reason you were deciding on this heavy debuff chance? Do you like to live dangerously, perhaps?
The thing with Leaf Tornado is that it's not that much of a bait move, because Superior pretty much always needs 2 charge moves anyways. to beat most Pokemon. So then why not just go for a Leaf Tornado? If you get a debuff, then you completely destroy the opponent's Pokemon. But if you don't, then well, the Frenzy Plant will still KO on the second one. So it's not that much of a risky bait to go for the Leaf Tornado first.
That makes sense. All right, thank you, Galax Bolton. Thank you for your explanation, and let's head back into the action.
Welcome back, trainers. The Dutch dynamic duo is back here in Stockholm, and I am so excited. We just saw a great video with Galax Bolton, and it just so happens he's going to be our next match.
Who's he going to play?
He's going to be playing against Blondine in the losers bracket.
That's going to be such a good battle. I believe Blondine, was he running that Alolan Sanchez, the Diggersby in the Trevenant?
He was. It's going to be very, very spicy. In that video, Galax Bolton pointed out that when he faced a Magnezone in Lille, he was kind of surprised by it. He didn't quite know how to play against it. And he figured out now a strategy to play against those more surprising picks, maybe a little better. So we're going to see that play out in this matchup.
It's going to be a very good match. Now, for those just tuning in, let's take a look at the losers bracket real quick to see where we are. We've had just the winners bracket. Now we go into these couple battles here. We have Galax Bolton versus Blondine coming up, and then we are going to have Palasha versus MW22. Do you have any predictions for these matchups?
Oh man, it's gonna be so close. Of course, when we look at our caster fantasy draft, only 2 of our picks are still in. Galax Bolton, which Leonard picked, and we got Palasha, which I got all my caster draft. So personally, I mean, I'm a little biased towards Palasha winning because she's on my draft, but it could really go anyway. We got 4 incredible trainers here. I'm just excited to see them battles, to be honest.
Chad, I would love to hear from you any predictions on who is going to make that wicked loser bracket run that you often see in some of these tournaments, right? We've seen Doonbug do it. Well, I don't like to talk about myself. I did one too as well. And then we also are going to have Madbeer versus Luran Rocket later, right? From the winner's side of the bracket. So this is where we are in the bracket right now and how it's going to play out.
Yes, indeed. Our battlers are ready. We got Galax Bolton versus Blondine. Galax Bolton again with that Skeledirge Dugong combination. We've seen put in so much work. And then that Vigoroth. Vigoroth has been doing so much work for Galax Bolton, but this time there is an Annihilate on Blondine's side to shut that down.
Yeah, last time Galax Bolton played on day 2, his Vigoroth was basically entirely free. But yeah, like you say, Annihilate just shuts down the Vigoroth, and it makes it hard to combine with the Dugong as well. Dugong might be quite key for Galax Bolton here, simply because it's an Alolan Sandslash with the fast attack Power Snow. That actually makes Dugong pretty good, because Power Snow is double resisted on Dugong, because both water and ice as a defensive typing resist ice. So I think Dugong might be the key for Galax Bolton here, but it's Blondine. You probably predict the Dugong to come out.
Oh yes, and to beat the Dugong, he can run Annihilate, he can run Lantern, 2 great answers to the Dugong, but those are both countered by the Cresselia. And since it's a Power Slow Alolan Sandslash, Cresselia is also better there. So I could really see Galax make use of that Cresselia Dugong combination.
Yeah, here we go, losers. Round 1, we have a great lead for Blondine. It's a Lantern into that Dugong, but he brought both discounts here. Let's see what Galax is going to do. Swapping into the Cresselia, but Blondine doesn't really have a great answer here. This is a Cresselia with the Charge Attack Moonblast, so even Altaria won't like this. Grassland coming in, this will do about almost half damage.
Yes, it will. Blondine has a decision to make. Her decides to let it go. Brings the Lantern already in the yellow HP.
Yeah, Lantern is getting pretty low here, but perhaps Blondine doesn't really mind per se, because he also has the Annihilate in the back for that Dugong. Going for the Thunderbolt to chip this Cresselia. I reckon at some point you gotta go into that Altaria.
Yeah, maybe even catch a grass. Not gonna happen on this charge stack though. Galax able to fire it off into the Lantern. This time we see a shield come up from Blondine, wanting to keep his Lantern on the field for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think it's Blondine at this point is key to not have your Altaria on the Dugong, but the longer you stay in this matchup, it's charge stack priority tie here. Is Galax going to shield this? Because I think this Thunderbolt would knock out here.
It's gonna be very close, and Galax decides to shoot it up, keeping his Cresselia healthy, now able to fire off the Grass Knot. Blondine shields it up. Honestly, really needs switch advantage here. There's an Altaria in the back. Really does not want to get that aligned on Galax Dugong.
Yeah, Galax might have an idea a little bit now that this Lantern is just staying in for so long. Protect shields are down on Blondine. You can't take switch advantage here as Galax. I think he's going for it, Thomas.
He is going for it. Shields up the surf. Already has the Grass Knot loaded. Now it's just a question of when are you gonna throw it. He throws it right now. No catch on Blondine's side, so that means the Lantern is gonna go down.
Yeah, Lantern put in a lot of work. This Cresselia is quite low. I'm not sure if he can get to another charge stack on the next Pokemon. Oh man, the counts are resisting here though. He's looking at the screen and yes, he gets to the Moonblast. This is going to do so much damage. We got a boom here, right?
We got a boom.
Moonblast is being charged. It's going to hit super effective on Annihilate. Here it comes. Boom!
Look at that. The Pokemon with 66% usage in game number 1 just takes so much damage from that Moonblast.
And it won't even be able to get to a Shadow Ball. So Blondine quickly goes into the Altaria. But there's the Galax Dugong, which he led with. Galax swapped the Cresselia, and there was no option to go for switch advantage. And now Altaria stuck on the Dugong.
Gonna go for an Icy Wind here. This will certainly knock out the Altaria. And now all that's left for Blondine is this Annihilate at low HP. Goes down to one Ice Shard, and Galax takes game number 1.
Wow, incredible play. I think Blondine over-prepared for the Dugong, that he had nothing for the Cresselia anymore, because he didn't bring the Trevenant, and he didn't bring the Shadow Alone and Sand Slash. So in that case, the Cresselia was just so free to swap in for Galax that Blondine was stuck. He couldn't do anything. All he had in his head, I don't want Altaria on Dugong, until it was too late.
Yes, it was too late at that point. To counter this Cresselia, what does Blondine have to bring? The Alone Sand Slash or Trevenant? But those are pretty well covered from Galax's side. For Trevenant, you got Altaria, you got Skeletor, you got Dugong, which does fine. However, Trevenant does have a lot of play there still. You can one-shot Skeletor with Shadow Ball. You can Seed Bomb Dugong. Even Altaria takes a lot of damage from Shadow Ball. So perhaps this next game, Galax has forced his hand here. It has to bring the Trevenant.
Trevenant is very good into a Pokemon like Cresselia. If you expect that to come out again or be safe switch, it would do so good against the Cresselia, the Lantern. It has good play against Vigoroth. Even Skeletor struggles a little bit, even though Incinerate does add up. And Dugong also takes super effective damage from the Seed Bomb. And on top of that, even though Altaria is a flying type Pokemon, as long as shields are up, Trevenant can hit hard with Shadow Claws plus the Shadow Ball charge stack.
Definitely. Dragon Reds will chunk there, but just about as much as the Shadow Claws and Shadow Ball do. As you see here, Diggersby on the side of Blondine. Again, running that Mudshot, Scorching Sands, Hyper Beam moveset. I don't see that having too much play into Galax team, just because the Cresselia is there, which is kind of tough with it because of that Grass Knot coverage.
Both Cresselia and Dugong from Galax threaten that Diggersby. There's no Skarmory to wall the moveset this time from the Diggersby, but I think Diggersby is just a Pokemon you bring in just to soak up damage and to have a little bit of more neutral play into even some of your worst matchups. Because like I said in one of the previous matches as well, where Blondine used Diggersby, it's not that bad into Cresselia just because it can withstand 2 Grass Knot there, just because of its sheer bulk. And its sheer bulk is exactly what gives Diggersby some play into the meta, despite taking super effective damage from so many of these typings.
Here we go, the Diggersby does come out. It is led into the Dugong of Galax though, and this is not a great matchup for Blondine. However, maybe this is not too bad, as he does have an Alolan Sand in the back, which is even worse for Dugong.
Yeah, Dugong is just so good here. You know what's tough? If you fill a catch on your back line, it can hit with a super effective Drill Run on either Pokemon. Blondine, let's see what he's going to do. Going to try and catch on the Lantern. Well, there's the drill run. That's probably not the attack he wanted to catch. And this is a really nice chip damage for Galax Bolton because he doesn't have a really hard Lantern answer in the back.
Now going into the Vigoroth. Blondine's gonna be happy with it. There's an Alolan Sensors in the back, and he's now lured out one of the hardest answers in Vigoroth. Also able to chip this quite a bit with the incoming Thunderbolt that gets no shielding.
Yeah, it does a good amount of damage. Usually Lantern is quite good into this matchup, but with the chip damage from the Dugong, Vigoroth does just fine here to keep the switch advantage. Looks like Blondine is going to put up his first Protect Shield here. Interesting play.
Yeah, Body Slam gets shielded. Blondine wants to get shields down, probably to hit Hyper Beam onto the Dugong later on. Galax Bolton able to get to another Body Slam though, taking the second shield from Blondine.
I think he's going to try and flip the switch advantage. He's going to try and spark down, but he gets Galax Bolton gets to another Body Slam. There are no Protect Shields though, so Blondine goes down with the Lantern here.
This is huge. Galax Bolton wins switch advantage and still has 2 shields on his side of the field.
Yeah, there's so much energy though on this Diggersby, and oh man, here we go for the Hyper Beam, but it is Protect Shielded by Galax Bolton. I mean, he has 2 to expand at this point.
Yeah, you might as well use some Hyper Beam. It's a lot of energy wasted here. Alolan Sensors comes out now, and Galax Bolton has the Skeledirge.
Oh no! Alolan Sandslash is melting down. Another Incinerate sneaks through. Galax Bolton puts up the Protect Shield against his super effective Drill Run. He makes sure that the Skeledirge can entirely farm out this Alolan Sandslash. And now firing off the Disarming Voice. Thomas, this means that Galax Bolton wins this matchup by 2-0.
Wow, incredible read there by Galax Bolton, bring the Skeledirge at the perfect time to incinerate down the Alolan Sandslash.
Galax Bolton getting away with a risky play there, leading that Dugong with the Skeledirge in the back. Lantern the Fish was in the middle of Blondine's team, so it just avoided the targets that it needed. And again, that Vigoroth was just so crucial as well.
Definitely, even though Blondine has that Annihilate to pressure the Vigoroth, Galax Bolton still had the courage to bring it, and it was the right call. Blondine did not dare to bring the Annihilate, probably fearing the Altaria and Cresselia a little bit too much.
Yeah, composition that Galax Bolton brought, super risky, what we call ABA B4, right? Leading weak to our particular Pokemon and weak to it in the back. He did that to 2 Pokemon, the Annihilate
and the Lantern.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So risky, but just making that precise call, maybe his opponent is like, okay, there's no way he can make such a composition because it would be too risky. But Galax Bolton did it anyway.
100%, though I must say, I think it's more of a soft ABA, as Dugong, of course, does have the Drill Run to hit the Lantern, and Icy Wind does do a decent amount of damage to the Annihilate still. So if he can put enough pressure, like let's say you would lead into a Lantern or Annihilate with Dugong, you can still put enough pressure on those Pokemon with your Dugong that your back Pokemon may not have to worry that much about them anymore.
It's a very strategic way to enter your battles, right? The soft ABA to make sure that even if you get a bad lead, your Pokemon in the back could be free from that particular bad lead. So yeah, Galax Bolton, the last time he won a regional championship, he came in from the loser's bracket. He's now currently making his way through the loose bracket. He has 2 wins today.
Yeah, he's doing very well. He's doing very well. Still has a couple matches left to go, though, to make it to the grand finals. But who knows? We could see him make it all the way.
He is on his way. Now, I'm also very excited for the next matchup we're going to have coming up, because we are going to have some Magnezone gaming again. It is Palasha.
It is Palasha versus MW22. We saw pull off some amazing battles yesterday. Palasha, of course, a household name, but MW22 has come into this tournament running.
Yeah, not a name we are super familiar with, right? And neither was the previous opponent of Palasha, was also a Stockholm local, or at least to Sweden. But the household name strikes so much fear into you, right? Even if you have the correct composition, it can be really difficult because those players are household names for a reason. They make such good plays, right? We have the stage ready here. We see Palasha on the left side and MW22 on the right side with that Wigglytuff. What do you think of Wigglytuff?
What do I think of Wigglytuff? Well, I don't think it's looking very good into that Skeledirge and Magnezone on Palasha's side, but on the flip side, it does quite well into Altaria, and there's 3 Pokemon on Palasha's team that also don't do amazing versus Charm.
Yeah, Altaria is so difficult to bring when you fear the Wigglytuff, and also there is both Annihilate and Whiscash, which both cover the Magnezone. So that makes the Magnezone very difficult to bring, and the Magnezone might be the Pokemon you need to cover the Wigglytuff. So this could be a difficult composition for Palasha, but if you can make the correct calls, because she already has overcome one Wigglytuff in the previous round, but MW22, an entirely different opponent, has Altaria instead of Giratina Origin. And also the Lickitung is a very neutral Pokemon against Palasha. So I think those are two Pokemon we might see come out. The Wigglytuff could just be good for bench pressure as well.
Yeah, definitely could definitely be a threat to the Altaria enough to where Palasha does not bring it. Good point about the Lickitung, by the way. It is very free into Palasha's team. There's no counter users. There's no normal types to resist the Licks. So I will be expecting MW22 to bring that Lickitung every single game. Now, of course, there's the Magnezone, which resists the Body Slam and Power Whip. But with how squishy Magnezone is, it does not want to take those at all.
It honestly might be the one Pokemon you want to bring, though. Look at this team. You see Altaria, Lantern with the Fast Attack Spark, Lickitung, Wigglytuff. Those are 4 Pokemon Magnezone does very well into. And as Palasha, you have the Mantine and Altaria that does well versus these 2 lower Pokemon, the Annihilate and the Whiscash. So I think those are key components. Magnezone might actually have play here.
It definitely might. Palasha also has Altaria and Mantine on their team, as well as Cresselia. 3 Pokemon that break the Whiscash Annihilate combination. So it's gotta be scary for MW22 to bring those 2 Pokemon, and it would open up the way for Magnezone a lot.
And another thing that I want to point out, we see Cresselia here with the Charge Stack Future Sight. Future Sight Cresselia is not that bad into the Lickitung, simply because it has the same type attack bonus and it will hit harder. 2 Future Sight plus Psycho Cuts could be enough to take out a Lickitung. So Cresselia could be an absolute key component here for Palasha.
100%, though on the other side is also an Altaria on the side of MW22. So Moonblast, or not having Moonblast, will prove to be a little tricky there. However, she also has Mantine, she has Magnezone to threaten the Altaria. It's just, I think there's a lot of Pokemon both trainers can bring here.
Absolutely, but here we go. We have the Shadow Magnezone into the Lickitung. Let's see how this plays out. This is pretty favorable for the Magnezone because you resist the charge attacks from the Lickitung. However, the Licks will add up pretty quickly. Palasha's probably building up to 2 Wild Charge because she does not want to debuff her Magnezone right away. And look at that. Oh, MW22 not throwing the Body Slam on the Charge Superior, so you can fire these Wild Charges back to back.
MW22 knows how much a Wild Charge does, shields it up wisely. Palasha now getting to go for another Wild Charge. MW22 has a decision to make here, uses his first 2 shields early in the game.
And then going into the Cresselia, Palasha's safest pick here. So the Lickitung is now stuck with a lot of energy on a Pokemon that it generally has a good matchup in, but it can take these Body Slams just so easily. Now going into the Altaria though, and this is not super bad for the Altaria, just because there's no Fairy-type Charge Stack Moonblast from the Cresselia here.
Future Sight is coming out though, and it will still do a good chunk. I don't think this quite 2 shots, but as you can see, with enough Psycho Cuts or maybe even a Volt Switch later, 2 Future Sight should just do it.
Yeah, and look at how defensive this Cresselia is. Those Dragon Breaths do almost nothing on the Cresselia, so it has a pretty decent matchup here still, I think. Even without Moonblast, you can take the Sky Attack as well. Now go for another Future Sight. I think this will knock out.
It's gonna be very, very close. Future Sight comes out now, charging it all the way. Doesn't quite knock out the Altaria, but maybe a couple Psycho Cuts will do it. Yes, Cresselia does farm down the Altaria.
Cresselia still hanging on, and I think it still can get to another charge stack on the Lickitung. Can it get to the Future Sight? No, looks like MW22 throwing the Body Slam here, making sure to not get hit by a Future Sight here. That would have dropped the Lickitung very low in HP.
Lickitung takes out the Cresselia, still has a lot of energy on it as well. Palasha does not want to take it on Magnezone, so she brings in the Altaria to soak some of these Body Slams.
Yeah, Body Slam's not going to do much on this Altaria. Here's the thing, Thomas, you have the Lantern in the back, which doesn't have a lot of fast stick pressure into the Shadow Magnezone that Palasha still has.
Yes, it does not. Spark, of course, resisted. First, Palasha has to get through this Lickitung, though. She's still going to decide to keep shields for Magnezone here, taking the Ball Slam on Altaria. We see the Lantern come in now. Do we see a switch from Palasha? No, she's going to go for the Moonblast.
Yeah, just making sure to get some damage into here. Probably then going into that Magnezone just because the Altaria is so low at this point. In comes the Magnezone, but she still has 2 shields here. This Wild Charge is going to do so much when it lands.
Yes, it would. Out comes the surf right here. Palasha, kind of a very tricky situation here. You kind of want to throw your Wild Charge as soon as possible so you don't get hit by another surf, but on the other hand, you kind of need energy to throw into the Lickitung.
Yeah. Let's see here, Surf is coming through. She used her second Protect Shield. This leaves the Magnezone at 2 Wild Charge at this point. I think you have 2 charge stacks. This should be very good for Palasha at this point.
Yeah, she's gonna be able to take out that Lantern here and have a Wild Charge ready for the Lickitung as well. As long as the Lick does not knock out, she gets it, and she does get the Wild Charge. She's cooking once more.
Palasha cooking a meal for everyone here. Magnezone sweeps up the battlefield and Palasha takes game number 1.
Look at that. We were talking about how scary that Annihilate and Whiscash on MW22's lineup were for the Magnezone, but Palasha didn't care. She still brings it. She knows how the Pokemon works perfectly.
She knows the pressure she has with that Mantine and the Altaria and the Cresselia on that core of Annihilate and Whiscash. This is what I like so much about her team, because those 2 Pokemon are just not safe to bring. In fact, there's also the Scaladage that also covers the Annihilate from NW22. So it's just super difficult to bring that particular Pokemon. Whiscash could be your one Pokemon to bring then, but it's entirely walled by Mantine and Altaria. So MW22 just was hoping perhaps that the Annihilate and the Whiscash was enough pressure for the Magnezone to stay on the bench, but it wasn't.
Do you think for the next game, MW22 is going to go a little stronger against the Magnezone with Whiscash or Annihilate? Or is the pressure for most flyers from the Cresselia still too large?
Well, I think this is where the mind games come in, right? At this point, MW22 might be like, okay, the Magnezone was so good, she's going to call that I'm going to counter it, I'm just going to run the same 3 Pokemon. In fact, if he went for the Charge Stack Purity on the second Wild Charge with that Lickitung, he may not have been in that bad of a spot, because then Palasha had to use shields. Now, in the end game, she had all the shields for the Magnezone. Here we go! We have Lantern into Magnezone! There it is again!
There it is, and it is such a good matchup for the Magnezone. 6 Volt Switches plus a Wild Charge is enough to knock out that Lantern.
Indeed, if you don't get the Charge Stack Purity tie, it looks like MW20 goes for the Surf immediately. Looks like Palasha might just play the 2-shield scenario. Magnezone would hang on this Surf and be able to get the 2 Wild Charge, but I think she just wants to secure the Switch expansion at this point. Going for the first Wild Charge is MW22 going to shield this. I think at this point this would knock it out.
It would, he lets it go. Here we go, Wild Charge comes through. Zap!
Wow!
Here we go, knocks out the Lantern.
That was devastating. In comes Annihilate. You gotta shield this, right? There's no way you no-shield this. Yeah, you gotta shield it out. That would do so much damage.
Yeah, we would have gotten another Zap otherwise. Palasha switching into one of her Annihilate counters in that back. It's the Cresselia coming out.
Here's the thing about Future Sec Cresselia, though. Because you need another Psycho Cut here, it's actually crucial in this matchup, just because it takes longer to knock out this Annihilate. Go to no-shield this Shadow Ball. It does a lot of damage, but Cresselia hangs on. It's still into the yellow. Now in comes Lickitung, but I think you might be able to get the 2 Future Sight before the Cresselia will get knocked out by all these licks.
Yeah, if Cresselia can get to 2 Future Sight, that will be vital. But I do think the Lickitung outpaces through a Body Slam before. So yeah, MW22 does throw it, wants to preserve health on the Lickitung, because this would make it much more difficult for the Magnezone or the Altaria to get rid of it later on.
I agree. At this point, you have seen the entire line as Palasha, so naturally she brings in that Magnezone because it has no play against the Annihilate. Going for another Wild Charge. Oh man, this is Charge Stack Purity tie.
I think it is. MW22 has a decision to make here. Wild Charge comes through once again. Zap!
Lickitung goes down, and now it's Altaria into Annihilate. This is such a polarizing matchup.
Unbelievable. The Wild Chargers are flying, and Altaria is in the sky, taking the Night Slash right here.
Wow, Palasha cooking with the Magnezone, putting in so much work. MW22 going for his last win condition, but Thomas here's no Night Slash boost. At that point, the Annihilate goes down to the Dragon Breath. Palasha wins her match against MW22.
Absolutely incredible. They're sticking to her Magnezone. A lot of players, I don't think, believed in the zone anymore, but Palasha does, and she showed once again what it can do.
You'd think by now players are more prepared for the Magnezone after the showcase of Palasha at the Europe International Championship and then Lindos Canan in Sao Paulo sweeping the entire tournament with the Magnezone. You'd think trainers are more prepared. It doesn't look like that to me, though.
It does not. That Lantern, that Lickitung just could not get through the Magnezone. It was a sight to see.
It was electrifying.
It was electrifying. Exactly. Now, the Altaria, though, also put in a lot of work, just sponging that energy, and this just shows the importance of good team composition. I mean, Magnezone is very, very strong Pokemon, but not on its own. You need Pokemon on your team to be able to soak energy, and the Altaria and the Cresselia just did that incredibly in those two games.
I think Palasha just really showed some sort of aggressive playstyle, right? Because she played that Magnezone despite those counters of the Annihilate and the Whiscash on MW's side. However, by bringing the Magnezone, she basically shows, I am not afraid of your counters. Bring it on. And then, well, they just didn't get the alignment. The Annihilate didn't get the alignment it needed on the Magnezone. The Magnezone still was so good. And there also was no Wigglytuff to take on that Altaria. So as you say, Altaria was just so free to bring there next to the Cresselia.
Yeah, no Wigglytuff came out either, probably being afraid of the Magnezone, and just like Altaria went unchecked.
Yeah, Wigglytuff is actually not too bad into the Magnezone though, if you have 2 shields up. Especially if the Wigglytuff doesn't get the Mirror Shot debuff, then it can actually charm the Magnezone down in the 2 shield scenario. So maybe Wigglytuff was the key to kind of break Magnezone Altaria, even though it's into a steel type and the 0 and the 1 shield scenario aren't that great. Maybe Wigglytuff was the play.
Maybe it was. However, even though you do sometimes win the 2 shield scenario with Wigglytuff, you're gonna have to go down 2 shields. And then that Cresselia from Palasha was just so strong, especially with Future Sight doing so much damage versus the Lickitung. Just a force to be reckoned with.
There wasn't really an exact counter for that Cresselia. The only ghost type Pokemon you had was the Annihilate, but it also has that fighting type on it, and that's weak to Psychic. So in that case, Annihilate is not really a counter to Cresselia. Maybe Doombug would think otherwise, because every time he plays into Cresselia with his Annihilate, he just stays in, throws a Shadow Ball, and somehow wins that battle. But not everyone's Doombug, right?
No, not everyone is Doombug. We did see that Shadow Ball hit the Cresselia, and it did a lot, but the Cresselia is so bulky, just didn't do enough.
Yeah, so those were our first loser rounds of the Day 2 bracket. Now we are going into round 2 of the loser bracket. The next matchup that we will have coming up soon will be San Judijo versus Galax Bolton. San Judijo, another Spanish player, and I believe he was the one who knocked Palasha down to the loser bracket.
You're right, those were 3 really close battles. One even coming down to a tie. San Judijo, incredible player, beating Palasha in some very close games, but Galax Bolton, of course, regional winner of Lille 2024, won a couple battles today already in the losers bracket, and I think he's trying to go for another win.
We'll see how that goes. But before we go into that matchup, Leo is ready for an interview with Palasha. I'd love to hear more from her and her Magnezone. Let's head to Leo in the interview area.
Hello everyone, I am joined by a Pokemon trainer who is probably an even better cook than Bis Lasagna. Palasha, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing right now. I played the tournament without any expectations because I was playing like, okay, I only need to get some points for Travel Award, and okay, the tournament is going better than I expect. So
yeah, the points you definitely already got, but I think you won that second title as well. Do you think you can make it all the way through today?
I think I can make it. Well, Magnezone can make it. We can believe in Magnezone, and he will cook.
So there are so many Pokemon like Annihilate, like Shadow Whiscash that threaten the Magnezone. How come you always avoid them?
Because I'm playing like 3 hard counters from both, and that are Altaria, Mantine, and Cresselia, and probably bringing me Annihilate or Whiscash is a bit annoying sometimes, because I have like hard counters that if they are aligned with Annihilate or Whiscash, is there an insta-win.
So I've also seen on your team sheet there is a Skeledirge. How does that fit into the team composition? Because there are Whiscash around, they answer the Magnezone. Your opponent is very likely to maybe bring it?
In UIC, I saw that a lot of teams were weak to Skeledirge, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna bring a team with Magnezone and Skeledirge, and it's working.
Well, fair enough, it really is. Is there any other trainer you're afraid to play against in this tournament? Because there are some stacked names in there.
I can't afraid nothing. I mean...
That's what I wanted to hear, Paula. Thank you very much for the interview, and we're kicking it right back to the caster's desk.
You heard it from her. Palasha is not afraid of anyone as long as she has the Magnezone by her side.
Magnezone will cook, and we saw it cook already. Now, next match, unfortunately, no Magnezone, but we got two incredible trainers.
Who do we have?
Sanjujigo, who beat Palasha, as we mentioned, and Galax Bolta, a regional champion.
Super excited for that. Here we have them on the left, Sanjujigo, and on the right, Galax Bolton. Also with that Skeledirge, but Sanjujigo does have double water, though. If you were Galax Bolton, would you bring the Skeledirge into this matchup?
Oh man, it does have a very good matchup versus Cresselia, does very well versus Annihilate. It's kind of fine versus both Lickitung and Gligar, even though both of those have super effective moves, but of course, it doesn't have much play versus Lantern and Shadow Whiscash. Personally, I think I'd rather leave it on the bench. I think Galax Bolta here should really lean towards an Altaria, especially as Sanjujigo doesn't have a great response to it on his squad.
Exactly. I think that Cresselia is also running Future Sight from Sanjujigo, so that makes that matchup even better. It's kind of unfortunate for Galax Bolton because I believe Skeledirge has been his best Pokemon so far. But here we go. We have, actually, there it is, the Skeledirge into the Annihilate. A terrific lead for Galax Bolton.
Extremely good read here by Galax, bringing the Skeledirge into the Annihilate. Out comes Gligar now. Galax doesn't have an extremely good response. There's options to stay in a little bit, get off a couple Incinerates, bring out the Cresselia, and now we can soak this damage.
I love this play from Galax Bolton. Incinerate is one of the best fast attacks in the game. It does so much damage, so after 2 Incinerates, this is almost already... I think you need 2 Grass Knot at this range, maybe with enough Psycho Cut, a Moonblast might be enough to knock out. This will definitely drop the Gligar into the red.
Yeah, I love throwing the Moonblast here. It may not knock out, but the thing is you don't really need switch advantage here. Galax also has Altaria in the back for the Annihilate. So even if the Cresselia goes down, because it just barely doesn't reach another attack, that's super, super fine.
I agree. Dig is coming through. It won't knock out Cresselia just yet. It's just so bulky. But you know what? Galax Bolton doesn't really need switch advantage, so I don't think he minds this as much because the Annihilate has nowhere to go. But on the other hand, there is the Lantern from Sanjujigo in the back. So we know that that Lantern is very good against the Skeledirge, but Galax Bolton doesn't know that the Lantern is in the back at this point.
No, he does not. Brings out the Altaria here, but the Gligar goes down before can even throw an Aerial Ace.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Losing all the energy. Now Sanjujigo knows the entire backline. He's down 1 Protect Shield. Just go for the Night Slash because he knows the Altaria would outpace to a Sky Attack before Annihilate could even get to a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, has to hope for potential boost at this point. But also, just getting in this little bit of chip damage puts the Altaria in range for a Thunderbolt for the Lantern later. And that's the Pokemon that Sanjujigo is really gonna have to focus on or build around for the rest of this game.
Lantern has to carry here for Sanjujigo, but it's down a shield. There were 2 Incinerates on that Skeledirge, and you still have the Altaria to face. It's looking like an uphill battle here for Sanjujigo, going for the Moonblast here. Galax Bolton is not playing around. He's going for the Moonblast. This will do a lot of damage, and it goes through. Lantern, the fish, takes the Moonblast. That does so much damage, and now the Skeledirge come in.
Wow, bringing out the Fire type versus a Water type. Will have to shoot the Surf Shepherd because the Skeledirge has so much energy. It's gonna get to a Disarming Voice or 2.
Not just so much energy, so many Protect Shields as well. Sanjujigo not even going for the Surf just yet. Putting up the last Protect Shield though, but I think this Skeledirge just one Incinerate off another Disarming Voice, which would knock out the Lantern.
Yes, it is Sanjujigo not even gonna go, or he is actually gonna fire off the Surf here, taking the final Protect Shield from Galax Bolton, but he doesn't have another Surf loader just yet, and Galax Bolton has that Disarming Voice ready to go.
Disarming Voice is being launched here. Skeledirge is known for its soothing sound in its voice, and here it comes. Disarming Voice go to take down Lantern the fish, and that is a 1-0 score for Galax Bolton.
Extremely well played by Galax there. I didn't think he was going to bring Skeledirge. There's a lot of threats to it on Sanjujigo's team, but Galax Bolton trusts in his MVP, brought the Skeledirge, and just hard-walled the Annihilate there in the lead.
The Annihilate just had nowhere to go. Now here's something that I noticed from Galax Bolton. he led the Skeledirge, and Sanrudijo, we saw him have the Annihilate and then swap in the Gligar. Now, Sanrudijo doesn't assume there's a Skeledirge lead with a Dugong in the back, because it will be extremely weak to that Lantern lead, right? So I really like the play there from Sanrudijo to swap the Gligar into the Skeledirge, probably realizing there's no way there's going to be the Dugong in the back, because that would be so weak to my Lantern. But what you also need to keep in mind, in the previous round that Galax Bolter played, he did exactly this. He led the Dugong with Skeledirge in the back. So it was a pretty risky call on Sanrudijo's side to swap in the Gligar that could just be getting farmed down by the Dugong entirely.
You are 100% right. Very tactical team comp by Sanrudijo there. Unfortunately, Galax Bolter brought triple strong versus the Annihilate, so the Gligar really couldn't get much of an advantage in the middle matchup, as even if it built up any advantage, it didn't matter. The Annihilate had nowhere to go.
It had nowhere to go, and that's why it went down. It was aligned to Altaria in the very end, because it was a Sanrudijo considered it as a better matchup than against the Skeledirge, because against Skeledirge your counters are double resisted, especially when Galax Bolton is a shoot up. It just has no play there. Here we go again. We have another great lead for Galax Bolton. Sanrudijo's not liking this. Vigoroth into Lickitung and quickly swapping into the Cresselia.
Wow, Galax's reads of the lead are on point. Leading the Vigoroth, Sanrudijo forced to switch into his Cresselia. Galax gonna chip this with the Body Slam and switch out into his Cresselia.
Yeah, very smart play. It's so easy, right? Because you get to that Body Slam so quickly, and throwing the Body Slam basically just secures switch advantage. Sanrudijo doesn't even have Moonblast to throw into this Cresselia, which would be a little bit more efficient. Grasson's still a very good charge tech nonetheless, but it would be nice to have the Moonblast to also potentially lower the attack of the Cresselia. Now, here's what I really like about Galax Bolton's strategy. He triple countered the Annihilate the last game, so the next game he's like, there's no way my opponent's going to bring it. Now my Vigoroth is safe to bring.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and Sanrudijo didn't bring it, so another incredible call by Galax Bolton though. Now I must say, even though that lead was terrible for Sanrudijo, I think there may still be play here for him. He lured out the Cresselia with his own Cresselia, and that means his Lantern in the back is now freed up.
Lantern is freed up indeed, but it doesn't really have hard targets as well, so it's going to have a lot of work to do. Perhaps if your Lickitung can get some energy on this Cresselia, it might be able to fight back a little bit or be the helping hand of that Lantern. Let's see, the Grasshopp's just not enough yet, but Galax Bolton going immediately for the next Grasshopp, ensuring the switch advantage here.
Gets this Cresselia off the field. Sanrudijo has a choice to make now. Do you bring out Lickitung? Do you bring out Lantern? Do you bring out the Lickitung? Gonna go for a fast attack down.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good fast attack down. You need the energy for against that Vigoroth. Going for the Moonblast here. This is some nice chip damage on the Lickitung. It should do about 30%. And if Sanrudijo is very unfortunate, would even drop the attack here.
It does not, however. That is good news for Sanrudijo. Now there's a ton of energy stored onto this Lickitung. May even be able to fire off 1 or 2 Body Slams versus Vigoroth. Does fire off 1 here. Galax Bolton knows he can take it and lets it go.
It's going to need to, because this Lickitung is the helping hand for this Lantern. Now going into the Lantern, answered by the Altaria. Now if this is an attack weighted Altaria, Lantern the fish, its health will melt away, and I think this is an attack-weighted Altaria because the Dragonbirds are doing so much damage.
Yeah, they are. But if it is an attack-weighted Altaria, it also has less defense, which means the Sparks and Thunderbolts will do slightly more damage. That may allow Sanrudijo to knock out with a Thunderbolt and some Sparks.
Yeah, and Galax Bolton is not taking any chances. Shielded the first charge deck right away. Sanrudijo was hoping he would try to call a bait. Sanrudijo is also not trying to call a bait here. Shielding up the Moonblast correctly. That's a lot of energy expend from the Altaria. Now going for the bait though. This is resisted and it wouldn't do a lot of damage on the Altaria. This is a very risky bait, and oh, he no-shoots it!
What a call by Galax Bolton, putting Sanrudijo in an incredibly tough spot now. Lantern does reach another surf right here though, but it's not even gonna be enough to knock out the Altaria.
It's not, it's resisted, and Altaria has so much energy as well. It can just launch another attack, but going into Lickitung and Galax Bolton with lightning fast reactions. Go for the Sky attack immediately to chip down this Lickitung. It is shielded. That's a good play because this would do more than the Body Slam from Vigoroth.
Definitely. Out comes Vigoroth now. Sanrudijo already has some energy loaded. It's going to be able to fire off a Body Slam straight away. Also still outside of Body Slam range from a Vigoroth himself. So probably is going to be able to get to another one.
the Licks are double resisted on the Vigoroth, so it's just not threatened at all. The Lickitung needs 2 Body Slam at this point, but it's not even at 1 just yet. Lantern, the fish, is going to need to get to a charge stack here as well. But then there's also the Altaria need to spark down, so there's only so much Lantern can do at this point.
Body Slam comes through, doesn't even put the Vigoroth into the red. Counters down the Lickitung. It's almost, he is actually already at another Body Slam. Gonna take out the Lantern, and Galax Bolta wins another match in the losers bracket.
Wow, he already has 3 wins today. Sangudigo acknowledging how well his opponent played, the calls he made, triple countering the Annihilate, and it led to Sangudigo not bringing the Annihilate the next game. So the Vigoroth was just so free. He led it into the Lickitung, and it set him up for a winning strategy. What a genius.
What a genius. The mind games are real. Galax Bolta again showing why Vigoroth is still here to play.
I think Vigoroth this is a great showcase of Vigoroth. It's just so safe when there is no Annihilate. It is the fighter, basically, even though it does have that defensive typing, but it can fight back against flyers mainly, right? Because Annihilate and Poliwrath, they struggle into Pokemon like Gligar. They aren't super great into Altaria. I guess Poliwrath with Ice Wind does a little bit better there, but Annihilate primarily does not. And then Vigoroth has Rock Slide, so it does just much better into those type of matchups.
100%. Also, double resisting those Licks from Lickitung is huge. We saw that matchup play out here, and Lickitung had just barely any play. Besides that, Vigoroth versus Cresselia, very fine matchup. So yeah, I think maybe we need to see a little less Annihilate and a little more Vigoroth.
I think Vigoroth is the main reason why Lickitung has dropped in usage, right? Because Vigoroth just is so good against the Lickitung, while it has more play against the Annihilate, because your Lick fast attack damage is super effective on Annihilate, and it gives Lickitung some more play there. But yeah, now that there's less Vigoroth, will players bring back the Lickitung?
Ooh, maybe they would. Lick does do super effective versus Annihilate, of course, and it can easily soak those Night Slashers and, well, double resisted Shadow Balls, of course. And Power Rip does quite a bit of damage, so perhaps Lickitung is a response to the rise in Annihilate.
Here's a scary thing though, and I think you know all about this. Once Annihilate is on your Lickitung, it can get so many Night Slash off, right?
Yeah, you're 100% correct. Lickitung is a bit of a launch pad for Annihilate, as I like to call it, as Annihilate can easily get 2 or 3 Night Slashers off there without being really threatened by Licks and Power Whip. And even though Night Slash only has a 12.5% chance for that boost, once you're throwing 3 of them in a row, those odds just increase significantly.
Yeah, does it happen a lot to you, that Night Slash boost?
Occasionally, and when it does, it's not a great time for me.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I usually have a great time when I boost with Annihilate.
Oh, sure you do. Well, please don't explain us more about that.
That was our first match in the second losers round. The next match will be another good one. We're going to see some more Magnezones soon. We will have Palasha versus Udin, which will be incredible, right? Udin had a really good day 1 run, but then he lost his first round on day 2 against Madbeer, who played out of his mind. Both players with Shadow Sableye. How is Shadow Sableye against Shadow Magnezone?
It is pretty okay against Shadow Magnezone. I really like these 2 team compositions these trainers are bringing. Both Sableye, both Magnezone, kind of spicy Pokemon. And I love that. Speaking of spicy Pokemon, by the way, we got a video ready about some spicy picks in the current meta.
Hello trainers, welcome to this segment where we are going to review some of the spice picks that have been used in the 2024 season. I am joined here by Farid and Thomas, and I would love to hear from you guys which Pokemon was the most memorable to you this season. Let's start with you, Farid.
That's a good question, Martijn. So what I want to do is I'm going to paint a picture, okay? You've won Knoxville, you've come second in EUIC, and you've now got Orlando coming up. You are Dunebug. What do you bring? How do you have fun? Dunebug brought Shadow Pidgeot, and I loved that pick. And I thought it was really exciting. I think Brave Bird is a great move. Pidgeot is a Pokemon that we've not seen much of in the Championship Series. And he swept. He swept the whole tournament. So for me, Martijn, that is my spice pick of the season. But Pidgeot doesn't do too well against the pick that I think Thomas is going to go with. Is that right?
That is certainly right. It's of course Magnezone. I love it. Shadow Magnezone. It was first brought by Martijn actually in Liu, where he got 3rd with Shadow Magnezone. I think he really showed everyone the power of that Pokemon. But then Palasha at EOIC getting all the way to 4th place, while charging everything, was super, super impressive. And a couple weeks afterwards, we got Lindos Kanan winning the Sao Paulo Regionals with Shadow Magnezone. So at this point, maybe we cannot even call it a spice pick anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, Magnezone has been used quite often now. Now, the steel type that I have in mind is a Pokemon that is way more bulky than Magnezone. It is Bastiodon. We've seen it in Indianapolis from out of pocket, and he used it in Hartford last season as well. I can remember that. He had it on my Charizard. It is such a good Pokemon. I think out of pocket is one of the best players we have seen using it. He is not afraid to use it. It is a Pokemon that is very polarizing matchups. It can hard lose, it can hard win. That is what you're probably looking for in a tournament, and that's why I'm such a fan of it. It's just such a presence and a menace on the battlefield. Now, I want to ask you guys, what is a spice pick that you could bring to a tournament?
Oh, that is a really good question. So, I think the spice pick that I've tried before, and to be honest, failed with, was Whelmer. And I don't think I did it the justice that it deserves, so maybe I need to go back and revisit it, pilot it a little bit better. What about you, Thomas?
Wilmer is such a fun pick, beating that Whiscash Skarmory core. I'm more looking for something that beats Skarmory a little harder, though. I really like the electric types, which is why I ran Magnezone myself as well, but it doesn't do well against Whiscash. An electric type can actually have play against Whiscash. It's like a Molga or Zapdos. Those flying electric types, I think, have a lot of play.
I was thinking of a non-Shadow Zapdos as well. It's a little bit more bulk than the Shadow version, can withstand a Scald from Whiscash, and I think that could be a really cool core breaker as well. Let us know what you think in the chat or on our social media. Which spice pick you would bring to a tournament? What could be a really good core breaker in the current meta? Now, thank you, and let's head back to the battles.
Wow, apparently they're using the B team of Casher for those discussions now.
No, that's just me with two of my close Dutch friends, and you've had them on cast. Now you're back with myself and Leo, and we have some pretty impressive players coming up next.
Yeah, Udin versus Palasha. Udin has been piloting the Shadow Sableye to almost perfection in this tournament so far, and Palasha is, of course, the chef with the Magnezone. And let me tell you something, Shadow Sableye is a Pokemon that is maybe supposed to make your opponents mildly uncomfortable. People don't really know the calculations with it, how to play against it. I think Palasha knows. She has won a tournament with Sableye.
That's right. It was last season. It was Turin. It was the last European event, and she took first place. So she is very much a titan, left in the game, left in the tournament. Udin, on the other hand, this is his first top cut of the season, the first top cut of his life. So he is already in uncharted territory by his standards, but he is by no means an underdog here. He has been brilliant. He has just as much chance as Palasha. Do you think he'll take it, Leo?
Oh, it is going to be certainly difficult. Let's see. Of course, the first most important thing is to look at the teams and check if Shadow Magnezone or Skeledirge are problematic Pokemon for Udin. So let's see. First of all, there's a Shadow Whiscash. There is a Vigoroth. And I don't know how Shadow Sableye plays versus the Shadow Magnezone. However, we are going to be in with the Charger Bug versus Shadow Magnezone. Again, the Shadow Magnezone is so free.
Straight into these games, Palasha leads Shadow Magnezone again. It seems to be the placement that she likes it best. She always seems to lead it. And this time, Udin has called the Mirror Shot bait. This is resisted by the electric type Charger Bug.
Oh, this deals no damage whatsoever, and this is how you actually beat a Shadow Magnezone. Just get Mirror Shot, it deals no damage, and now we're deciding to go for the Discharge, which would deal slightly, or the exact same amount of damage as an Accessor. However, it costs a little more energy.
This is an interesting play here from Udin. He maybe hasn't brushed up on his typings. X-Scissor is the same resistance as the Discharge, but X-Scissor is much more efficient, so he should be going for X-Scissor here. It might be something he needs to think about into the next game, but the Shadow Magnezone reaches the Wild Charge. This will take out Charger Bug if unshielded.
Yeah, but I can just imagine that because Udin is up one shield so far, so this could be a great possible chance to farm down the Shadow Magnezone, even though the defenses are already debuffed, and you're going to see another Wild Charge immediately. Can one Shadow Claw knockout after this wild charge, which is very
You
much
almost don't want
safely
it to,
going.
Leo. You actually want as much charge as possible, right? As much farm as possible. But the Shadow Sableye, it gets another Shadow Claw through. It can now unload its energy onto the Altaria. Let's remember that Azu in the back actually looks like it has a lot of play. If we can land a Power Gem, this will do massive.
Oh, and it goes unshielded. Udin is going to connect yet another Power Gem on an Altaria!
Boom! That was huge, huge damage from that Shadow Sableye on the Altaria. The Azumarill still has the ability to come in. The Sky Attack won't take out the Shadow Sableye. It goes shielded. He can Shadow Claw down now. This is a very, very tricky position for Palasha.
Immediate swap into the Shadow Whiscash from Palasha. It's going to be met with a foul play immediately, boosted by the shadows of the Sableye. And we're going to see probably a pivot out into the Azumarill already. You don't want to take any kind of energy on this Shadow Sableye.
This is going to get dicey. The Shadow Whiscash can reach Mud Bomb so quickly. It's a really fast charge attack to reach. The Azumarill, on the other hand, hits hard but hits slow, and it'll be a case of whether or not one attack will be enough.
We're going to see now a Scald is being used. Palasha trying to fish for this potential debuff against the Azumarill that she can farm up a little more energy, winning this matchup against the Azumarill hero. And the debuff is connecting here. Let's see how much damage this player from Udin will do.
Palasha was in the disadvantageous position. She had to go for the 50-50 fall to try and reduce this damage. Now Azumarill will need to reach another move. Udin might have been better off going for 2 Ice Beams. It won't make a huge amount of difference here. This Whiscash is really low.
Does this Whiscash reach another attack? Does it knock out the Azumarill before? No, the Ice Beam is going to be caught on the Altaria!
Palasha is playing out of her mind. Udin, it was not waiting for a fast attack to come through. It means all of that energy from that Azumarill has gone, and now this Mud Bomb will take out the Sableye. Will Whiscash be able to reach another Mud Bomb to take out the Azumarill? I don't know if it will, Leo.
Udin really needed that Shadow Claw damage, and then the bubble is going to connect, and the Whiscash fades! Udin wins the first game despite this catch. The fist is balled by Udin.
By the skin of his teeth, Udin takes it. Palasha pulled every trick out of the book, but it wasn't quite enough. Udin had the advantage after getting that Shadow Magnezone off the field. That was nervy, Leo. That was so nervy.
Yes, absolutely. He's really trying to take back the Swedish regional back to Germany. Last year, it was won by Zafy Mastix, who he beat in his 3rd winners round on day 1.
Udin needs to keep himself composed. He really can't afford to allow moves like that to be caught again. That charge attack took a long time to reach. All of that energy was wasted. Palasha knows that if she can play like that similarly, but have a more advantageous alignment, she can flip this series.
Yep, that is absolutely true. I mean, it looked very funny to catch an Ice Beam of the Azumarill on the Altaria. However, of course, if it is only at 1 HP, it really is a possible win condition. However, she really had to go for one more mud shot against the Azumarill. Then the Shadow Sableye came in, registered the damage from the Shadow Claw that was so important to knock out the Whiscash before it reached the final Mud Bomb that couldn't just be thrown.
That is right. Now, Udin, as we say, he got through only just there. He won't want it to be as close this time. He leads his Shadow Sableye, but a 2-shield Altaria probably has the advantage here.
Oh, that was said so many times already. However, Udin just keeps connecting Power Gems on Altaria. I really can't wait to see how this one plays out again. And now he's going to actually go for the bait. Is Palasha calling it again? Is she actually calling it? But however, the foul play still deals a lot of damage. This can't be underestimated.
This does a big chunk of damage. It's not enough to threaten the farm down before the Altaria.
Oh!
It's a great catch from Udin. He takes this Sky Attack. It's not a particularly efficient move. It's not Altaria's best move to throw, and Udin has caught it onto his Azumarill. This is good. He's also slightly misaligning the switch clocks here, so Shadow Sableye can come in and use its energy later.
Also making the great call that there is this time no Shadow Magnezone in the back, because this would have been detrimental for him. And now the Mantine is in there against the Azumarill. This is a rather neutral matchup.
And this is brilliant for Udin because it avoids the Mantine being aligned against his own Shadow Whiscash. This is exactly the bait out he wanted.
Yep, that was so much energy used by Palasha for basically nothing. Azumarill is just a monster in terms of its defenses. Trying to reach for that Ice Beam, Aerial Ace is going to connect first.
That is right. This Mantine is putting out a lot of pressure against this Azumarill with the wing attack damage, and the Aerial Ace is coming fast. The Azumarill reaches a play rough. It's going going to probably land. Yes, Palasha doesn't shield this. It's not going to be enough to knock out the Mantine, but this is a pretty good position here for Udin getting this Mantine low.
Oh, and he's immediately going to go for the charge attack priority. Catch goes off with the foul play. That is for sure going to knock out the Mantine if it is going unshielded. So much energy wasted on Palasha's side again.
Palasha now really has to think. The Shadow Claws will do a lot to Altaria. Does she come straight in with the Shadow Whiscash? It won't be able to farm down comfortably without the Shadow. The Shadow Sableye is going to do a ton of damage, and it's also going to reach another foul play. It's caught, but honestly, I don't think this is even the best catch for Palasha. This Altaria is going to go down.
Yep, the Altaria is going to faint here. However, Palasha has so many mud shots in on this Shadow Whiscash already, and it is going to be a 2-shield Shadow Whiscash mirror later on. The only question is, how much did the Shadow Claws really add up? Is this an equivalent to a Mud Bomb that she's outpacing him with now?
This is going to be so close. Udin could just go for straight Mud Bomb here if he wants to. He doesn't need to land the Scald, because with the accumulation of Mud Shot damage and the bubbles that might come from the Azumarill, he no-shields this Scald here. It does do a ton of damage, but you need 2 attacks. In the Shadow Whiscash mirror, you... Oh, a catch again! Udin is doing everything he can to unsettle Palasha. We're seeing catch after catch from both players here, but the difficulty is Palasha is going to regain that energy by farming down with the undercharge, so it's not as disadvantageous to her as it might seem.
What a phenomenal undercharge by Palasha. Again, this is going to be shielded now. The Mud Bomb. Udin is trying to play out of his mind here. Can he beat Palasha, who called the foul play bait in the beginning? We're going to see so many shields now. This is going to come down to the wire.
Is Udin going to reach 2 Mud Bombs? I don't know if he will. I think Palasha might have the slight advantage.
Yep, we're going to see Udin throwing a Mud Bomb again. Surely this will be shielded. And I think that Palasha is just having the slight energy advantage. This was a perfect undercharge. She really knew what she was doing with the Mud Bomb against the Azumarill.
I think that could be it for Udin. He uses his last shield here. Palasha is 1 Mud Shot away from another Mud Bomb. Her undercharge was perfect against that Azumarill. It allowed her to reclaim all of the energy that was lost. That was brilliantly played by Palasha. That was a brilliant game to watch. Leo. Wow.
Oh, so many win conditions on both sides here. Udin, this time, he bailed out on the Shadow Sableye versus Altaria matchup. He thought, hey, my opponent is not going to no-shield this again. I've been power jamming all day. And this time around, through the foul play, wasn't just enough. However, the HP on the Altaria didn't even matter. A move got caught.
That was crazy. You saw how much good energy management made a difference there. And Palasha is an absolute expert when it comes to that. She now has the momentum going into this final game 3. Udin has to clear his mind. Palasha has to look to maintain this movement now. Will we see Shadow Magnezone in this final game 3? What do you reckon, Leo?
Oh, this is a really good question, because Palasha won the only game without Shadow Magnezone. She has brought it. It wasn't really hard answered by Udin as well. And I mean, he brought the Shadow Whiscash. Is she going to bring it out? It's a really good question. There are so many possible targets for the Shadow Magnezone. Even a Vigoroth can lose the matchup.
I think if I were Udin here, I would lead the Vigoroth. Not only does it have a really positive matchup into the Shadow Magnezone, it also has plenty of play into the rest of Palasha's team. What he will really struggle with is if he plays something weak to Shadow Magnezone in the lead and sees it. We've seen time and time again that when that happens, Palasha, she starts cooking.
Yep, and the only thing is he let the Charger Bug into the Magnezone, which isn't the most powerful matchup for you. However, the mirror shot call was absolutely insane. Maybe it wasn't even a call. Maybe it was the decision, hey, I'm going to let the first wild charge go. It's resisted, then I'm going to start shielding up later.
But the Charger Bug was the perfect call here, because Palasha has led Mantine. That is huge for Udin. Mantine does 1 wing attack, switches straight into the Whiscash. Charger Bug is going for an X-Scissor. This is neutral. Bug is neutral against Whiscash, which is a water ground type, and then we would assume Udin will now switch out into another Pokemon.
Yep, the Shadow Sableye would be a really good choice. Oh, we're going into the Azumarill. Of course, it has a more positive matchup against the Shadow Whiscash. However, Azumarill would look so good on Altaria.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The Azumarill has been baited out by Palasha here, so it won't be aligned against the Altaria. But the advantage of throwing the X's first is that Shadow Whiscash is now in range of 1 attack from Azumarill.
Yep, and now we're going to also see how well Udin knows the energy of the Shadow Whiscash. How good was his counting so far? He can throw 1 more bubble and then throw, but the Mud Bomb is reached first. It is more damage, unnecessary damage that he didn't have to take. He really reached for that perfect timing.
There are situations in which optimal timing is actually not optimal. And it's confusing, but you saw there that by reaching for optimal timing, Udin actually took another mud bomb that he maybe didn't need to have. But he's still got a bit of energy, and he's going to be able to throw against the Mantine before this Azumarill goes down. That will be helpful, and then Charjabug can realign. It will be difficult, though, because a 2-shield Altaria versus a Shadow Sableye isn't going to be easy for Udin.
Oh, it's definitely not going to be easy, but it's going to become, it's going to get a little bit of assistance of this Charjabug as well. Like, Charjabug can come in. Palasha has farmed up a lot of energy. It would have been even more if Udin threw on perfect timing and then would have had like a 20% Azumarill. The Ice Beam is going to connect here. Udin surely does not want to shield in this matchup. Goes into the matchup versus Altaria and now reaching for that discharge. Maybe followed up by an immediate switch out into the Sableye?
I assume it will be. This will put the Altaria in range where Udin can go straight for foul play. The difficulty here is that Charjabug is also in a range where one attack from the Mantine could also take it out. I think this is going to be really, really close, Leo.
Oh yeah, the immediate shield here from Palasha. Can she farm down a Shadow Sableye with the Altaria when 2 shields are invested? That is going to be the big question of the game here. It definitely looks like she could. She's going to force out 1 shield from Udin here as well. This is not a range in which a Charjabug could farm down.
I think Udin will have to keep 1 shield for this Charjabug. His Sableye might go down here, but he'll get the shield back. It's in such close range that the Charjabug will get some energy. Palasha will be thinking, how much energy do I need on my Mantine? She's actually going to let this go because she's going to try and farm down with the Mantine itself. But 1 Volt Switch could be enough after all of this Shadow Claw damage.
Yep, that is a possibility. Our Mantine is really, really bulky. The question is Udin going to reach an attack after 1 Volt Switch? He is going to throw the Volt Switch. The Aerial Ace is going to come out. This has to be shielded by Udin. This would knock out otherwise. He's not going to reach the next attack before Palasha is going to reach another Aerial Ace. This is going to come down to the wire. The Ice Beam is channeled up, and Mantine is going to knock out the Charjabug of Udin, advancing Palasha into the next round.
Palasha has flipped the lead. She has taken the series. That was mesmerizing play, Leo. I am almost lost for words.
Yeah, I am too, and that's a problem because we are casting this. We should be at words. This was phenomenal by Palasha. This came down to the wire. The Shadow Sableye again in the center of the matchup. This time, Palasha baited out the Azumarill. Udin could have had the big call, the big alignment that was with Azumarill on the Altaria.
It is such an incredible display that we have had the opportunity to see there. I am trying to catch my breath. You saw Palasha trying to catch her breath. She has turned that game around in fascinating fashion. Leo, the power of 2-shield Altaria, right? It had access to 2. She only used 1 in the end because she had so much energy on that Mantine. It was able to farm down the Azumarill. We pointed it out. We said that Charjabug is in range where the Mantine could take it out. It survived the Volt Switch. This is the problem, right? When Charjabug's Volt Switch pressure has nowhere near the damage output that Shadow Magnazone's Volt Switch pressure has. 1 Volt Switch wasn't enough, and Palasha took it.
Okay, listen to me. You lead Mantine into Charjabug, and Mantine proceeds to get all 3 knockouts. Who would have thought that this Mantine is going to be the key for Palasha's victory there? Because usually you're thinking, okay, I might try to get some energy somewhere, always try to get out of this matchup and then throw my energy somewhere. I mean, this is basically what happened in the end, but she just used it to absolute perfection. Every single HP of that Mantine was used, every single bit of energy. It was so well played by her.
It was really impressive to see how well Palasha used her shields.
Yeah.
And that made a massive amount of difference. She used her shield at the perfect times, in the perfect places. Let's say, for example, that she had shielded that Altaria a second time, then Charjabug might have had the opportunity to reach an attack against the Mantine. It would have been a completely different game. Her win condition was to get to 2 attacks on the Mantine, and she pulled it off perfectly.
Yep, and I think even 2 Aerial Ace would have knocked out the Charjabug from that range. Would have been kind of close, however, so I like going for the Aerial Ace first, because Udin has to shield, basically hoping that the Volt Switch can knock out. Like, that was very 1 HP on the Mantine. 1 HP and a dream, you want to say. And then the Ice Beam connected on the Charjabug. It was cinema finish.
That's right. So although Mantine is taking double super effective damage from Volt Switch, it's actually putting out neutral damage against the Charger Bug, which although it's an electric type that resists flying, it's also a bug type. It's a very, very different type of electric Pokemon to something like Lantern, for example, which would have been utterly dominant into a Mantine. So the Mantine, you know, it's one to watch out for sure. It fully walls Whiscash, which is one of the best things about it, but Palasha's plays there. You know, we've been saying that Lurgan might be the favorite, but if Palasha keeps going on the run that she is, I don't think you can write her off.
I mean, her Skeleturge and her Shadow Magnezone are so well protected by this Mantine and the Altaria. Shadow Whiscash is the biggest threat to her two Pokemon that she uses to win most of these games. But these hard walls, Altaria and Shadow Mantine, of course, and Mantine are carrying her through the tournament. And she doesn't even need to use those Pokemon like Skeleturge or Magnezone. It works without it. Sometimes you just go for the neutral play and you will find your win condition in the process.
Do you know one thing that I think is interesting? Perhaps Udin brought in Azumarill on the basis that he thought Shadow Magnezone might be in the back. And he really wouldn't want that alignment.
Fair.
But from the games that I've seen so far, and from the games that we've all been watching, Palasha is tending to use Shadow Magnezone in the lead, or not at all. Now, this is something that her future opponents might be able to pick up on. She might also think that she has basically tempted them into that line of thinking, but I'm very, very eager to see whether or not we see a Shadow Magnezone in the back take the games.
I really find that funny because you're watching this tournament, seeing her bring it in the lead over multiple times, and every single opponent who's playing her thinks, okay, this time she's gonna bring it in the back. This time she's not going to bring it at all. I can bring triple weak. It was all a mind game leading up to me. I am the final boss for a mind game, and then they just get swept by Shadow Magnezone.
They get swept by Shadow Magnezone, and Palasha is making her way through that loser's bracket. Leo, let's take a look at that loser's bracket, and we can show you exactly where we are so far this weekend.
Yep, we can see Galax Bolton still in this tournament, who is inevitably going to face Palasha 97, and I mean, it's gonna decide who wins the Casters Fantasy Draft, right?
You are absolutely right. So, am I right in saying you've got Galaxco Bolton in your fantasy picks, and Palasha has been chosen by Tactical? So, yeah, this is a pretty big game for you two. But what happens here is you've got the losers semi-finals. The winner of this will go into the losers finals, and they will play whoever loses the winners finals. And the winners finals is taking place between Luran Rocket and Matt Beer, so they've got a little bit of time to watch and to wait and to see which opponents they might potentially be playing against. But this game against Galaxco Bolton, this will be pretty good. Let's take a look at the winners bracket, because we've still, as we say, got Luran Rocket and Matt Beer. These players have been playing fantastically. I think this is the furthest Matt Beer has got so far in a regional.
That is actually really true. I mean, finals sounds like you can't get any further. However, there is still some matches to play for both of these trainers. And also, I want to say, Udin and San Rodrigo, they had such a phenomenal day one, and then both, I think, lost both two matches that they were playing today.
Yeah, you're right. But let's have a look at Luran Rocket, because this is a player who a winners finals is nothing new to him. We've mentioned that he's already been in a grand finals before, and he has also been top cutting tournament after tournament. If you're looking at his record this season, you know, he came 5th in the European International Championships. He made 9th place in Utrecht. He came 4th in Liverpool. These are just a few of his accolades, but he will want that gold medal.
Yeah, he wants it again. He already had it once, as we have mentioned so many times, the first regional champion of Pokemon Go. And he is such a strong player. Mechanically, he's so wise. He's a genius in which Pokemon to bring to the tournament, reading the meta, reading the opponents as well. The match versus San Rodrigo, it was beautiful. It was like an orchestra.
It was music to my ears. Thank you for the music, Luran. He was telling us backstage, he was saying, I had basically mapped out a number of win conditions in advance. He knew that he actually, do you remember when he brought his Cresselia into the Lickitung? He said, I don't actually want my Cresselia to win this matchup. What I want to do is leave Lickitung low and farm it down with something like my Shadow Gligar. So I'm excited to see if he makes similar decisions here, but Matt Beer will be looking to do the same again. Shadow Sableye.
Oh, Shadow Sableye is such a strong Pokemon. The last one in competition now, if I'm not completely mistaken. And now, something like the strategy that Luran used against San Rodrigo is not really possible here anymore, because he thought that was so low fast attack pressure. Anyways, we're going into the game immediately. That was quick. Lantern versus the Shadow Gligar is always an interesting matchup to watch.
This is a very interesting matchup. It can depend on the way that you build your Lantern or the way you build your Shadow Gligar. Both Pokemon are able to deal super effective damage to one another. The Dig, if it lands, does huge super effective damage to the Water Electric type Lantern, and Lantern can deal super effective damage with Surf against the ground flying type Gligar.
Yep, and this Surf is going to maybe connect, or are we going to shield this up? Matching shields here on Luran Rocket's side. Now that we're looking at the Pokemon in the back, I want to say that the Cresselia from Matt Beer looks really good. First of all, we're going to see if there is another Dig shield. Yes, Matt Beer going deep here with 2 shields in the first matchup.
This is a big, correct shield for Matt. He will really want to get the Surf damage off because he doesn't have fast attack pressure from Cresselia in the back, and he will need to ensure that his Altaria isn't aligned against Luran Rocket's Dugong.
Yep, and you're able to maybe farm this down. No, and actually another Dig is reached by Luran Rocket. Matt Beer a little greedy with the energy there. This is going to connect. Is it going to knock out? Is Matt Beer not guaranteed the switch? Oh, it faints.
That is a really uncomfortable position from Matt Beer. That is not the kind of play that he needs to be showing in these winners finals. He had lost count of the Dig, it lands, and now he's a shield down against Luran Rocket. But what he has done is brought out the Dugong so that Altaria won't be aligned against it.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. However, the Cresselia could have also been an absolute menace against the Lantern. Actually, the Grass Knot immediately connects. Luran Rocket now going to go for a debuff. Might want to keep the potential shields for this Lantern in the back.
I'm interested to understand more about Logan's thinking here. What is he predicting in the back? He's brought out the Dugong here. Perhaps he would like to see a Skarmory, but it will be an Altaria. Altaria against Lantern is reasonably neutral, so Lantern with shield advantage could be huge for Logan.
Yeah, actually as well, if you're looking at the teams, the Cresselia is the hardest, or maybe even the only answer that Matt Beer has for the Lantern. So having shield advantage will always win you the game in this position, or almost always. And it's going to be a tough task for Matt Beer to overcome this Lantern with the shield advantage. Look at Luran Rocket nodding. He knows if I connect a few Thunderbolts, this is going to be my game 1.
I wonder if Luran is actually nodding in a sign of concession that it wasn't the Pokemon in the back that he wanted it to be, because all of those debuffs on that Cresselia have now been removed. Huge. The Cresselia has come out, and it will be able to land a Grass Knot potentially against this Lantern, which could be massive. But this Thunderbolt should do big damage. The question is, will it be enough to then farm down and take out the Cresselia before the Cresselia reaches a Grass Knot?
That is a really, really good point here. Are we going to throw the Surf immediately? No. Oh, the Moonblast is being reached by Matt Beer. It is going to knock out the Lantern. This is looking so good for Matt Beer all of a sudden. How did that happen?
That is absolutely massive for Matt Beer. He reaches the Moonblast before Altaria is able to go down. Dugong has no health left. Matt Beer takes game number 1.
Wow, I really thought Luran Rocket had it there, but the energy on the Cresselia of Matt Beer was so important, so pressuring, that the Lantern couldn't really play out this matchup as it wanted it to. The Dragon Breath of the Altaria are so good, they're dealing so much damage, putting it in a range of either a Moonblast or a Grass Knot.
That's right, Luran was apprehensive of the energy that Matt had retained on Cresselia. That's why he was trying to farm down the Altaria. He didn't want to take a Grass Knot from Cresselia. He identified that his win condition would only be to take out the Altaria with Lantern, but he couldn't quite do it before Altaria reached a second Moonblast.
Matt Beer with a very impressive run so far. I've talked to him a lot at those events, and he's always been a great player. Sometimes the nerves got to him, but now he's saying, hey, I'm feeling better about these tournaments. I can actually win this. I think I'm in a very, very good spot. And he's showing off.
This is the thing. There is a huge amount of mentality involved in this game. You have to be able to stay composed. You have to be able to stay resilient. And if Matt can maintain his focus here and just take one more game, he is very much in the driver's seat. But this is a best of 5. So Luran knows that there is plenty more opportunity to take this series back.
I completely forgot about the best of 5. I'm not gonna lie here. Matt Beer is now with a little advantage in there. Maybe this was just a little testing the waters from Luran Rocket's side to see what is my opponent likely to bring here. Many of these Pokemon are rather neutral. Matt has no real hard answer for the Lantern, so you can maybe even rule out the Skarmory in this matchup.
This is going to be tricky for Luran. He really wants to play neutrally, but even in doing so, alignment can be very, very important. We saw the amount of damage that Cresselia was able to put out onto that Dugong, and the threat of damage that Cresselia was able to give to Lantern as well.
And all of this was just possible for Matt Beer because of a wrong call that Luran Rocket made of the teams. He could have brought in the Lantern immediately, would have had the Dugong and the Altaria easy peasy, but now we're going to see a very neutral matchup as well. The Cresselia versus the Shadow Gligar. And this is a very, very good spot to have the Cresselia at for Luran Rocket, to be honest.
That's right. Luran will be pleased that Cresselia isn't aligned against his Lantern, but what he won't be pleased about is if the Vigoroth on Matt Beer's side is aligned against his Lickitung. That is a really uncomfortable matchup. We've seen it before with Emmy Weedle versus Doonbug in the EUIC Grand Finals, and so Luran needs to be mindful that Lickitung is not a safe swap into a Vigoroth team.
But this is a very, very big moment for Luran because Shadow Gligar is actually able to win this matchup versus the Cresselia. If you land a dig, which he now has, he doesn't have to shield this attack at all. He can go up to double aerial ace now and then threaten a knockout with each of them.
He is no shielding the Grass Knot. It does less damage than a Moonblast, but Matt Beer would need two Grass Knots. He catch this.
Oh no!
This is not actually the catch that you think it is, because what have we just said? Vigoroth is there, and Matt Beer knows that Vigoroth is going to punish Luran again with the nod, conceding that this is brilliant by Matt Beer, and Luran now needs to rethink how he's going to maneuver around this match.
And this is a moment where Matt Beer just needs to tap right now. He just needs to tap, get in his head and know, hey, how many counters can I do before there would be a critical body slam range for me? How many can I even farm this down? This looks like Matt Beer is going to get out with all of the energy that is possible for a Vigoroth.
Matt needs to nail his move counting. He needs to maximize the energy he can get. It doesn't look like he will need to throw an attack into this Lickitung. He will win charge attack priority against both the Shadow Gligar and the Lantern. So Matt Beer is in a really, really good position here.
He even is a shield up because the Grass Knot was shielded in the beginning. Now we're going to see the Lantern in there. Matt Beer is nodding. I'm just going to throw body slam after body slam after body slam.
I think Matt Beer is in the driver's seat very, very much here, Leo. He has so much energy. The Gligar comes in, but Matt can shield this if he wants to, and he's got, I think, 2 body slams available to throw back.
Yeah, you're gonna force at least one shield here. Oh, going into another catch.
What
here.
a catch by Matt Beer! He is toying with Luran here. Luran is fuming. You can see in his mind, you can see through his eyes. He's undercharged, but this is so difficult. It was too big of an undercharge. Luran understands that this game is not in his favor. He's forced to throw another aerial ace. All of that energy still on the Vigoroth.
Yeah, that Vigoroth is still looking clean there, but also what is looking clean is the Altaria Dragon breathing down the Gligar, reaching the aerial ace before that. But this is not going to deal too much damage. Immediate no shield from Matt Beer. He is going to victory with the Altaria here. Dragon breathing down the Gligar, getting some energy up.
I'm not sure what animal Altaria is being compared to, Leo, but it's certainly doing an animalistic job here. He's going to throw the Moonblast. When this lands, he's put Lantern straight into the red. Luran has conceded. He's put his phone down. He needs to now just recap and think about the next game.
Yep, and that is exactly what he is doing. Matt Beer still nodding rhythmically, knowing, hey, I am right now 2-0 up against one of the best Pokemon trainers in the world who has proven himself multiple times. Now it's time to prove myself.
Matt Beer 2 up against Luran. Who would have thought? He certainly wouldn't. I am so pleased for him. He is taking these games so well. That play with the Vigoroth was brilliant. The read to understand how much play Vigoroth has into Luran Rocket's team. He saved it, because let's remember, Vigoroth cannot afford to be aligned against Annihilate. And so when Luran brought that Lickitung in, Matt Beer must have been laughing in his head. He goes, this is everything I could have asked for and more.
Yep, he identified that Luran might want to use this Lickitung as a safe swap after he didn't bring the Vigoroth in Game 1. It is a difficult Pokemon to bring against a team with an Annihilate, but the pure existence of Vigoroth in the meta is also one of those reasons why the Lickitung usage has went down, because before that, of course, yes, Annihilate is a good answer to Lickitung, but it always had play. Against Vigoroth, you just get farmed down. There was a little bit of chip from the Grass Knot, but the Vigoroth farmed down the Lickitung.
Vigoroth just so dominant. It's almost like a bear-like ape, isn't it? And it put in a massive amount of work. That's why we call him Mop Bear. Vigoroth showed perfection. It was brilliant there. Matt Beer will want to make this 3-0. He doesn't want to give Lurgan any room to maneuver. And Leo, we remember that if you can go into the grand finals on the winner's side, you are allowed to reset a bracket. That is 2 best of 5s. That would be massive for Matt if he can get into that position.
That is true. However, there have already been players who went into the grand finals undefeated and then lost. But maybe for Matt Beer or Luran Rocket, whoever wins this is not going to be the case this time. Lantern versus Lickitung, which is a rather positive lead for Luran Rocket for a change.
This looks like it'll be a super neutral game. We've got a lot of bulky Pokemon in play, and nothing is particularly advantageous here. Matt went for the catch for the Power Whip. Lurgan didn't fall for it. He's now got a ton of energy. He can throw some into the Cresselia, and then do you think he'll switch into his own?
I don't even think so. I think that you would rather want to have the Cresselia for the Lantern later on. Maybe not. Maybe I am just talking rubbish. We're going directly into the Cresselia mirror match.
That is right. Lurgan has given himself an advantage here. He's thrown a body slam. He has retained a lot of energy on his Lickitung, so let's not forget that. And Matt needs to make sure he doesn't forget it either.
Yep, the Moonblast. Luran Rocket is now slowly outpacing before Matt reaches his second Moonblast. The chip damage before from the Lickitung was rather important. Are we going to see a defense drop? No.
We didn't see an attack drop from the Moonblast.
Ah, yeah, okay. Sorry.
We certainly didn't see a defense drop, but Matt will try his
madness.
He will try his luck now. He throws a Moonblast into Luran Rocket's Cresselia, and Lurgan is looking to optimize the energy on his own Cresselia, but not before Matt reaches another Moonblast.
Yeah, Lurgan is doing it again, trying to get his own Cresselia as low as possible in this matchup before trying to win switch back that his opponent can't get too much energy off of it if he even wants to win this matchup.
This will be interesting. Will this Moonblast be enough to put it in Psycho cut down range? I don't think it will. So Matt comes straight in with the Surf on the Lantern, and now Lurgan needs to think, will this energy go to waste, or am I letting this go? He's going to let it go, Leo.
I mean, there wasn't too much energy on the Cresselia, if I remember correctly, but there is a lot of energy on this Lickitung. There is quite some chip already on the Lantern as well. We're going to go for another Power Whip here. Matt Beer is correctly calling it. It is a Power Whip.
Instant shield. All of that energy has been shielded by Matt Beer. He's nodding his head. He knows that this is great. He is now putting that Lickitung close to double Surf range.
Yeah. Double Surf is always a big threat when playing against a Lantern, especially with the Spark. I mean, there's a little bit of damage missing now, but the Power Whip is going to come out eventually again. This is the second one. Will it go shielded? This deals a heavy amount of damage. No, it will not deal a heavy amount of damage.
Matt shields correctly again. These are the crucial decisions that he has to nail if he wants to win, and he is making them correctly. He has a ton of energy. He has reached 2 Surfs. He's throwing one now. This will take out, if not very, very closely take out, the Lickitung.
But there's almost a body slam here. Can you reach it? He has the body slam. Gets knocked out there. The Shadow Gligar is going to come and has to use one of the 2 shields that Lurgan has advantageously here. He is going to... is Matt Beer going to reach yet another Surf, take another shield off of the Shadow Gligar?
This is superb play from Matt Beer. This is the epitome of neutral Pokemon Go playing, and so it requires a high degree of excellence on both sides. And right now, Matt is very much showing that he is playing excellently.
Yep, going in with the Lantern. Lurgan now needs to stay calm, get the perfect... Oh,
no! Caught a dig! Luran Rocket knows Matt Beer is living in his head rent-free. Matt is absolutely smashing it.
The madman! Wow, Matt Beer with the Altaria, the king of the skies, dragon breathing down the Shadow Gligar here. You can go for all the aerial aces you want. As soon as I get to a charge move, your Shadow Gligar will faint.
Matt, please, Lurgan has a family that he needs to go home to. Not like this.
Actually, this is going to still be really, really close. The aerial ace is very, very close to knock out the Altaria, and then the Shadow Gligar would have a lot of play. However, the Sky Attack is reached. Luran Rocket is applauding. So should you! Matt Beer 3-0 advances to the grand finals of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships here in Stockholm!
Wow, Leo, I have no words for how pleased Matt Beer must be. He played out of his mind. Lurgan knows it, you and I know it, everyone at home. What a game, what a match.
Wow, Matt Beer, he just played out of his mind. The dig catch on the Altaria added insult to injury. Actually, it really got close after that as well. There was win conditions for Luran Rocket with all of the energy advantage that he had there. If it wasn't for the dig catch, I think he still could have won that matchup. But wow, the craziness of these plays from Luran Rocket, it was insane.
That was out of this world play from Matt Beer. Now, we always talk about how Pokemon Go as a community, we're so close, but I have never seen such bullying on stream before.
I mean, they still hugged it out afterwards. It couldn't have been possibly that bad. Luran Rocket is a very, very fair sportsman. So is Matt Beer. And Luran Rocket, keep in mind, even after this crushing defeat, even after this, he is still in the tournament. He's still a force to be reckoned with. We're going to see Galax versus Palasha soon, and the winner of this matchup will face Luran Rocket in the losers finals, which is also going to be a best of 5 again. And those are 3 players that would be easy predictions to win a regional.
That's right.
All of them have.
Yeah, no, you're
Especially
absolutely right. Yeah, they've all taken medals and trophies. We're the top caliber players we've got on show, and Luran now has a little bit of time. He needs to recompose himself. He needs to think.
Get a nap in.
He could even take a very quick nap, but he needs to watch these players now. He needs to understand the way that they play, because that can be critical when it comes to decision making in game.
Yeah. It is going to be absolutely detrimental to see how these players are opting. Are we going to see another scenario where Palasha wins this matchup versus Galax, then plays versus Luran Rocket, and Luran is going to be, she's not going to lead Shadow Magnezone against me. I'm going to go very weak against Shadow Magnezone in the lead and in the back as well, and then gets crushed by the Magnezone?
Interesting. So is that your prediction? You think Palasha will win the next game, and then Palasha will take Luran as well after that?
I think until this tournament is over, everyone is just going to go very weak to Shadow Magnezone, and Palasha is just going to wild charge everyone. That's my prediction.
Right. That is right.
The only player who stopped her from doing that was Doonback, because he actually brought at EYC Shadow Whiscash and Annihilate. It actually worked against the Shadow Magnezone.
Though let's remember that Sanudigo also played against Palasha, and he knocked her down into the losers bracket. So there is possibility there, and let's remember that Matt has now put himself into the grand finals. That means he has 2 best of 5s that he would need to lose, otherwise he will be our Stockholm Regional Champion. Speaking of Matt, let's go for an interview. Martijn, take it away.
Thank you, Freed. I don't know about you, but my jaw dropped from that battle we just had. I'm here with Matt Bear. Congratulations on making it to the grand finals. How are you feeling?
That's crazy. Grand final. I used to explain how I'm feeling.
You have some time to watch some battles before you are up again. You told me in the back you are basically afraid to play anyone, but you just KO'd Luran Rocket. How did you do that?
I think you misunderstood. I'm scared of no one.
I know.
I know I can beat anyone in this game. You know, I've spent many years harnessing my skill, but it's the real preparation I put in beforehand this time. You know, I've spent a lot of time. Something clicked this time. You know, I read the meta well. Our team built well.
Is it the team, maybe?
I don't know. I think the driver's pretty good as well.
So, did you make your decisions, your strategy, based on the battles you've seen before from Luran Rocket? Because I believe he was playing Licton Gligar a lot before, and then he didn't. How did you anticipate?
I don't do that. I don't watch battles back. I don't watch my opponent's battles. Because I don't want to feel like they could predict what I'm going to do. You know, I don't want anyone to predict what I'm going to do. I'm gonna play different lines every time. You're never going to be able to tell what's in the back. You know, that's my strategy, is to not be predictable.
I think you did a very good job, because I don't think Luran Rocket imagined you catching a dig on that Altaria. How did you do that? How did you predict that?
So at these high levels, you know, everyone knows they're counting. They know their energy. They know where you're at. Most people, they're never going to throw on alignment. People always want to overfarm. You need the extra energy sometimes going into back matchups. And instead of, obviously, Gligar would win the charge move priority. But I know he's not going to want to throw on charge move priority expecting a catch. I know he's expecting the catch. So it's either going to be 1 or it's going to be 2. And so I have to make, it's a 50-50 call for me. I have to make my mind up. and I went for 2, and it worked out perfectly for me.
Thank you for a sneak peek into the mind of a genius here, because that is exactly the way these finals go, that you have to predict what your opponent's going to do and predict what your opponent is predicting. It all comes together in those kind of battles. Matt Beer, I hope you can find some rest before you play the grand finals. I see you're shaking. I wish you the best of luck there, and let's head back to our casters.
Thanks so much, Martijn. And Matt Beer, what a player that we have seen. He is a super trooper this weekend. And there is a huge amount of mind games at play. You really need to just be inside your opponent's head making those predictions. And he did that perfectly, Leo.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I could watch him play Corvi day and night. And it... Good one, right? So, no, Matt Beer has obviously really overperformed today. We were not counting him out, but obviously there were other favorites in the room. Luran Rocket is such a fantastic trainer. 3-0 is so dominant, my gosh.
It really, really is. But as we say, Luran now has an opportunity and time to recompose himself, because at the end of the day, the 3-0 does not make a difference anymore to him. He just needs to focus on his next game. But before that, we've got Galax, Bolton and Palasha. Now this is going to be a massive, massive match. Whoever wins, as we know, will go up against Luran Rocket. We've got Skeledirge on both sides here, Leo.
Yep, and Palasha hasn't really brought Skeledirge so much. She used it as a core breaker, as she said in my interview. She wanted to use it as a core breaker. Many teams at EYC were very, very weak to the Skeledirge, so she thought, hey, maybe if Shadow Magnezone doesn't work, I'm gonna bring Skeledirge as well. They have other targets that they want to beat. However, Shadow Magnezone just works.
It does, but the thing here, Leo, when I'm looking at these teams, there is no Pokemon on Galax Bolton's side that resists Wild Charge. So whilst Vigoroth and Skeledirge have a lot of positive play due to their fast attack pressure, if Shadow Magnezone can bank a lot of energy in the end game, it has a lot of sweeping potential.
That is true. Just looking at these Pokemon, Galax Bolton almost will have to bring the Skeledirge because, yes, Vigoroth has those super effective counters, and Shadow Magnezone has quite some problems with those. It is still going to be a lot of damage adding up, but the Vigoroth is on the Altaria, predicting a Shadow Magnezone in the lead.
Yeah, that is great from Galax Bolton. He's making sure he's not weak to Shadow Magnezone in the lead, but Vigoroth also has plenty of play with the super effective Rock Slide into the Dragon-flying Altaria.
And not even being shielded right here from Palasha, not wanting to invest a shield this early. Good throw by Galax Bolton. Now the Altaria is going to reach a Moonblast, going for a Sky Attack right here, predicting a shield, yes.
This is going to be really interesting. Palasha has a Cresselia in the back, which, when running Moonblast, is walled by the Ghost Fire-type Skeledirge. But I believe that Palasha has Future Sight on her Cresselia.
Yeah, it's still not the best matchup for the Cresselia of Palasha, but it has chance to fight back there. Actually going to invest a shield against a Body Slam right here. And oh, we're going to reach a second Sky Attack. Perfect counting, perfect planning from Palasha to throw the Sky Attack just before the next Body Slam is reached.
Galax Bolton is going to let Vigoroth go down. He's going to try and use this low-health Altaria to farm a little bit of energy with his Dugong. Now, Dugong is able to run Drill Run, which will do super effective damage to that Skeledirge, or if a Cresselia comes in, I would assume that we might see a few Icy Winds to reduce the attack. But no, it is Skeledirge.
And that is very, very interesting, because conveniently, the perfect timing to throw a Drill Run is after 3 Ice Shards against a 5-turn fast attack. However, that does not happen. We're going to let Palasha throw a Shadow Ball here. You only have 1 shield left. Do you use it? No!
He's not shielding. This does a big chunk of damage. He did get an Ice Shard through. He's going to throw off the first Drill Run. He will reach a second Drill Run. It's also going no shielded. It won't take out the Skeledirge, but it'll do a lot of damage.
Yep, so the Skeledirge is now actually in farm down range for Galax Bolton's Skeledirge, who is... Oh, it is definitely going to reach a Shadow Ball here, but does Galax Bolton know? Is he going to shield this? Yes, he absolutely knows the counts of the Skeledirge.
He would have loved to have incinerated down Palasha's Skeledirge. Instead, he is forced to shield. Now he has got a lot of energy that he can throw into this Cresselia. Shadow Ball does super effective damage. He will very, very likely reach 2, so even if Palasha shielded, he would land 1.
Yep, and this looks like a big win condition for Galax Bolton, or win condition for Palasha to call a bait here and being successful with it. But now we're throwing the Disarming Voice, gets shielded by Palasha.
Let's remember that Galax Bolton still has an attack stored on that Dugong, so taking the shield down now and putting the Cresselia Cresselia in drill run range, I think Galaxco Bolton has this.
Yeah, Galaxco Bolton might be able to win this game in the process. He does that even knock out. It is a very hard-hitting charge attack, but there is some bulk to the Skeledirge. Skeledirge hangs on easy, is going for actually the Shadow Ball here against the low HP Cresselia. Galaxco Bolton is leading 1-0.
Galaxco Bolton is going to punish this Cresselia with a Shadow Ball from low health. He's absolutely dominated in this matchup. Galaxco Bolton takes game number 1.
Where Shadow Magnezone in the back. Actually, Galaxco Bolton was kind of prepared for it as well. He went really, really strong against the Shadow Magnezone with the Vigoroth. There is a chance to knock out a Shadow Magnezone with the Dugong as well, and Skeledirge as well. So there is a chance that Palasha's Shadow Magnezone is now scared away indefinitely. However, this is the loser's semi, so it's not a final. It is not going to be as best of 5. Galaxco Bolton is with one leg already in the loser's finals.
That is right. So Vigoroth with the access to biting type counter and Incinerate from Skeledirge both do super effective damage to Shadow Magnezone. Galaxco Bolton had one in the lead and one in the back. He is very, very much prepared. And Leo, as you say, Palasha now needs to have a think. Is Shadow Magnezone worth bringing?
Yeah, also looking at the other Pokemon in the match there, is there something that could spell trouble for Shadow Magnezone? I think that Galaxco Bolton just has 3 rather bad matchups for the Shadow Magnezone. Unless, I mean, Altaria is really, really bulky. If you take a Wild Charge, then your Dragon Breath will deal a lot of damage.
We have the Skeledirge Mirror. This could be huge on charge attack priority. This could be huge on making bait decisions.
Oh, and there is also the Shadow Magnezone in the back. Palasha is going to be really happy to avoid the Skeledirge. Are we going to see a bait here? No, she calls it. It is a correct shield against the Shadow Ball from Galaxco Bolton.
That is the correct. There is also the option potentially for Galax to catch a Shadow Ball onto his own Vigoroth, but Palasha is going to prevent that opportunity by allowing an Incinerate to go through. Is Galax going to shield?
No, he's not! Boom!
Skeledirge goes down. That is super uncomfortable now for Galaxco Bolton because Dugong is now in the back and it will have to deal with a Shadow Magnezone and a Cresselia.
Wow, and this is such an uncomfortable range of HP for the Vigoroth as well, because the counters don't really add up. It is actually going to throw another Disarming Voice here at the Vigoroth. Vigoroth now reaching the Rock Slide. At this point, you could decide to just let your Skeledirge go, but it has so much energy pressure.
That is right. The thing is, Palasha has now used both of her shields, and Dugong has access to Drill Run. That will one-shot the Shadow Magnezone, so it could get a little bit dicey here. The thing is, he's using one shield already, and so Cresselia could be the route to victory for Palasha.
Oh, both of these Pokemon in the back for Palasha correctly called the line of Galaxco Bolton. Very, very strong here. Even Vigoroth and Dugong are basically core broken by the good old Cresselia. Immediately pivoting out into Dugong. Whatever comes in, you have to beat it with Dugong. But also those Volt Switch, they deal so much damage here. Oh, we're actually going to see a bait as well from Palasha, and it's going to be shielded. Galaxco Bolton is going to shield a Mirror Shot. Does it matter though? He is going to reach the Drill Run before. Oh, we're going to go into the Cresselia directly, and he is nodding. This is not looking good for Galaxco Bolton.
I think Galaxco Bolton knows that Cresselia will dominate in this matchup. Palasha went for the bait. Not only does it save her energy, but it also gives her the chance of an attack drop. That didn't happen, but it didn't make a difference because Cresselia is just so bulky, and it has a super effective Grass Knot against the Ice Water Dugong.
Yep, and I think 2 Grass Knot will be enough to knock out the Dugong. Yes, very much looks like it. Galaxco Bolton still playing this out, always sees the chance to still win this game. However, Dugong, you're a phenomenal Pokemon, but I don't know if you can pull that one off.
It is very, very difficult. He could actually just be going straight Drill Run, which will do more damage than the Icy Wind, but I think he knows how this game is going to end up, and so it doesn't make a huge amount of difference here. His mind will be focused on the next game.
Palasha playing this really, really well. We knew, hey, Galaxco Bolton is going to be very strong against the Magnezone as well, but that means that the other Pokemon of Palasha have a lot of play there. And it was all decided by the Shadow Ball call from Galaxco Bolton. He called a Disarming Voice, said it is going to be a bait, and lost the game from that.
That's right, Palasha just reminding Galaxco Bolton that she is running Future Sight on that Cresselia. Galaxco Bolton will not be concerned by that. He will be thinking that that Skeledirge shield decision was pivotal. Taking the Shadow Ball on his Cresselia, trying to call a Disarming Voice, completely turned the game on its head.
Yep, Galaxico Bolton sitting. Both trainers are bringing their Skeledirge to the table. Skeledirge is a Pokemon that was underestimated greatly in previous tournaments until Emmy Weedle showed up with it. You could see it here and there popping up at regionals or special events in the Top Cut, but it was always considered spice. Now we have 2 so far in the tournament. It is EUIC champion. Skeledirge is one heck of a Pokemon.
It is really, really good. It is a fire ghost type. That gives it a host of weaknesses and resistances. More importantly, it double resists fighting, it double resists normal, but it also resists charm. That's one of the really nice things about Skeledirge, is you can use it in lieu of a steel type. And while steel resists dragon, although Skeledirge doesn't, it has access to disarming voice, so it also has play into Pokemon like Altaria. It's a really flexible pick, it's a fun pick, and incinerate damage, wow, it burns.
Every time it's not resisted, it is so hard. And even Pokemon like Azumarill have problems dealing with a Skeledirge unless you're running Hydro Pump. And even then, if Skeledirge uses shields, Hydro Pump is not going to help you a lot because it just takes so long to get there. And you're pacing so fast to those Shadow Balls.
Palasha has won a game with Shadow Magnezone. Leo, do you think she'll bring it again for this final and decisive game number 3?
I mean, Galaxico Bolton has run triple strong, double strong, and one is okay against Shadow Magnezone so far. So he tried to scare it away. I think that she's actually going to bring it again because the other Pokemon just worked so well. Let's see. We're going to see Shadow Whiscash on the Palasha side against the Skeledirge.
This is huge for Palasha. Galaxico Bolton comes straight in with his Vigoroth Safe Swap. It will reach a Body Slam before Shadow Whiscash reaches the Scald, so Palasha goes for the Mud Bomb.
Yep, taking this one turn, adding another in terms of advantage, swapping out immediately into the Cresselia. Now, this is looking bad for the Vigoroth. This is looking bad for the switch of Galaxico Bolton because a Future Sight from this range surely knocks out the Vigoroth.
That is right. But if you're looking at the backline, there is a Dugong from Galaxico Bolton, and it has play both into Shadow Whiscash and into Palasha's Skeledirge. So Galaxico Bolton will really need to take advantage of that Dugong if he wants to win this game.
Yep, and there is a very, very high chance that we're going to see what makes Skeledirge so incredibly powerful in this game because yes, it can take a Future Sight from Cresselia. If it gets a lot of farm on this Cresselia, we're actually going to invest a shield here. The Grass Knot bait. Galaxico Bolton is not too happy about this.
He's not happy, but actually Palasha wanted to land that Grass Knot and potentially try and Psycho cut down the Vigoroth to get as much energy as possible. She was quite surprised perhaps to see that shield go up. She will farm back up again, and I'll expect another Grass Knot very, very soon.
Yep, perfect counting again, just one before the next Body Slam is reached because the charge attack priority would be won by the Vigoroth. Does it hang on by a thread? Nope.
It goes down. Skeledirge will get an Incinerate. Will it be able to get Cresselia down before another one lands? Cresselia reaches the Future Sight. Galaxico Bolton knows how painful this will be. This is a stab attack, same type attack bonus. So it does a little bit extra damage, and that Future Sight, look, it's taken Skeledirge so low.
Yeah, and now he has to bait. Palasha doesn't call it, but you want to use your shields at some point. This is such a fantastic matchup for the Shadow Whiscash. However, you do not resist any of the charge attacks of the Skeledirge. We're going directly into the Dugong. A Mud Bomb is thrown immediately. Might pivot out into the Skeledirge soon, because you don't want in this matchup to give the Dugong too much energy advantage.
That's right. The Skeledirge on Galaxico Bolton's side has retained some energy. That could be really useful later, but also a shield decision here will be pivotal. Palasha is letting the Drill Run go. This won't take out the Skeledirge, but it will do a ton of damage.
Yep, and this is then possibly a farm down range for the Skeledirge of Galaxico Bolton. However, we're going to see a disarming voice here just before Galaxico Bolton reaches the next charge attack. And is he going to shield this? This might knock out the Dugong. If it doesn't, it's going to be critical, but it doesn't hang on by a thread. Skeledirge goes in, and there is so much energy on Palasha's Skeledirge. Oh, she actually did not tap on the charge attack. There is a farm down for the Skeledirge. Skeledirge has so much, but this is just such a good Whiscash.
I don't think it's going to be enough. Galaxico Bolton can only reach the one attack. Palasha uses her final shield. Palasha takes game number 3. She is into the losers finals.
Yep, and there is the next Incinerate, the last Incinerate of Galaxico Bolton. Mud shot down by Shadow Whiscash. Palasha showing, hey, I also have Skeledirge. I don't only win because of my Shadow Magnezone. What a run.
It's almost as if we forgot just how good Shadow Whiscash is. Honestly, Glasgow Bolton would have loved to see Shadow Magnezone there. He was probably preparing for it. He knows that it also has play into Cresselia. He was thinking, do you know what? If I can avoid that Shadow Whiscash, I'm in a great position. But unfortunately, when that game started, all he was probably thinking was, SOS, I need to get out of here as fast as possible.
That is basically the worst matchup that you could ever play out with this, because even if you're trying to play it out, your opponent is going to reach a Scald before you. You might get debuff before, but I want to actually point out the team building of Palasha, and that is so great because she is running Altaria and Cresselia, and those Pokemon are both really well answered by Skarmory. Skarmory is such a strong pick right now, but she has Shadow Magnezone and Skeledirge, which can both easily farm down a Skarmory. Nobody could bring a Skarmory, and I don't even think there is any more in the field right now.
That's right. So Shadow's Magnezone into Skarmory is a horrible, horrible matchup for poor Skarmory. Skarmory's Steel Wing is double resisted by the electric steel type.
Flying types as well.
And it's also double resisting all of the flying damage. So a Brave Bird onto Shadow Magnezone, normally Shadow Magnezone needs to shield everything. It doesn't need to shield against a Skarmory, and it is a brilliant, brilliant answer to what is otherwise a very popular steel flying type.
Yep, and even though the Brave Bird still does like 60%, because let's face it, it's Brave Bird and it's Shadow Magnezone, it's going to deal a lot of damage. However, this is still a phenomenal timing to farm something down. Shadow Magnezone is one of these Pokemon that if you give it some kind of advantage, it will tear you apart. This is why only trainers with the greatest skill, or the ones that have Mudshot as their fast attack, will be able to beat a Shadow Magnezone.
That is right. Let's see just how far that Palasha can go with that Shadow Magnezone. Yeah. She is again into the latter stages of another tournament with a Pokemon that some players thought, you know what, it's no longer spicy. People can expect it now. You can't use the same old tricks. But Palasha goes, hold on a minute. I'm pretty good with this Pokemon. I'm sure I'll be fine. Let's go and speak with Thomas and Palasha now.
Thank you so much, Farid. I am here with Palasha. Palasha, you've made losers finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm so excited being here because there are a lot of good players. This is probably the most stacked tournament this season. So yeah, I'm so happy.
Oh, you've been playing so well. We've loved seeing you play Magnezone all day.
Yeah.
But in this battle, you Skeledirge.
Yep.
Please tell me about Skeledirge.
Skeledirge was so good against Galax's team because his only real counter was Lantern. And I was like, okay, if I can avoid the Lantern, Skeledirge is so good.
So. It was so good. Now, losers finals, you're up versus Luran Rocket, who you faced at EUIC as well. If I recall correctly, you beat him there. Now, going into this match, it's a rematch pretty much. Do you think you can take him?
I'm only going to see a thing. Let Magnezone cook. I'm sorry, Luran.
Oh, let Magnezone cook. I am excited to see that. Thank you so much, Palasha. Before we end it, is there anyone you want to shout out?
I'm always shouting for my mother, for my boyfriend, for all the Spanish army that is here in Stockholm, to every single people that is giving me some hugs or supporting me. So, yeah.
I love to hear that. Thank you so much, Palasha. Let's head right back to the action.
Thank you, Thomas. Palasha is oozing with confidence there. She's goading Luran a little bit. She's just like, Luran, let Magnezone cook. But is that mind games? Is that telling Luran, prepare for Shadow Magnezone, and then she suddenly doesn't bring it?
I mean, we have seen Luran bring a lot of Lickitung, Cresselia, and Shadow Gligar. And if you're running that line against a Shadow Magnezone, even though Gligar is a ground type, you're in for a bad time. Because Shadow Magnezone just does not care about Pokemon that don't really have high fast attack pressure. Even Lickitung, it is okay. It gets 2 hit by wild charges. Body Slam don't really do anything. Multiple powers, maybe knock out at some point. Shadow Magnezone looks relatively strong against the team of Luran Rocket.
It really does. So let's have a think about that Gligar matchup for a second. Now, Gligar, as you say, it is a ground type, but it is also a flying type. So whilst the ground typing double resists electric, the flying type it takes that back. It brings it down to just a single resist. Meanwhile, Wing Attack and Aerial Ace from Gligar, they are double resisted by the steel electric typing of Shadow Magnezone. So Palasha knows that if Shadow Magnezone has shields, and if she can correctly shield Dig, which would definitely one-shot Shadow Magnezone, then Shadow Magnezone actually has an advantage into a Shadow Gligar matchup. And that's peculiar thinking about that. Because of those resisted Wild Charge, they will still do a ton of damage.
Exactly, it still deals a lot, puts it immediately into the yellow, and then if you add more Volt Switches to it, at some point a Mirror Shot is also going to knock out the Gligar, and then you're back at a point where even if you shield an Aerial Ace, if you have multiple shields to your hand, you can outpace with the Mirror Shots later on, because you don't take any time to pace to it. It's just like 4 turns.
That's right, and that might be one of the reasons why Palasha is using the Shadow Magnezone in the lead. It's when she can guarantee that it has 2 shields available to it. If she can face against a Shadow Gligar with 2 shields, she can win that matchup. If she faces it with 0, Shadow Magnezone's going down. So Lurgan will need to think about that. What I might expect to see is perhaps a fighter in the front and a Shadow Gligar in the back, because if Shadow Gligar is in the lead up against a Shadow Magnezone, as we say, Shadow Magnezone will have the advantage.
That is true. If you face a fighter with Shadow Magnezone, you're in for a rather bad time. Even against something like a Poliwrath, yes, your Volt Switch also deal a lot of damage. A Wild Charge would definitely knock out, but you're just getting outpaced by damage on counters. It is always a little bit tricky. That's why I said earlier, only the best trainers can maneuver around a Shadow Magnezone on the opposing team, but you also have to be really, really good at the game to pilot a Shadow Magnezone at this high level of competition. We've only seen very, very few trainers succeed with it. I think Lindos Kanan won with it, and of course the mighty Inadequates went top 3 at Lille in this season.
That is right. Do you want a cheeky but interesting top level play with Shadow Magnezone? Okay, so now we know that Wild Charge will self-debuff. When you throw a Wild Charge with a Shadow Magnezone, you are now going to take a ton more damage than you normally would. The difficulty is because Volt Switch is a 4-turn move. If you are up against a 2-turn attack, let's say counter, for example, when you throw a Volt Switch normally, you will allow a free counter to go through. That's just how the game works. The fast attack will go through when you throw on alignment. If you pause, and if you allow the counter to go through first, you will take reduced damage than if you throw immediately. Because if you throw immediately, your defense drops and the counter does a ton more damage. If you pause, if you allow... 2 ton. If you allow the counter to go through first, you take the normal amount of damage, but you still manage to get off that Wild Charge at no other disbenefit. So that is a high-level play that Palasha has been utilizing. I'm interested to see if she takes advantage of that against Luran Rocket, but that's just one for you to note at home.
And we have also seen her abuse that technique at EUIC before she went so far in the tournament. You're going to see a little EUIC video as well.
Welcome back, trainers. Martijn and I are back, and wow, we just saw some amazing Scaladurs action.
Yeah, these battles have been crazy, and we now are going into the top 3 of the bracket. We have Palasha, we have Luran Rocket, and Matt Beer already in the grand finals remaining. This is going to be incredible. I talked to Luran Rocket earlier. He is very afraid to play. His team is a little bit weak to Cresselia, and he's been facing so many. He's been overcoming a lot, but Matt Beer was just a little bit too much. And now Palasha also has a Cresselia, so it's going to be a very difficult losers finals for him. And on the other hand, Palasha, she got the top 3 in Stuttgart as well. That was the furthest she got this season. Now she's in the top 3 again, so she also wants to take it further.
Oh, for sure. We got our battler sat down already on the stage. Luran Rocket with the team. We've seen him run at EYC as well. Dugong, Shadow Gligar, Annihilate, Lickitung, Cresselia, Lantern, and Palasha, of course, with our Magnezone, Scaladurs duo, followed by Cresselia, Shadow Whiscash, Mantine, and Altaria.
You mentioned the Magnezone. How good is it in this matchup here?
It's absolutely incredible. Now, of course, there's Annihilate, which does a lot of heavy-hitting counter damage, but it does not want to take a wild charge. So even there, Magnezone has play.
I agree. Let's take a look here at the team of Luran Rocket. Dugong has been so good for him. It has Drill Run as well as coverage for against Pokemon like Lantern and Magnezone, but it doesn't fare super well into Cresselia. He also has his own Cresselia with Moonblast, while Palasha has Future Sight.
Yes, indeed, and Future Sight will come in very handy versus Luran Rocket's Lickitung for sure. Pokemon I expect him to bring. We see no counter users on Palasha's team here. Our best answers to the Lickitung are Magnezone, Altaria, and probably the Cresselia.
I must say though, there is a lot of neutral play from Palasha's side. Scaladurs is also not super weak because all the charge attacks from Lickitung are resisted, so Scaladurs can hang on in that matchup. Whiscash is basically quite annoying for Lickitung just because it takes a while to get to the double super effective Power Whip for Lickitung, while Whiscash gets super fast to the Skull that does about half of its HP, right, of the Lickitung. So it's gonna be a difficult match on both sides. I think you can kind of predict from Palasha that she wants to bring that Magnezone and the Cresselia. They just make such a good core. But from Luran Rocket, how are you going to tackle that Lickitung? Because it does quite well into the Magnezone as long as shields are up, and also against the Cresselia.
Yes, indeed. I would expect to see a lot of Lickitung Gligar from Luran Rocket. This is a core he's very familiar with, core he plays a lot, and they both look very strong into Palasha's team. The Gligar, honestly, really only has to worry about a Mantine because of it. It has access to Ice Beam, which will one-shot, but besides that, and of course Skull from Whiscash. But if you have shields, like Gligar has play into everything.
Well, you say that, but if 2 shields are up, Magnezone can actually defeat the Shadow Gligars, right? That's crazy, an electric type beating a flying type, but because we don't have that immunity in Pokemon Go, this is actually possible. Let's take a look here. We have the lead, Shadow Gligar into Shadow Magnezone, just what we're talking about.
Wow, and 2 shields are up, so this is not too bad for Magnezone. Palasha is staying in here, charging up here. She's gonna throw the wild charge, not yet. She allows Luran to throw off a charge attack before, and it's a bait.
This is double resisted, but oh man, Magnezone is so frail, it doesn't want to get taken out by that single ground type charge attack, so putting up the shield, not taking any risk here. Gligar can actually win the 2 shields here if Luran Rocket would be double baiting the aerial ace, but this is so risky. Going for the wild charge. Is he going to shields? Yes, he does put up the protect shield.
Wild charge would do a ton, so it's a wise shield from Luran Rocket. Palasha now gonna be able to fire off another wild charge. Luran has a decision to make here. He shields it up again.
I am not surprised. And now Palasha goes into the Cresselia, the one Pokemon Luran Rocket is so afraid of, and then swapping into his Lickitung. But you're a shield down here, so the Cresselia could actually win this matchup if it wants to. On top of that, the Magnezone also cleared its defense drop now.
Yeah, though that is not really gonna help if there's a double super effective dig that is still stored on the Gligar. But as long as Palasha can keep a shield here, she should be protected from that.
Yeah, that shield's probably going into the Magnezone because the Cresselia is just so bulky. That's not a Pokemon you usually invest those shields in unless absolutely mandatory to like flip switch advantage. Another body slam is coming through. Palasha is at the future side.
Yes, body slam is easily taken by this Cresselia, still not in the red health. Now gets licked into the red health, but plenty of health to get off the future side here.
This future side will put Lickitung very low, almost inside cut down range, but I think Lickitung will be able to get to that body slam here before being knocked out. Oh, trying to catch again, and she actually, now Luran Rocket is forced to go for that body slam. Palasha doesn't mind at all, because a dig would do so much more damage from the Gligar.
I absolutely love this play from Palasha. And Lurgan going for the dig straight away. Do we see another shield from Palasha? No! She actually lets it go.
Magnezone goes down here. I think if you put up the Protect Shield there, you will be able to get to the Wild Trap. It looks like Palasha wanted to keep the Protect Shield for the backline. Going in with the Scaladirge, and Incinerate is going to chunk. Another bait comes in. Palasha putting both Protect Shields on the base of Luran Rocket.
Oh goodness. Well, Scaladirge is gonna keep continuing to incinerate down here though. Lurgan not able to reach the dig before Disarming Voice, so opts to go for the aerial ace instead.
This does quite some damage as Gligar is Shadow, so it does do a little bit more. I'm not sure. Yeah, you cannot get the entire farm down because the Gligar would get to another area ace. Now the Scaladirge is so low, but there is the Cresselia from Luran Rocket in the back. Will it be enough to take it out?
A Moonblast will definitely knock out the Scaladirge from this range, but the Scaladirge already has so much energy. It will be able to get to a Shadow Ball rather quickly. Remember, Lurgan also has the Lickitung though, could go for a catch. He does try for the catch, but Palasha, patience as ever, does not allow it to happen.
And now Scaladirge has energy, going for another Incinerate now for the Shadow Ball. This is going to do so much damage. It's super effective. Scaladirge is quite attack-weighted. Here it comes. Shadow Balls being loaded into this Cresselia. Boom! So much damage, and now, oh, Cresselia has to fire off another attack, but Thomas, I think that Palasha left with another charge stack on her Cresselia.
She certainly has a lot of energy on it. Is it enough to outpace? Yes, she does have the Grass Knot, and at this point, this will knock out Luran Rocket's Cresselia. Amazing play there by Palasha.
Is this going to knock out? Because Pokemon are really bulky. Yes, you are right. You are right. It does knock out, and Palasha gets to the 1-0 score here. What an incredible play. Even though she shielded two bases there, two aerial aces that you really don't want to shield, especially not on Magnezone because it's double resisted. Resisted by Steel type and resisted by the Electric type. But Luran Rocket just knows you're going to use all your shields for the Magnezone.
Yeah, except for the one Diggy through. The one Diggy through was hit on the Magnezone, but besides that, just honestly perfect calls by Lurgan there. Perfect base, but still, Palasha was able to come out on top. She had a strategy planned out, and a very safe strategy indeed. One that wasn't dependent on baits, one that was just dependent on Magnezone.
It is what Luran Rocket also feared from Madbeer. That because Madbeer in the previous matchup could basically just lead anything and swap into Cresselia safely, because Cresselia is so safe into Luran Rocket. We saw Palasha do this as well, leading that Magnezone, going to take two shields, and then when the time is there, just swapping Cresselia. Luran Rocket only has the Lickitung, which is only really a soft answer. So that makes it just so difficult for Luran Rocket to come back from this. And also, keep in mind, this is not a best of 3. We are now in the losers finals. This is a best of 5.
Yes, indeed. So even if Palasha wins this next game, she still has to win another one after that to get to that 3 wins. So Lurgan may be behind 1 game, but it's so much less impactful than it would be in a best of 3.
He has 3 battles still to make up for it. Palasha is a little bit closer, but now that you've seen from each other what the player is using, you can adapt to that. Are you now going to bring that Annihilate as Luran Rocket? You could do that, but the Cresselia is probably always coming out. One thing though, Future Sight as a charge stack is a little bit more expensive than Moonblast as a charge stack on the Cresselia. So the Annihilate has just slightly more play just because it takes longer for the Cresselia to get to the Future Sight.
Yes, indeed. And besides that, like if Annihilate can potentially farm down Magnezone, which it seems like Palasha is inclined to bring, and Annihilate comes out with a lot of energy, Crest definitely does not want to take it. We're moving into the next game though. Scaladirge into Annihilate.
Ouch! That is not what you want to see as Annihilate, but it looks like Luran Rocket is going to stay in here. The counters from the Annihilate are double resisted, but your charge attacks are super effective. Going into the Lickitung, storing all the energy, then swapping into the Magnezone. What we saw earlier from Luran Rocket not having an answer for Cresselia, Palasha also doesn't really have an answer for the Lickitung.
No, and I just want to point out, absolutely amazing patience by Palasha there, not allowing the disarming voice to be caught onto the Lickitung, instead just storing all that energy before coming to the Magnus Zone, which is now going to fire off this, the wild charge.
The wildest charge is coming in. Sam! Doing so much damage on his Lickitung and barely not being able to get to the mirror shot. Is Palasha going to keep switch advantage? No, she's letting it go. Magnus Zone goes down. It did its job.
It did its job, brought the problem Pokemon, the Lickitung, low enough to where now she feels comfortable farming it down with the Skeledirge. One Incinerate's all it takes, and now the Skeledirge has a 100 energy head start.
In comes Dugong, and in comes the Shadow Ball. Dugong also doesn't have a great matchup here because the Ice Shard fast attack is resisted. So you, especially with shields up, Skeledirge is just so good here.
It is so good. She already gets to another Shadow Ball. This would knock out the Dugong. Lurgan has a choice to make. Do you call the bait? Do you call the Shadow Ball? He's calling the bait. The Shadow Ball knocks out the Dugong.
Oh man, Dugong is gone, and now Annihilate comes back in. It has so much energy, but there's two shields on the Skeledirge. There's Cresselia in the back. Palasha puts up the first shield. She's in such a good spot here because the Incinerators will eventually get out. But there's the boost! There's the boost, Thomas!
The boost is so big. That will allow these counters to do a lot more damage, but they're still double resisted. Palasha's actually gonna let it go and put it all on the Cresselia now.
Yeah, let's see, not another boost this time. Palasha still has one Protect Shield if you can land a Shadow Ball as Luran Rocket, but I'm not sure if you have the health to. Time is running out for Luran Rocket. I think he needs a second Night Slash boost here.
Yeah, gonna go for the Night Slash once again. Palasha putting up the shield, doesn't want to get by a Shadow Ball. Night Slash does not boost, and Lurgan goes down.
Wow, that ties up the score to 1. Oh, sorry, that does not tie up the score. Palasha is now at 2-0. Luran Rocket is now at a 5-game loss in a row. He lost 0-3 to Mapir. Now he's 0-2 against Palasha. He needs to make a game plan here to come back against Palasha.
That Cresselia is proving to be very tough for Luran Rocket's team, especially paired with Pokemon like Magnezone and Skeledirge, which can just put out so much damage. We do see Palasha rely on the Cresselia a lot here to soak energy, but it's not really doing anything more, but that's all it needs to do.
The Cresselia Magnezone core is just so good together, because as you say, Cresselia only needs to soak up damage, while Magnezone is the one who usually uses shield. She hasn't used a Protect Shield at all. It basically went for a Wild Charge on the Lickitung and then was let go. But like, if you can soak all the damage on Cresselia and keep your shields for a more fragile Pokemon, in this case, that was the Skeledirge, you're in such a good position.
Yeah, she definitely is for Lurgan. In order to play around this Cresselia, Skeledirge, Magnezone core, what would he have to bring even? Like,
It does do well against the Skeledirge, but the threat...
The Annihilate for the Magnezone. He brought Gligar in game number 1. It is pretty neutral versus all three, but they just haven't been enough.
It has not been enough indeed. It's so difficult for Luran Rocket. He is thinking, he's pondering, what can I use to break up the Cresselia Magnezone core? The Dugong didn't do it. The Gligar wasn't enough in game 1. The Lickitung, on paper, his best Pokemon, hasn't been able to pull through for him as well. Maybe it's time for Lantern, but Lantern also doesn't do well against that core. It does do well against the Skeledirge, but the threat of the best core of Palasha is basically always there.
It is, but I do like the Lantern ID. If you can somehow get it on Skeledirge, get a little bit of energy, and then surf the Magnezone later on, that does a lot of damage.
It does about 60% indeed. Both trainers are ready. Here we go. We have Lickitung into Magnezone. I have no idea if Luran Rocket wants the Magnezone right here.
No, I don't think he wants the Magnezone anywhere, really. But this is an okay matchup. Licks, of course, neutral damage. You see him really adding up. Volt Switch is also adding up, though. Whoa!
A full Volt Switch just knocked through!
That is so huge for Palasha. She can now let this Body Slam go and go for back-to-back Wild Charges.
Luran Rocket predicting she wouldn't go for double Wild Charge when she was exactly there. But she did, and then the Wild Charge lands. She has another attack, though, but stores it, goes into the Cresselia. We have seen this so many times that she can just swap in the Cresselia at any time, because at this point, the Lickitung is not even a threat anymore.
I absolutely love that play from Palasha. She could have thrown an attack there into the Lickitung, but instead decides to store up all that energy for later on in the game.
Going for the grass knot here. I think Palasha might think she needs 2 grass knot plus a Psycho Cut to knock out this Gligar. Not putting up any shields on this Cresselia just yet. You have more fragile Pokemon in the back. We see the Scaladers from Palasha in the back as well, which also could use those shields.
Yes, it especially, well, maybe not seeing what Lurgan has in the back. The Cresselia does not want to see the Scaladurge. I think he realized that maybe Scaladurge in the back. So shields up the Gligar, keeping it healthy for just a little bit longer, and now on the charge attack priority, firing off the dig.
Excellent counting from Luran Rocket. This dig is likely going to knock out. It's the same type attack bonus and hits pretty hard. Cresselia's bulky, but doesn't hang on there. What do you bring as Palasha there? You have 2 shields for your more fragile Pokemon. In comes the Magnezone. It has a Wild Charge loaded, and now going for another Aerius. I don't think this would even knock out, but looks like Palasha is not taking any chances, wants to preserve her energy.
Yes, shields up the Magnezone, has a ton of energy stored on this Magnezone now. Firing off the Mirror Shot at this point, that would knock out the Gligar. Lurgan decides to just let it go, put it all on this trusty Pokemon, Cresselia.
Wow, Mirror Shot actually not the most efficient attack, but because Magnezone is so attack-weighted, still knocks out the Gligar at this point. Luran Rocket is in a pickle. He brings in the Lickitung. In comes the Scaladurge. Luran Rocket hits the top left button, and Palasha wins this matchup by 3-0.
Wow, what a convincing win by Palasha. Yeah, was absolutely 0 play left for Luran Rocket there. Cresselia with Grass Knot Moonblast. This has absolutely nothing to do against Scaladurge.
Hugging it out as good friends here. The Cresselia was just too much to overcome. And even when Luran Rocket tried to adapt to tackling the Cresselia Magnezone core with his own Cresselia, it was only met with a Scaladurge.
Yeah, that's a rough matchup to be in. Palasha, though, victorious, moving on to the grand finals.
Crazy, that's so rough for Luran Rocket. One of the best players in Europe, unfortunately, had some really tough matchups here, and even the best players in Europe or in the world even. He got, I believe, the top 4 at Worlds 2022. He barely was able, he just wasn't able to do it. The matchups were just so rough for him.
Yeah, and he still did his best. He got very, very close. It was just getting an Cresselia on Scaladurge twice. That's tough. Even the best, I don't think I come back from that.
He still got a 3rd place medal, so he's not like going home empty-handed. He got some prize money, I believe, about $1,500. So even 3rd place, a really good spot. Now Palasha, though, she's on to 2nd place. This is the furthest she has come this season.
Yes, indeed. And looking ahead at the CP leaderboard after this tournament, Palasha, with the CP she's gaining from 2nd place, may overtake Staristan in the #1 spot on the current European CP leaderboard.
Wow, that is something. Do you think we'll see Statistan try to overtake that spot again in the next championship in Bologna, perhaps?
Oh, we might. It will be a very interesting race. I know Palasha is going to Bologna, so she's definitely still in the running as well.
Bring your Magnezone counters, because if Palasha is going to be there, you have seen now, you gotta be prepared for Magnezone.
100%.
It has just been rushing through all these teams that are not prepared for it.
Not just Magnezone, though, Scaladurge also proving to be an incredible powerhouse of a core breaker to deal with. So many teams are struggling, but I think Matt Bear is one of the best answers to it on his team in the Shadow Sableye.
Shadow Sableye, indeed. It's quite fragile, so when shields are down or when it's behind on energy, it still struggles because there's that disarming voice. That's a fairy-type charge stack on Scaladurge. That just also proves that Scaladurge's versatility is just so good because you're basically never walled. Shadow Sableye, though, incredible in so many 2-shield scenario, plus scaring off most Cresselia, especially when it doesn't have Moonblast like Palasha's Cresselia. I think Shadow Sableye could be key for Matt Bear. Would you think that has been the highlight of the tournament?
I think so. We've seen several Shadow Sableye this weekend. We saw Stone Collection with it. We saw Udin with it. Got very, very far with the Shadow Sableye. And of course, Matt Bear now in the grand finals with Shadow Sableye as well. It's proven to be an extremely good pick once again, especially since we're not seeing many Charmers or Dark types in this tournament.
Absolutely. Because also, Lyle Jeffs, one of the North American players, one of the Canadian players, I believe the only Canadian player qualified, he won 2 championships with Shadow Sableye. So that might also like influence players, right? If you don't know exactly what to run, you can just take a look at what those top players use. If you have no idea where to find those teams, you can take a look at the videos on the official Pokemon YouTube channel, and you can find back these championships, these tournaments, to see winning teams. So that is like an advice I could give if you are looking for like an off-meta pick. What could be actually core breaking many of the teams that my opponents would use? You could take a look at those videos.
Yes, indeed. Also, I really recommend you listen to some of the best. And we got that best here. We got Leo ready for an interview with Palasha and Matt Bear. Leo, please take it away.
Attention, Pokemon trainers, we are about to witness the grand finals of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships here in Stockholm. The Pokemon trainers in the grand finals are Matt Beer and Palasha. First of all, Palasha, congratulations for making your opponent top left in the losers finals. How does that feel?
Well, it feels amazing, but Magnezone was so good against his team, so, well, it was hard for him because his only counter was Annihilate, and bringing Annihilate against my team is very difficult, so, yeah.
Can you already give us a sneak peek if you have looked at your now opponent's team? Are we going to see some more Magnezone, maybe?
It could be.
I figured you would say this. Matt Beer, you have had a lot of time now to chill out a little bit, watch these trainers. Is there anything you really want to see from your opponent, or you really not want to see from your opponent?
No, I just want a good game. You know, if the games are exciting for the audience, then that's all I'm looking for.
I mean, this is by far the best performance that you've had so far. Did you think this was going to happen before the tournament? Did you feel it already?
I was confident coming into the tournament. Like, I'd done my preparation. I was playing well. I was winning lots and lots in practice. It's not unexpected, but I'm surprised. It's in between.
It does make some sort of sense. I guess. So first of all, we know which is the MVP of your team. I mean, you're clearly showing that Magnezone was the best Pokemon that you've brought this time. What is the MVP of your team so far? Do you have one?
It's been teamwork. That was the whole reasoning behind building the team in the first place. Was I have play into most people's lines. You know, I have plenty of play into any line that I face.
Did you play it against a Magnezone?
Not yet.
Oh.
We'll wait and see.
All right, a little bit of banter already, threatening with the Magnezone. You already told Lurgan before the last match that he is supposed to let Magnezone cook. I think Magnezone definitely cooked.
Yeah.
So, is there anything you guys want to say to each other before we're entering the grand finals?
Good luck and have fun, like always.
Good luck, yes. Have some good games.
All right, that is great sportsmanship. Good luck to both of you trainers. Get ready and give us the final that the Pokemon Go community deserves. We're going back to the caster's desk.
The matchup we deserve. Indeed, this is going to be super exciting. I see it as Shadow Sableye against Shadow Magnezone.
Let Magnezone cook! But yeah, don't underestimate Shadow Sableye for sure. I think we'll see both having a lot of play.
Chad, I would like to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win this? Palasha has to win twice. She has to reset the bracket in the grand finals. And the grand finals are also a best of 5. So you have to win one best of 5, then another one. Matt Bear, on the other hand, he's on the winning side of the bracket. So he has to win a best of 5 only once.
Yeah, that's a tough hill to climb for Palasha, but we've seen these bracket resets happen so often this season. I think the first time we saw that was in Lille when Galax did 2 best of 5s in a row versus Elephant Flusher.
In fact, Thomas, I think in every single European regional or special event we've had this season, we had a bracket reset. The person from the loser bracket did not always win, but I believe every single time. The only tournament we didn't have it, and that was the Europe International Championship. That's the only time we did not have a bracket reset. But all the other tournaments, we had a bracket reset.
True, we did. Weedle just absolutely crushed Doonbug there. I would be very excited to see a bracket reset this time. 2 best of 5s, always better than 1, of course.
It's going to be very good. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how far we have come in this tournament. As you can see here, Mad Bear first defeated Udin and then Luran Rocket by 3-0. Luran Rocket had defeated Sano by 2-0, but then lost there in Mad Bear. And now Mad Bear into the grand finals with that Shadow Sableye against Palasha.
Yes, Palasha, of course, in a loser's bracket, had to beat or go through Luran Rocket as well with a 3-0. She actually has had a very, very strong loser's bracket run so far today. And now she's up versus Mad Bear. So let's take a look at this loser's bracket, who Palasha all had to face. She started today facing MW22. She 2-0'd. She faced Udin, another Shadow Sableye player. Those are some very, very close games. I remember that game number 3 where she let Mantine into Charge-a-Bug and she managed to come out on top.
That was crazy, yeah. We've seen incredible strategies from Palasha that has led her into these wins. She also won 2-1 against the Swedish local player Galax Bolton, the Liu 2024 regional champion, and then 3-0 convincingly against Luran Rocket, who just didn't have a great matchup there, wasn't able to overcome anything Palasha brought. And yeah, now Palasha also made it into the grand finals. An incredible run of her today. And you know what? That makes you feel like if you have been playing for so long, you either get tired of playing so many battles in a row, or you are just locked in.
I think Palasha is locked in, but Mad Bear, of course, has had time to take a little bit of rest. I think he's had time to think about this matchup, and that could prove to be pretty big for him as well.
When I interviewed him, he was shaking. He won 3-0 against Luran. That was like something he never expected. One of the best players in the world, Luran Rocket, to win 3-0. That's crazy. Now he was like, he seemed more calm. He had seen a little bit of his opponent. Perhaps he can anticipate to that, right? Because you have seen how your opponent plays. Maybe you can make some predictions based on that. And especially because I don't think his matchup is bad per se. There's not exactly a hard Shadow Sableye answer on Palasha's side. And I think that makes anything that's weak to the Cresselia very good for Mad Bear, such as the Lantern, right? Because if you bring Cresselia and it's locked onto that Shadow Sableye, it's just impossible to overcome from.
It is, especially since it's a future sight Cresselia and not a Moonblast Cresselia. Moonblast Cresselia can still fight back there as it does super effective damage for Sableye, but with future sight you just don't have that option. Now I do think Altaria from Palasha is very strong. It can chunk Shadow Sableye super hard with those Dragon Breaths. We'll have to watch out for Power Gem, of course.
I think you're very right there. Mad Bear does have that safe pick into the Shadow Sableye, but because of its lack of bulk, kind of gets demolished sometimes in those neutral matchups, just as you say, the Altaria, but even Pokemon like Mantine or Shadow Whiscash just do quite well to Shadow Sableye. I know against regular Sableye, or sorry, non-Shadow Sableye, or Purified Sableye even, Shadow Magnezone can win the 2 shields just going straight Mirror Shot.
Oh.
But I think against Shadow Sableye, you just get Shadow Clawed down.
I think that may be dependent on getting the Mirror Shot drop as well. There is a 30% chance of dropping the opponent's attack whenever you fire Mirror Shot. So getting that one early in the matchup could certainly flip things too. Talking about Magnezone, look at this matchup. It has a lot of wins here. Cresselia, Skarmory, Altaria, Spark Lantern are all pretty good matchup for the Magnezone. And then Sableye is pretty neutral. It's just Vigoroth you have to watch out for.
But even Vigoroth, because Vigoroth only has resisted charge attacks on the Magnezone, Magnezone can actually win that zero shield scenario. If you have a Magnezone that is very much focused on a low attack stat, a high defense and a high HP stat, you may even be able to bait a Mirror Shot and then Wild Charge in the 1 shield scenario. I'm not going to say Magnezone could be a Vigoroth counter, but it has play. It has play there.
That is just incredible information right there. I hope we get to see that, because that'd be amazing. Even if she doesn't get the Magnezone onto the Vigoroth straight up though, let's say she's able to farm down like a Skarmory, get some energy from an Altaria, and if a Wild Charge loaded, it's gonna do so much damage versus whatever Mad Bear brings in.
I think if I were to make a prediction on what Mad Bear is going to bring here, the Altaria seems like a pretty safe pick, combined with the Shadow Sableye. Well, here we go. But we have it being met up by the Mantine. Mantine has access to Ice Beam, so this could be a little bit rough for Mad Bear, but he has very safe options in the back.
Yes, he does. He opts to stay in here for a little bit though. Palasha charging up. Doesn't throw just yet, but fire off the Ice Beam right before Matt Bear is able to reach a Moonblast.
I like the timing, just making sure your opponent doesn't catch exactly on the moment you reach that Ice Beam there. Matt Bear putting up the Protect Shield correctly. Are you going to get a shield back from the Mantine? It's pretty bulky. Let's see, Palasha puts up no Protect Shield here.
Palasha knows that Mantine is bulky, that Mantine can take the Sky Attack, so she lets it go. Should be able to reach another Ice Beam as well, but gotta watch out. Matt Bear always has the option to catch, doesn't this time though. Another Ice Beam comes out. Matt Bear decides to...
Oh, he lets it go, and Ice Beam knocks it out. Double super effective on this Altaria. In comes the Shadow Sableye. It's going for an aggressive farm down here, but not before Mantine gets to an aerial ace. Even though this is not the strongest charge attack, Shadow Sableye is really fragile.
Yes, it is indeed. Aerial Ace comes through, puts the Sableye almost at 50% HP already. Look at his energy though on the Shadow Sableye. Palasha has nothing to really tank it. She brings in the Shadow Magnezone.
Speaking of aggressive farm downs, I think this might be one of them. Shadow Sableye doesn't take the Volt Switch from Magnezone as well either. It looks like Matt Beard realizes he has to get out of here. Magnezone still staying in for a little bit. Going for the Mirror Shot bait here though. Do you shoot this as Matt Beard? Yes, he does put out the Protect Shield.
Wow, what a brilliant bait by Palasha, realizing that Matt Beard does not want to take a wild charge. Now it's the option. Oh, no attack drop here though, but still, getting that shield is huge.
Yeah, however, now Matt Beard can get to 2 Rock Slide. This is not exactly over just yet, because 2 Rock Slide will, I think, knock out this Altaria. Palasha put out the Protect Shield immediately. She does not want to potentially shield a Body Slam bait later. At this point, the Altaria can get so much energy here.
Yes, it can. Rock Slide comes through first, though. It will do a good chunk, but Altaria, very defensive, can take it. Doesn't even put it into the red. Now she can overfarm a lot here. Throw the Sky Attack right before the Body Slam. Brilliant counting by Palasha.
Wow, the queen of PvP. What a perfect timing there. Sky Attack knocks out the Vigoroth. How much energy is on this Sableye? It needs to get to the foul play, but it gets barely outpaced by the Altaria. Sky Attack coming in onto this Shadow Sableye from Matt Beard, and that leads Palasha into a 1-0 victory.
Wow, perfect energy management by Palasha there, overfarming as much as possible with Altaria versus Vigoroth. Just made her able to outpace the Sableye to the Sky Attack and clutch that game.
I always underestimate Mantine when I see one, because like in neutral matchups, it's just not that good. But this coverage in the meta is really good, because especially because Whiscash and Annihilate are so common. Mantine will always find a way, but also against Altaria, which is becoming more common now, Ice Beam just takes out the Altaria in almost one entire Ice Beam. We saw that here, and because Matt Beard didn't bring the Lantern, Mantine just ran wild. I think, what if you double shielded that Altaria? Would you have had more play?
I think Palasha may have even been able to get to a 3rd Ice Beam there, and that would have been rough for Matt Bear. I think had he double shielded, there may have been a little more play, but the problem is he was definitely expecting the Magnezone in the back. Right. And if you expect the Magnezone in the back, you definitely need to save a shield.
You kind of even cannot use shields because the Magnezone, it can hit anything on Matt Bear's team. We see here its moveset again. Volt Switch. Charging quickly, doing decent damage. Wild Charge hitting so hard, even though it debuffs your own defense. And Mirror Shot, a very good bait attack. It's not super efficient. It can also drop the attack though. Yeah, let's take a look here at Matt Bear's team. We see again, it's not very strong as the Magnezone.
No, it's not. You got Sableye, which is very neutral versus Magnezone. You got Vigoroth with super effective counters. Speaking of the Vigoroth, here we see it in the lead versus Magnezone.
This is where it wants to be. Vigoroth is very strong. There's no Annihilate on Palasha's team. Matt Beard just opting to stay in for a little bit, going for the super effective Rock Slide first before he potentially switches out.
Yes, Palasha shooting is up, wants to keep her Altaria healthy. Matt Beard now switching out into his Cresselia with Moonblast. This is a very solid answer to Altaria.
A perfect team call here from Matt Beard. Cresselia hangs on very well. It has that fairy type charge stack Moonblast, and with the chip damage from the Vigoroth, it might, I think, a Moonblast plus.
Whoa.
Oh, gets the attack drop here!
That's huge! Now 2 Moonblasts may not knock out. Let's see how much this first one does. Oh, it does a lot. The second one will definitely still knock out.
Yeah, but I think without that attack drop, you may have, like, a Moonblast plus a Grass Knot may have been enough.
True.
Going for the Moonblast here, she thinks that the Sky Attack would not be enough. It is Protect Shielded by Matt Beard, though.
Yes, big shield here, keeping the Cresselia healthy, keeping that energy on the Cresselia here. He's gonna overfarm as much as possible and now throw the Moonblast into the Altaria.
I think Palasha's very happy to get that shield back from Map here, because the less shields there are in play, the more play there might be for the Magnezone. But the Cresselia has some energy. I think it can get to a Moonblast here.
Magnezone comes out. It is a Moonblast, but it is a debuffed Moonblast, because Palasha's Moonblast, that's a lot of Moonblast, debuffed the attack of this Cresselia. Look at that, didn't do that much. Now Magnezone can get to another charge stack. First Vigoroth. Again, she's going for the bait.
Is he going to call? Yes, Shadow Sableye. Now Shadow Sableye has no shields. Oh man, that's so rough. They're going into the Mantine. No attack drop from the Mirror Shot though. But Mantine with a shield up can do a lot of damage here. No shooting this Body Slam bait immediately. What a call by Palasha.
Absolutely brilliant read. This Body Slam won't do nearly as much as a Rock Slide would have. Batbear now going into a Sableye. Palasha already has so much energy on the Mantine. I see him a slightly more energy efficient attack, but 2 Aerial Aces are pretty much enough to knock out. So she goes for her first one right here.
I 100% agree. And one more thing. I think Palasha really predicted that Shadow Sableye in the back. That's why she had to keep the shield there. Now shielding up the foul play, this would do a lot of damage to the Mantine. It looks like Palasha feels like the Mantine might be her key to the win condition here.
Yeah, Magnezone, a little bit too low health to carry here, so putting it on the back of Mantine instead. Aerial Ace comes out now. This would get very close to knocking out the Sableye. It does knock out the Sableye, and now can it outpace the Vigoroth?
Yeah, can you get to the Ice Beam before the Rock Slide? You can. Is this going to be enough?
It's gonna be very, very, very close. If it doesn't knock out, Vigoroth has the Body Slam.
It doesn't knock out just yet. Here comes the Magnezone. It's taking the Body Slam. I think she wanted to clean up with the Magnezone here, but just barely unable to. This Body Slam is resistant. It's going to knock out though.
Yeah, it knocks out the Magnezone, but Vigoroth now energy dry. Mantine comes out, wing attacks down to Vigoroth, and Palasha takes game number 2.
Wow, Palasha is playing out of her mind. Lost the lead, kind of lost the swap in. There was no Skarmy to hard onto the Altaria, but also that Vigoroth throwing the Rock Slide, taking the shield, then going to the Cresselia wasn't exactly great for her either. I think one thing that was key for Palasha here though was the Moonblast debuff.
Oh yes, without that Moonblast debuff, Matt Beer's Moonblast on the Altaria would have put it into farm down range, and he would have had so much more energy and maybe even a shield left on that Cresselia. Would put in so much better spot. Now I want to give a quick reminder for anyone just tuning in. We're in the Grand Finals. And this is a best of 5. So Palasha will have to win one more game to get this first set victory.
Yeah, and like you say, first set, because
Yes.
another thing, Matt Bear's on the winner's side of the bracket, means he only needs to win 1 best of 5. Palasha's on the loser side of the bracket, that means she has to win 2 best of 5. So yeah, Palasha is close to a bracket reset here, but Matt Bear had a taste of winning a lead, winning a swap in. Let's see what he can do this time. We have the Magnezone again, into the Vigoroth again.
Oh wow, here we go again. Does she make the same play? Yeah, she does go into Altaria this time. This time, no Cresselia on Matt Bear's side though.
Matt Bear making a really good team read here, going for the Body Slam this time, and she makes the same play. She puts up the shield immediately. This is very good for Matt Bear at this point, because now he can swap into another Pokemon. He goes into the Altaria, has a little bit of health advantage, but is behind on energy.
What a great adjustment by Matt Bear though, going for the bait instead of Rock Slide like in this second game. Palasha now going for Moonblast. Do we see another debuff?
Here we go. It does debuff. This is huge. Now Palasha will be able to flip the switch advantage if she wants to.
No way, that's a 10% chance as he gets it twice in a row. Decides to let the Altaria go though. Is fine with probably farming down with Magnezone here.
Especially after that attack drop, the Dragon Breaths will do even less. You can come out with 2 Wild Charge. At this point, I think you need 2 more Volt Switch. I think 2 more Volt Switch will knock out the Altaria, and then you have 2. Oh, no shoots move as well. This Magnezone's getting so low though.
Yeah, it will get very, very low. Perhaps even in range where Vigoroth can counter down. It should be able to counter down, but not before Palasha is able to fire off 2 Wild Charges.
Yeah, going for the first Wild Charge here. Do you shield here as Matt Bear? He does put up the direct shield. Finally, he's not shooting a Mirror Shot.
Wild Charge gets shielded. Palasha has another one stored up though, firing it right away. Wild Charge, very hard-hitting move. Will be enough to knock out the Vigoroth. Here we go! Zap!
Wow, knocked out the Vigoroth, but Matt Bear was absolutely absolutely sick of the Manty. He brought the Lantern. If you have seen Lantern against Skarmory and thought it was bad, this is even worse.
Yeah, speaking of zapping, this Lantern is zapping away at that Mantine just slowly, or actually pretty quickly, chipping away at Mantine's health with the fast attack spark.
They're double super effective. Like, Lantern doesn't even... It's going to get over 50% health, or lower than 50% health here, but it's not going to be threatened by the Magnezone anymore, which has no energy. I think the Magnezone may have been key at this point, but Palasha just didn't expect the Lantern at all. She puts up no shield, and that means that Madbear gets a point back here. The score now is 1-2.
Yes, well adjusted by Madbear there. Firstly, throwing the Body Slam bait into the Altaria instead of a Rock Slide like he previously did. And secondly, being much stronger first at Mantine by bringing the Lantern.
Absolutely, that was just a great adaptation there from Madbear. Basically bring the same Pokemon, expecting Palasha to bring her same Pokemon because they just aligned so well against Madbear. But this time he brought the Lantern. And because Palasha can't really bring that Cresselia, it's difficult to bring the Cresselia when Shadow Sableye is so good. But this time Madbear left the Shadow Sableye. Shadow Sableye just pulls the shields too easily.
Yeah, Cresselia would have been super strong to Madbear's Tamer actually. Vigoroth, Lantern, and Altaria, all fine matchups for Cresselia, so this time Palasha may be inclined to bring that, and that may also play into Madbear's mind games where he thinks, oh, maybe Palasha brings Cresselia, I will bring Sableye again.
The Magnezone Cresselia core has been so good for Palasha, but it's so difficult to utilize because of that Shadow Sableye. If Madbear would bring it again and it's locked onto the Cresselia, Cresselia is not going to have a great time here, and you don't have a hard answer really for the Shadow Sableye. I think that's why we also don't see that Skeledirge come in, which could have a good play against Madbear's Cresselia and his Vigoroth.
Yes, indeed, but that pressure of the Lantern as well now weighing on the Skeledirge. Oh, we see Magnezone lead again, this time into Lantern. This is such a nice matchup for Magnezone.
The battle of the electric types. I, as Magnezone user as well, can tell you this is a really good matchup for the Magnezone. If Lantern throws before the first Wild Charge, Magnezone can win this with one shield down. And yes, you can hang on to this Serp. It looks like Palasha values the Magnezone too. I mean, it's a Pokemon that cooks the whole time, right? So you want to preserve this.
Yeah, you want to preserve this, save their health. It's going to put in so much work. First Wild Charge coming through at this point. This would knock out the Lantern if Madbear lets it go. And he does. Wild Charge coming through. Get ready. Zap!
It goes down, Lantern. And now another one on the Vigoroth. Is Madbear going to shield up this one? Yes, he is. Has to preserve the HP on the Vigoroth, which is so safe into Palasha's team. And now the Mantine from Palasha is also safe because the Lantern is down.
Yes, she brings out Altaria now into the Vigoroth. Doesn't want to allow a farm down onto her Magnezone. Madbear this time going for a Rock Slide. Palasha maybe expecting a bait, maybe fine with letting this Rock Slide go because she doesn't use her shield.
I think she just wants to clean up with that Mantine at this point. In comes the opposing Altaria, but Palasha does have access to the super effective charge attack Moonblast. This pulls the last shield, and this opens the way for that Mantine because you have Ice Beam as the charge attack on the Mantine.
Yes, indeed.
Oh my god, again! How do you do this? Even Palasha doesn't understand this.
Wow, it's just incredible. 3 Moonblast debuffs in 4 battles. Wow, we see another Moonblast coming out from Madbear here. Can he finally get a little lucky?
At this point, I'm even hoping. I feel sorry for him because it's a 10% chance. It happens 3 times in a row, but no debuff for him. That's so unfortunate for Madbear. It's very tough. In comes on the Ice Beam. I'm not sure if the debuff would have made a lot of difference here because Palasha was going to use 2 shields on that Mantine either way.
Yeah, no. The debuff is kind of impactful, but eventually it's only like a 20% damage difference. And at this point, the Moonblast would have not done enough, even if it wasn't debuffed.
Yeah, going for the Body Slam here. I think this actually gets quite close. Palasha was going for the Ice Beam here, but I think you need 2 Aerial Ace as the Mantine.
She throws the Ice Beam though, here it comes. You're right, this won't knock out just yet, but remember, she still has some fast attack pressure from a Magnezone and Mantine to potentially fast attack down this Vigoroth.
I think so too. Vigoroth does well into both. And the catch on the Magnezone. This is resistant. It will still chunk a little bit. And going for the undercharge, perhaps trying to farm it down. But I think 1 Volt Switch will be enough to knock out this Vigoroth. And that means that Palasha resets the bracket.
Wow.
Against Madbear.
Magnezone cooked as expected. Palasha just leading it 3 games in a row, beating Vigoroth a couple times too, but it was not enough to stop the electric type.
It wasn't enough. And we see here Palasha, I think, apologizing for all the Moonblast debuff. I don't think anyone can not feel sorry for Madbeer there. It's such a low chance to get debuffed by Moonblast 3 games in a row. It reminds me of when Enhoff in Peoria played against Hot Pocket, because at that point, the Moonblast also kept debuffing him. First it was all smiles, but the third time it happened to Pocket, he didn't smile anymore.
Yeah, the Tapu Fini was super strong in that tournament. This time it's Altaria though. Madbeer also has 2 Moonblast users on his team though. The Altaria, the Cresselia, perhaps we'll see him get a couple debuffs in this next best of 5.
He has 3 to 5 more battles to potentially try to flip this now. Yes, it is a bracket reset, and Palasha put up a great show, but you have another life here as Madbeer. You can still get this win here. Madbeer hasn't played in a lot of tournaments so far, but this might be it for him. It might be one of his last tournaments this season, right? So he is really eager to win this one championship. And Palasha, on the other hand, her best performance so far was top 3 this season. She wants another championship too.
Oh, 100%. Palasha, already a regional champion in Turin 2023, now trying to go for another one. She is a seasoned battler. She knows exactly what to do in a grand finals. So let's see if we can use this knowledge to win this grand finals.
Here's my prediction for this matchup, Thomas. There will be no Moonblast debuffs.
Okay, bold. Very bold prediction considering how many Moonblasts will be thrown.
And how many have debuffed, yes.
Yeah, okay, so far the odds have been pretty skewed, but I think I must agree. Now, Palasha, of course, bring Magnezone every single game. How does Madbeer adapt?
I think you need to rely more on the Lantern while having some sort of strategy. Like, I don't think you want to lead the Lantern. Because if you lead into the Magnezone, it's just so difficult to overcome. Or you lead the Lantern and have the Vigoroth as a safe switch, because Palasha doesn't really have a strong answer against it. The Lantern can hang on very well with everything from Palasha besides the Cresselia, and the Cresselia is just almost impossible to bring for Palasha just because of the pressure of both the Shadow Sableye and the Skarmy. I'm just actually going to entirely negate the Skarmy here because it's just too scary to bring as a Magnezone. It's like we're playing 5 versus 5.
This is definitely true. I agree. I think Altaria Lantern Core especially is super strong. They have good coverage. Altaria really only worries about the Magnezone and the Ice Beam from Mantine. And in Mantine's case, like, you can just fully spark that down with Lantern. So in a case that you get, whoa, wait, there's Whiscash from Palasha making a slight adjustment here, bringing the Whiscash finally, and it gets led into the Vigoroth.
Yeah, she also still had that Pokemon on her team. We haven't seen it in the first best of 3, but here in the grand finals, the last best of 5 of the tournament, we see Vigoroth into Whiscash, going for the first Scald here, and Madbeer putting up the Protect Shield immediately.
No drop here, a little luck going Madbeer's way. Gonna be able to fire off the first Body Slam now without being debuffed. This will also mean 2 Body Slams will knock out, and Palasha will potentially have to use a shield here.
It's true, but let's see if she does, because so far she has not used any shield. Trying to catch on the Lantern. This is a wild play. Now Lantern is going to be met by all the mob coming from the Smiley Fish Whiscash here.
Yeah, that's a bold move by Madbeer. Had he caught a Scald there, it would have put it in such a great spot. Now though, because of the Mud Bombs, he has to shield here if he wants to preserve the Lantern.
Whiscash is smiling here like, you're trapped here with me now. And now going to put up the second protection. No protections anymore from Madbeer, and now going into that Altaria. But I think with 2 shields on the Magnezone, we can probably guess where she's going to use those.
Yeah, I think we may get a couple zaps here. First one here from the Lantern. Doesn't do quite as much as a zap from Magnezone though.
Let's see if Lance can get to another charge here. It looks very bulky. Is going for the Surf. Doesn't think he can get to a Thunderbolt here. Palasha knows it's only a Surf, and she does not put up a Protect Shield on the Altaria. She keeps them all for the Magnezone.
Yes, indeed. And there is a Skarmory in the back. We weren't expecting it, but here it is. good matchup first. The Altaria will be able to take this Moonblast quite easily and likely steal Wing down.
Is there any scenario from Map here where you can get a lot of energy on the Skarmory and potentially threaten later with the Vigor? Because the Skarmory gets the full farm down, comes out with a full charge attack here. Brave Bird double resistant will still chunk a little bit. Going for a Volt Switch, and now the charge attack. Is she going to shield this up?
You may want to shield this as Palasha, as Braver does a lot, and she does shield it up. Matbear now switching into the Vigoroth. Vigoroth already has a lot of energy, but is it enough? Now firing off the first Body Slam. Palasha uses her shield here.
Yeah, I think that the Skarmory is pretty dry of energy. Palasha is going to farm some more energy. Oh, not going for the Body Slam, going for the Wild Charge here. I think this is going to knock out this Vigor, but then there's still the Skarmory.
Here we go, Wild Charge comes out, knocks out the Vigoroth. Skarmory now doesn't have enough energy to get to the Brave Bird.
Does it?
It's gonna be close.
It's gonna be very close. Oh no, it gets Volt Switch down. Magnezone is cooking. Palasha is leading in the Grand Finals by 1-0.
Absolutely incredible play there. Magnezone once again cooks. Saving to shield for it was just absolutely brilliant play there.
Yeah, we have some of the Spanish community, the Italian community. Everyone is here at the Stockholm Regional Championship, watching Palasha put up a show. Matbear has to find a way to come back here. The Magnezone is just almost unstoppable. And this time, Palasha was like, okay, you keep bringing the Lantern for my man team, I'm gonna bring in that Whiscash. It was so interesting though, because Matbear swapped his Lantern into the Whiscash.
Yeah, he attempted to catch that Scald, which is of course resisted on Lantern. Had he been successful there, it would have put him in a reasonable spot, because that's a lot of energy wasted from the Whiscash. Besides that, I think what he tried to do is lure out a Magnezone with Lantern, so Skarmory could have a lot of play in the back. However, because Palasha was patient, didn't allow the catch, was able to fire him up off instead. The plan did not work out as yet thought out.
I think you are 100% correct here. He had to bait out the Magnezone if it was in the back, but because it was Whiscash, you can't really swap in that Lantern in there. And if you swap in the Skarmory, it just gets entirely Volt Switch down by the Magnezone. So Matbear was just in a pickle there. But here we go, game number 2. We have the Man team into the Altaria.
A matchup we've seen before. This is very much in favor of Mantine, because it does have access to the double super effective Ice Beam. Still, Dragon Breaths are adding up here, already putting a decent dent into the Mantine. Palasha here, gonna go off for the first Ice Beam.
Are you going to shield up at Matbear? Yes, he does. There's no reason for Palasha to bait here. She has baited a lot of mirror shots, but not this Ice Beam. It's just not necessary, because Mantine has way more bulk than Magnezone does. Going for the first Sky Attack. And no shield again on Palasha.
Palasha saving all the shields for Magnezone, it seems. Sky Attack coming through. Mantine still on the field. Gonna fire for another Ice Beam. Matbear staying in with the Altaria. Are we gonna see a shield this time?
Let's see what he does. Yes, he does put up 2 Protect Shields, knowing there's Magnezone in the back. Here's the thing though, and now going into the Magnezone immediately. I love this play from Palasha, because now the Vigor comes in, but I think you get Wild Charge here.
Yes, is it gonna be enough? The Palasha over farming, doing 4 Volt Switches before throwing or attempting to throw the Wild Charge. A Body Slam comes out first, now Palasha shields it up.
I love this play. She still has that shield. Now going for the Wild Charge. Here we go again though. Wild Charge is coming through on the Vigoroth. Vigoroth is about to get zapped! Wow, it goes down, and now you have 2 Fly-type Pokemon in the back. I think Magnezone is 2 Volt Switch off another one. Can you get through here as Matbear? You still have the Altaria though. And then if the Magnezone's gone, the Skarmory's free.
Oh, Magnezone gets to the Wild Charge. If this knocks out the Altaria, that puts Palasha in an incredible position.
Yeah, Altaria goes down, and now you have the Skarmory. Ironically, one double resist stealing still knocks out there. In comes Altaria. Skarmory does have a great matchup here, but Palasha also still has a catch here, so Matbear has to be careful of that. Since everything is resisted, Skarmory has a decent matchup here. However, Altaria has a shield advantage.
Has a shield advantage. Also, Skarmory does not have a lot of health, so these Dragon Breaths are adding up. Also, Palasha has access to Moonblast, and we know what Moonblast has a chance to do.
Oh, not again for Matbear, please. Moonblast coming in. It is resisted on the Skarmory. It will do like 20% damage here. At this time, no debuff. Matbear is trying to get to 2 charge attacks here, stealing charges pretty fast, but he knows that Palasha is only 1 Dragon Breath away from that Sky Attack.
Sky Attack Gets shielded here by Palasha. Palasha very close to a sky attack overall. Does one Dragon Breath, throws the sky attack, and this should be enough to knock out the Skarmory.
Altaria taking Palasha to a 2-0 victory here in the grand finals. She is playing out of her mind here.
This is not quite over though. This is a best of 5. So Palasha still needs to win one game to win the tournament. And Matt Bear still has a chance to come back.
He needs to win 3 battles in a row at this point. It's a tough task. It's really difficult at this point. How are you going to play this as Matt Bear? He hasn't brought the Shadow Sableye in a while now. But might it still be key to victory here? It's one of the safer Pokemon that he has.
Yes, indeed. I do think he may have to rely a little bit more on the Shadow Sableye. Such a neutral Pokemon. It's quite okay versus the Magnezone. And if you can get shields down, Power Gem hits Altaria very hard as well as the Mantine, which Palasha loves bringing.
We've seen that earlier on in the tournament when Udin landed a Power Gem on Altaria. It basically puts it down in range where you can just shield your Sableye and Shadow Claw down the Altaria. So it might be the option Matt Bear wants to go with here. You have lost so many games in this matchup, so you gotta change it up here. Let's see, we have game number 3. We have Shadow Whiscash into Vigoroth.
A familiar matchup, one we saw before. Palasha here with the Whiscash. Last time she threw a Scald immediately. Let's see if it changed up her play at all.
She does throw the Scald immediately, but Matt Bear going for the Charge Attack Priority tie. I love the way he does that because he's maximizing the damage from the counter fast attack. Because if the Scald was thrown before, then the counter would have been debuffed.
Yes, exactly. Palasha actually using a shield on the Whiscash here, which is surprising as she's previously only used on Magnezone. Also, she gets the drop with the Skull, which is massive.
Yeah, it is. Trying to catch on the Altaria. Palasha answering with... There it is again, though. There it is again. It's the Magnezone.
That Magnezone cook. Now this matchup, even though Dragon Breath is resisted, as you can see, it does a lot.
It does a lot indeed. And putting up the shield on the mirror shot, not again, Matt Bear. He needs to make a great call to come back in this matchup. No attack drop. Luckily for him, though, this is a Moonblast. This will knock out, I think, on the Magnezone because it's so squishy.
Yes, Palasha does shoot it up, fearing it would knock out. Now she...
Oh, the attack drop! Finally, he gets some luck on his side.
Yes, finally a drop for Matt Bear as well, but I don't think it's gonna matter in this matchup, as Wild Charge would probably still knock out. Whoa, Matt Bear shoots it up.
Here's the thing, though. Is one Dragon Breath going to knock out and negate this? Yes, it negates the Wild Charge! That is incredible for Matt Bear. This might be exactly what he needs.
I think it is. Altaria already has so much energy. Palasha kind of forced to bring out her own Altaria, but this Moonblast will do so much super effective damage.
Yeah, Palasha is in a really tough position at this point. Moonblast going to do a lot of damage. About 60% health gone. And in comes the Vigor for the combo play.
Look at that. Body slam comes through. Will it be enough to knock out? No, the Altaria hangs on. Palasha now switching into her Whiscash.
She has to get rid of this Vigoroth. Hopefully the Altaria can do something again later, but there's not much on the team of Matt Bear that the Altaria can do at this point against. You need like a ground type Pokemon, but there aren't any. In comes the Altaria. Matt Bear, I don't think he wants to reveal his last Pokemon.
No, he's trying to put it all on Altaria here. Whiscash throws with a Skull. I don't think this will knock out quite yet. Palasha may need to throw another Charge Attack after this.
Let's see if the Scald knocks out.
It does.
It barely knocks out. Now you have to reveal your final Pokemon here. But a Scald from a Shadow Whiscash is not going to be enough to take out the Shadow Sableye here. Matt Bear is nodding. Yes, he finally got a game. Is this the start of a comeback?
It could definitely be. Oh, we see another attack drop here. But at this point, the Altaria is so low. It gets Shadow Claw down. And Matt Bear puts a point on the board.
He really needs to. It was so crucial that Magnezone barely didn't get to that second Wild Charge here, right? It tried to get to 3 Charge Attacks against the Altaria, 1 Mirror Shot, 2 Wild Charge, but because the Wild Charge dropped the defense off the Magnezone, one Dragon Breath had priority and knocked out the Magnezone before it could fire off that Wild Charge. And I think at that point, that's where Matt Beer locked up the match.
Exactly, really good recognition of the game mechanics. Besides that, I love how Matt Beer adjusted here, bringing pretty much his best Magnezone answers, the Sableye, the Vigoroth, and the Altaria. Now, Magnezone generally has an okay matchup versus Altaria, but we just saw Altaria, especially with a little bit of an energy lead, does very, very, very fine there.
It was like the reverse roles that we had here, right? Because usually it's Matt Beer putting on the Protect Shield first, because everything on Palasha's team just hits so hard and pressures the shields easily that her Magnezone with a shield advantage can basically clean up every single time. But this time she used a shield immediately on the Wish Cache, Matt Beer threw in his Altaria, and that put the Magnezone in such a tough spot because it's not that great with a shield down.
No, exactly. Oh, Magnezone versus Altaria on the lead this time.
It might be able to get its revenge here against Altaria, but now with two shields, even shields here, I think if you go for the Wild Charge here as the Magnezone, you might get Dragon Breath down here, so maybe Palasha may have to bait it. Go immediately for the Wild Charge though. I think Palasha just wants to take the shields here.
Yes, and she does take the first shield of this Altaria. Matt Beer doesn't want to get zapped again. Now she's going to throw another one just straight after.
And what are you going to do after this as Palasha? Are you going to let this Altaria farm you down? If you feed a Lantern in the back, you can't throw in your Mantine. Let's see, she is going to get Dragon Breath down. Altaria comes out with so much energy though.
Yes, but Palasha still has 2 shield here, so that could prove to be very vital. Sky Attack coming out right now. Palasha might be expecting the Lantern. She does opt to let the Sky Attack go.
I think Palasha is just really relying on the Altaria because it has play into everything that Matt Beer has. Even the Skarmory, if it was there. When you have shields on Altaria, it's still fine, but it looks like she does decide to put up 1 Protect Shield here.
Yeah, wants to keep the Mantine a little bit more healthy, just in case there's like a Sableye in the back. Having some energy on this Mantine to throw later on could be very crucial in that case.
This Area Ace is not a super strong attack. I think this might barely not knock out, but you might get the wing attack down. The energy though is just not gonna go anywhere. Going into the Altaria, now you have revealed your full hand. Matt Beer probably knows what to do here. Yes, keeps the Lantern for the Mantine. This puts him in a pretty good spot in this match.
Yeah, great switch in by Matt Beer here, as Vigoroth also has a super effective Rock Slide to throw into the Altaria. Palasha does shoot it up, realizing that she needs to keep this Pokemon very healthy.
Absolutely. You know what I see here as well? Matt Beer just knows Cresselia cannot come out, so he runs 3 Pokemon that are kind of weak into the Cresselia, but they just work so well together. When Cresselia is not there, Rock Slide is coming through. It will do a good chunk on this Altaria, and Altaria is the one Pokemon that also has to take out the Lantern, but it's getting too low.
Yes, it does. Altaria does have a lot of energy here now. Throws the Sky Attack. We'll have another one stored right after. We'll be only 4 Dragon Breaths away from the Moonblast.
And she knows. It's so difficult to overcome Lantern here. Difficult? I think it's going to be impossible. We've seen this in the bracket reset match as well, where we had the Lantern on that Mantine. Mantine just can't, it's so helpless here.
It is. The Sparks will just do too much. Is able to fire for an Area Ace, but as you can see, not the strongest attack, especially into a Lantern, which resisted. Matt Beer just going to go for the full Spark down. Now it's an attack loaded for the Altaria. Matt Beer will tie up the score here in our Grand Finals bracket reset.
Wow, what a match we had here. 2 competitors giving their all to win this championship. Palasha was so strong at first, but it might be that Matt Beer found the key to win this match.
Matt Beer staying focused, staying composed, and finding a way to wiggle his way around the Magnezone.
Was Shadow Sableye the key here? He now has adapted. He has resorted back to using the Shadow Sableye, and he has won 2 battles in a row since he has been using it again.
Oh yes, it certainly has been, though. I think that Lantern has put in a lot of work as well, especially versus the Mantine. Palasha has been relying on it so much, and Matt Beer just put a stop to that.
Are you going to bring the Cresselia now as Palasha?
Oh, I don't know. The Sableye is just still such a threat, but perhaps combined with Altaria, maybe Whiscash is okay versus Sableye as well, you can make Cresselia work.
Cresselia indeed is difficult to use because of the Sableye. And Sableye has come out 2 games in a row now. I believe our battles are ready. We are getting into decisive game number 5. It is Altaria into Cresselia.
Wow, great goal by Palasha here, bringing the Cresselia here. Now, since Palasha doesn't have Moonblast, slightly worse matchup here than it would have had, but Future Sight is still fine here. I believe Cresselia still wins the zero shield scenario.
It does. Here's the thing about multiple shields though, because I believe this Altaria from Mapbeer has a slightly higher attack set than most Altaria. It's actually going to do more damage with the Dragon Rats. He puts up a Protect Shield immediately. He wants to go for switch advantage just in case there's the Mantine again.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Also, potentially wants to get the big Roth onto the Magna Zone. He's expecting, firing out the first Sky Attack, not do enough to ward the shield, so Palasha lets it go, and now fires off her second Future Sight.
So do massive damage. We'll put Altaria straight into the yellow here. Future Sight lands, and now let's see what Mapbeer is going to do. He can farm up some more energy here. Already has one Sky Attack loaded. I think Palasha's just going to let switch advantage go here. Is the Sky Attack even going to knock out? I think it does, right?
Oh, it's gonna be very, 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 very close. Cresselia, of course, a very bulky Pokemon. Sky Attack comes out, knocks out the Cresselia. That is big. Palasha now able to switch into the Magna Zone and gonna get so much energy.
We have seen this before. Magna Zone with a shield up, going to farm down this Altaria. It's going to load up a Wild Charge because she knows it's likely going to be Vigoroth in the back.
Yes, Moonblast gets shielded by Palasha. Now, Vigoroth will likely come out. Do you throw a Wild Charge if you're Palasha? Oh, she throws a couple extra Volt Switches, now throws the Wild Charge while she is at back-to-back, gets shielded by Mapbeer.
He has to, because the Wild Charge would, I think, almost knock out at this point. But she has another one loaded. Go for another Wild Charge here. Is this going to knock out the Vigoroth? Here we go. Wild Charge is being fired up by the Magna Zone. Wild Charge lands. Zap! Almost knocks out the Vigoroth and is able to fire off a Rock Slide. This might be decisive, because Altaria with a shield up would have won against the Altaria.
That is so huge, forcing the shield off of this Altaria. Now it comes down between a matchup of Lantern the Fish and Altaria.
If you have a higher attack Altaria, you might do very well here, but the thing is, Lantern is quite bulky. Lantern might be able to hang on with this Altaria and the Dragon Breaths.
Yes, Thunderbolt comes through, puts the Altaria into the yellow. Moonblast being fired here now by Palasha. A debuff here would be huge.
I think the debuff might be necessary here. The Moonblast is not going to knock out just yet. Puts the Lantern very low. It needs 7 Spark to get there. Can it get to that Thunderbolt? It's going to get very close. He needs 2 more Sparks. Can he get there? Can he get there? And no! Altaria! Lantern goes down. Palasha, the queen of PvP, wins the Stockholm Regional Championship.
Palasha now a 2-time regional winner on the back of that Magna Zone here in the Kingdom of Sweden.
Magna Zone won a championship in Sao Paulo. Now it does in Stockholm. Palasha putting up a phenomenal show, just like Mapbeer. What an incredible last game we had there. It came down to 1 HP, and even Palasha cannot believe the show she just pulled off.
Oh, the happiness is just so cool to see. Look at this. She's been done so well all season. She's just barely not made it to the grand finals this season, but now she has, and she's come out on top.
She is absolutely over the moon right now. Palasha winning another championship here. The best she had lately was that top 3 in Stuttgart, then the top 4 at the Europe International Championship. She trusted enough in the Magna Zone, and she brought it again. Even though she thought players were ready, it really didn't look like that, because Magna Zone just wild charges way into the grand finals and eventually even managed to win it.
Look at this, and she's getting support from her friends, from her partner. Just absolutely amazing to see this community come together.
It's so good to see. It's just so good to see the support that many of these players have here. The Go community is incredibly close, and yes, you see them hugging them all out. The Spanish community, the Italian community, some of the Scandinavian players there. What an incredible weekend.
Oh my goodness, I am just lost. This is incredible to see Palasha. It's been coming, right? We were expecting her to win a tournament this season, and now she's done it. She's done it.
The queen of PvP. In pretty much every single Europe Regional Championship, we've had a bracket reset. We had it again, and in this case, Palasha was able to even win it. And how? How did she, like, in what way she did it? Overcoming every single opponent on the loser side of the bracket, where she started on day 2.
Yes.
She only lost to her friend San Judijo on day 1.
Yeah, and then she made an incredible losers run indeed. First, going all the way through until the losers final, where she faced an incredible player by the name of Luran Rocket, getting a 3-0 there. Then facing Mudbear, getting a 3-1 in the first best of 5. Then going on to 2-0 in the second best of 5. It seemed to be over, but Mudbear, props to him. He brought it all the way to a Game 5.
Let's see how they went in the winner's bracket here, because Mudbear came all the way from that side. He overcame Udin first, who also had a Shadow Sableye. Then 3-0 against Luran Rocket, one of the best players in Europe or even the world. Then he unfortunately lost 3-1 to Palasha. He was almost able to make a comeback in the Grand Finals reset. But yeah, Palasha with that Shadow Magnezone was just so good there.
Oh, definitely. And the Altaria just barely able to Dragon Breath down the Lantern. That all came down to just a single turn. Absolutely beautiful play there.
A one-turn win just shows how close these battles were. Even though Palasha just ran through all her opponents here, it doesn't mean that her opponents were anything less at that. And I think Mudbear showed the best. He pulled off the best show he could do, because his team was just so prone to the Magnezone, and he still almost was able to come back in the Grand Finals.
Yes, that Vigoroth, that Sableye, that Lantern, and Altaria put in a lot of work for Mudbear. I especially loved how he maneuvered with that Vigoroth. It was so safe into Palasha's team. Getting those rocks out on Altaria, getting rocks out on Mantine, countering down the Magnezone came in very clutch in a lot of these games.
I have a question for you, Thomas. Is Magnezone now meta?
Oh man, I think we may be in a meta zone.
I'm not. Okay, I'll give it to you.
Let's go.
Magnezone now definitely looks to be on the chart of best electric type Pokemon to use. The Lantern, probably the prime electric type in Europe at least. Charjabug still has been popping up quite frequently. It has dropped a little bit in usage now, but Magnezone is there as well. That steel type, defensive type, that steel type is just so good as a defensive typing, right? How about we take a look at the lower bracket to see how Magnezone and Palasha did there, because she put up a phenomenal show there, knocking out player after player.
Yes, first off, today she was up versus MW22, who ran the Wigglytuff, and Palasha was able to masterfully play around it, mainly focusing on using her Whiscash. Then next up, she was up versus Udin. Honestly, those were some of my favorite battles of the day, especially at Game 3, where she led Mantine into Charjabug, and then finished it off in the end game with double aerial ace first that electric type.
It's just a perfect showcase of losing a lead does not mean that you lose your battle, right? And that's just a winner's mentality. Also in the Go battle, if you lose a lead, it's not always over. Sometimes you also can have the core breakers. And we saw that against Udin, because in the end she had the Altaria to clean up that Sableye and the Charjabug. It was an incredible showcase. Then she played against Galax Bolton, the local player here in Sweden, and against Luran Rocket. She took him out. It was just a tough matchup for Luran Rocket as well, right? No answer for the Cresselia, and Palasha knew exactly how to use that and just get her way into the Grand Finals there.
Exactly, she had the perfect core breaker for his team, and I must say, absolutely just loved her team composition. Just building around the Magnezone, having that Altaria, having that Mantine to do a lot of pressure onto Whiscash and Annihilate, especially two of the main counters to the Magnezone.
Now that we have taken a look at the bracket, the winners and the losers bracket, how about we take a look again at the caster fantasy draft that we had, because we also predicted some players to be very successful. I believe that you had Palasha on your caster.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up, but yes, you are right. I got Palasha on my draft, and she is the final player standing, so I'm glad to say I won this one, Martijn. Better luck next time.
Okay, dude. In the end, it was Palasha winning, but sure, you can have this one. Yeah, she even played against Leonard's pick, Galax Bolton, in the losers bracket today. This is just a showcase of, even though you would pick a few names to do very well. Even the best players, they can fall. They can lose to what we could call underdogs in this case, or players you might not know as well. Because in Pokemon Go, there are so many names we might not even know that could be super good at the game and even win a championship.
Exactly. Like we saw in that game number 5 just now, it is a game of just millimeters. One Dragon Breath extra, one Dragon Breath less can make the difference in a game, and it all comes down to whoever plays the best during the weekend.
Absolutely. One more thing that I want to say about the Caster Fantasy picks here. We actually had, we all had a 4th line of picks as well. However, we cut it to 3 here to have it here nicely. And then Luran Rocket was on there. He wanted to talk about it on his interview if he got there. Unfortunately, he didn't get it. He did have a phenomenal performance though. So again, even though we didn't have him on this fantasy draft, a big congratulations to him on his 3rd place. That's still $1,500 and a 3rd place medal. It's still big.
Oh, that's so big. There's so many players in this tournament that we could have put on this graph, but unfortunately we were limited to 12, and these were the 12 we picked.
So now that we had our Caster Fantasy picks from this tournament, we can also take a look at the day 2 Pokemon usage that we had on Sunday here on Championship Sunday. We saw 66% Annihilate usage on day 1, but that reduced so much down, right? In the end, there wasn't even an Annihilate in the Grand Finals.
No, I do believe if we go to the day 2 Pokemon users, we see Lantern on top, and Annihilate is all the way down to 42%. Also, Lantern wasn't even on Palasha's team.
It wasn't. It was on Madbear's team though, so it did get quite far. I think one of the Pokemon next to the Magnezone, of course, and the Skeletor has been very good. One of the Pokemon that put a big showcase here in Stockholm as well, Cresselia and Altaria. Both of those, in my opinion.
And Cresselia with both movesets as well. We saw the Moonblast variant on Madbear's side. Moonblast allows you to much better into opposing Shadow Sableye, for example, being able to do that big super effective damage. Also, you pace there a little quicker than Future Sight, and you do super effective damage versus opposing Altarias. Future Sight, on the other hand, much better to fire types and Lickitung especially.
And we saw this in the top usage as well. Lickitung at a 25% usage. Skeledirge, the show stealer of the Europe International Championship, also at 25% usage. That is what Future Sight indeed is good against. So yeah, I do like the versatility that Cresselia offers. Now, what I also want to tell for our viewers here, both Cresselia and Altaria can be better against each other. Here's the thing. If you have a very high defense Cresselia, you can actually take 1 damage less from Altaria. But if you, as an Altaria user, have a pretty high attack, you do 1 more damage against the Cresselia, but also against the Lantern. So the top 3 Pokemon, you can toy a little bit with the attack, defense, and HP stats there. I really like that about those 3.
That's some interesting information for anyone going to future regionals. I would definitely take that in mind. You know, a lot of us, we want those low attack Pokemon that has as much defense as possible to be able to tank as many hits as we can. But for Altaria's case, maybe a little attack is the way to go. Another Pokemon where that could be big is Annihilate. We see it a lot, and if you're expecting to face a lot of other Annihilate, it may be worth going with a little bit more attack on that Annihilate, as you will win the charge type priority then.
Exactly, and one of our co-casters, Farid, he even runs a very an interesting spread on his Annihilate, where he has a high attack, high defense, and low HP. So he deals 1 more damage on Lickitung and takes 1 less. Now, let's spotlight one of these Pokemon here. I want to see some more to look a little bit more into Skeledirge. Skeledirge has been such an incredible core breaker, and as you see here, it has played into the Cresselia, the Skarmory, the Annihilate, the Vigoroth. It has Disarming Voice for Altaria. What do you think of Skeledirge currently?
I absolutely love Skeledirge. We saw Palasha do very well with it against Galaxco Bolton, especially, like you said, it's an incredible core breaker. It has great coverage, Disarming Voice, Shadow Ball. What even resists that? I'm pretty sure it's just like Litleo and Pyroar.
It is, yeah. Litleo and Pyroar, but I don't think anyone's using that just to counter the Skeledirge. In fact, I also would think that the Incinerate, even though resisted, would still add up. Yeah, you see here, it has some of the best coverage in the metagame, and it can output damage in Fire. The Incinerate fast attack, Fairy, the Disarming Voice charge attack, and Ghost typings, the Shadow Ball charge attack, which is incredible.
Yes, it's absolutely great. And what I really love about Skeletor's as well is his matchup versus Lickitung. It's a matchup that's super, super deceiving. Lickitung, of course, doing super effective damage with Lick, will output a lot of damage there, but the charge attacks are all resisted. And because Incinerate is so strong and Skeletor has access to a neutral charge attack in Disarming Voice, it does very, very fine there.
When there are almost no shields in play, Skeletor actually doesn't do that bad into the Lickitung, exactly because of those resisted charge attacks. Another Pokemon that I would like to spotlight is the Cresselia. We just talked about with the versatility of its moveset, the Grass Knot, the Moonblast, the Future Sight. I believe it also has Aurora Beam, right?
It does have Aurora Beam. It also has Confusion as a fast attack if you want a harder hitting Psychic fast attack, but in general, Psycho Cut is the way to go. Cresselia has very good charge attacks, like we mentioned, and getting to those as quickly as possible is pretty vital.
I have a question for you. Name 6 Pokemon that Cresselia can counter.
Annihilate, Whiscash, Lantern, Poliwrath, Altaria in some cases, and Machamp.
Machamp, we don't see a lot of Machamp, but you are right.
I am correct.
We don't have a lot of poison type Pokemon currently, so I guess you don't really need Future Sight for those Pokemon specifically at times. It's really just for that neutral coverage. Cresselia is just so versatile because in the current metagame it's difficult to bring grass type Pokemon, but you have Cresselia as like a pseudo grass type because it's bulky plus can fire off multiple Grass Knot, and that makes it so good in that current metagame. Whiscash and Lantern are the prime water-type Pokemon, and Azure is also so good for the Cresselia. Now, let's spotlight a third Pokemon that we have seen a lot today. The Altaria.
Oh, yes, Altaria, we've seen a lot. Dragon Breath is just so strong in this current meta. We see barely any fairies. I mean, when you're not playing, generally there's no Wigglytuff. Though today, I must say, or this weekend, we saw a lot of Wigglytuff. I think a lot more people are preparing for the Altaria now with fairy types like Wigglytuff. If you don't face one, Altaria is just so strong.
I thought at first, at the start of this World of Wonder season, that Goslord might be the prime dragon type to go with. But players have really picked up on that Altaria, especially realizing, oh, there's less fairy type Pokemon, there's less ice type Pokemon specifically. Why not go for Altaria? Players have kind of dropped it after Sky Attack was nerfed a little bit, right? Because it's now a little bit more expensive in Sky Attack energy. But it's still very neutral into a lot of these picks. Lantern, it has play against the Cresselia, as we've seen. Lickitung, those are some Pokemon that Altaria can fare very well against. And also the fighting type Pokemon.
100%. What I really love about Altaria is that it always beats Whiscash and Annihilate. These are two Pokemon that can be kind of dependent on the luck factor, because there is Night Slash, which has a 12.5% chance to boost, and there's Scald, which has a 50% chance to drop the attack. But Altaria doesn't really care. If Annihilate Night Slash boosts, that's fine. If Whiscash drops Altaria's attack, that's fine. Altaria will still come out on top.
It's true. Yeah, Scald debuff can be a little bit tough because the Dragon Breath will add up less. But again, because you have that resistance on the Scald and the Mud Bomb from the Altaria, it just works so well there. Unless Whiscash has Blizzard.
Oh, that is always still an option, of course. I would love to see that to be a Blizzard Whiscash. I think that will be very good in the Go Battle League, actually. Because in these tournaments, we have open team sheets. So your opponent will be able to see all the attacks you have ahead of the game and strategize towards that. So if you're running a Blizzard Whiscash, they have an Altaria, they will know to shield. But in the Go Battle League, that is not the case. Everyone will think you have Scald. And if they bring out their Altaria, you'll be laughing when you hit the Blizzard.
Exactly. We have open team sheets here. Honestly, I think even with open team sheets, it can be viable. Obviously, Scald is an attack you can almost not miss. And if you don't have Mud Bomb, Lantern might be a little bit iffy to deal with as the Whiscash. But let's say you can get like, you can bait out the Altaria with the Whiscash, and you have Blizzard. I think even with open team sheets, you can really throw your opponent off. In fact, I'll let you know I have Blizzard, then I'll start baiting Mud Bomb.
Oh, that is a good point. If you bait that Mud Bomb, you get into a very good position for the Whiscash. Another, what we call Mud Boys, the water ground types. I want to talk about Quagsire, though. Stone Edge, also very good against those flying types. I think against Palasha's team, it would have been a very tough Pokemon to deal with, because Skeletor's loses to it, Magnezone loses to it, and it is Stone Edge for Altaria and Mantine.
perhaps Quagsire might be the way to go in some of these LATAM tournaments, or Los Angeles or Bologna that are coming up, or even the North America International Championships.
Exactly. Another Pokemon does very well against this, or your Pelipper right here. That does not want to take a Stone Edge, I think.
If there was anything you would like to see changed in this current meta, because I believe the Worlds of Wonder season ends in about 2 or 3 weeks, what kind of change would you like to see there?
Let us just remove every single counter to Magnezone, you know? Let it cook, let it cook. It's already cooking, but I mean, more cooking is not bad.
I agree. Chat, let us know what you think. We are almost done setting up the award ceremony, so we will be going to that soon. But again, about these meta changes, they change about, I believe, every 3 months or so, right? So that's coming up soon, and then that will be again after Worlds. I would love to see some changes that could have, that we could annihilate some polarizing matchups, such as that Vigoroth Annihilate matchup, the Lantern Whiscash matchup. That could be, and the Lantern Skarmory. We've seen that a lot today as well, right? If there can be a change into that, that would be pretty cool.
It would be. I think only a couple small changes are needed, though. Overall, I think this meta is pretty good. We see a lot of versatility. Some of the hard counter matchups, of course, we don't love to see. But in general, especially these grand finals, we saw a lot of flexibility, and not many games came down to just hard rock, paper, scissors.
It's true, yeah. A meta without rock, paper, scissors is kind of difficult as well, right? Because the way Pokemon is, there's always typings in play, and typings are good against other typings. But we can always make a wish, right? We have both the Jirachi pin here. Yeah, no, I had a great time this weekend. It has been a great tournament, about 100 competitors on day 1. But we had the top 22, excluding 5 players of Europe, playing here, competing for the championship points. Palasha now is the #1 player in Europe based on championship points. She has overtaken Statistan. That's incredible.
She's now over 1,000 championship points with these 200 added. That's just absolutely incredible. She's in an amazing spot to qualify for that travel award to Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah. Now, I believe we are ready for the award ceremony. I can't wait to crown these fantastic players, these phenomenal performances. How about we go to Farid at the stage?
What a weekend. We have been so lucky to have had a showcase from some of the best in the business, displaying some supreme Pokemon Go gameplay. Now, many have called this the meta of ABA. We are in Sweden after all, so maybe the meta of a BBA. But let's kick things off by introducing a player who has made some Galaxy Brain plays this weekend. It's his highest finish since coming first in Lille earlier this season. Coming in 4th place, give me some noise for Galax Bolton! Galax, congratulations. Look at the crowd, they love you. Just tell me, how are you feeling? You've come in top 4 this weekend.
I'm feeling amazing. Thank you for all the support.
Anyone you'd like to shout out?
Big shout out to Snowvertappers, my teammates, the Swedish community, my local community in Sollentuna, and Eva.
I love that, I love that. Let's hear it again, everyone. Galax Bolton! Now, it's not always gold at the end of the rainbow. Sometimes it is bronze. But the man is dressed to impress, the player with the crest. It's our Irish dancing queen, Luran Rocket! Luran, it's not the first time you're up here. We know it's not going to be the last. But I want to know, where are we going to see you next? Bologna, or is it Worlds for you?
You'll see me in Bologna in a few weeks' time, all being well.
Watch out for Luran Rocket. One more time, Luran Rocket! Now, it was an incredible performance that saw this player go all the way to the grand finals. Not just that, he took it to the final 5th game in the bracket reset. It was an incredible performance. Mamma mia, it's Mappia! Matt, that was sensational. I know it's bittersweet, but you must be incredibly proud.
Yeah, I'm still above the clouds at this point. You know, I've had the most amazing weekend with the most amazing friends and the most amazing community. You know.
One last shout out.
Shout out to Jox for scrimming me so much. You know, the guy put in so much effort for me, so I can. He's the guy that really helped me get here.
Amazing. Shout out for Matt Bear, everyone. Now, it's the moment you've been waiting for, taking Stockholm by storm. She brought the thunder, she brought the lightning. The winner takes it all. It's Palasha 97! Palasha, that was sensational. Now, I know you want to talk about Shadow Magnezone. I don't think we need to hear anything more about Shadow Magnezone. Let me hear, who are you shouting out that's come with you today?
I'm always shouting for my boyfriend, for my mother, for all my team, Legends United, especially EU Emperors, all the Spanish army, all the people who supported me by the social network. So thank you so much to everyone. Whew.
You must be so proud. I know everyone here is so impressed with that gameplay. Now, I know you are going to Bologna, but also Worlds. Where are you pitching yourself? Are you aiming for the very top?
I don't want to win. I just want to see what happens in the future.
These are the mind games that Palasha plays, everyone. We know we're going to see her go so far. One more shout out, Palasha 97! Thank you, everyone, for getting involved. Thank you, everyone here. Shout out to everyone who has come. It has been a brilliant tournament. Thank you for watching from home. But don't go anywhere yet. We're going to cut to a quick recap, and then I want to see you in the lounge for our outro.
I am once again at a loss for words after this fantastic tournament, but maybe my co-casters who have been brilliant all weekend can help me out with that. Thomas, what are your thoughts on the weekend?
I'm just shocked. I'm shocked. Magnezone cooked once again. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it. I thought trainers would be more prepared for Magnezone this time around, but no. Even they may have been, but Magnezone didn't care. Palasha didn't care. She took it all the way.
Yeah, I mean, it is just so flexible, backed up with Mantine and Altaria. It was phenomenal. The counters could hardly be brought. Martijn, is there a way to stop this Pokemon?
You need 3 counters at least, it seems like, because Whiscash and Annihilate are not enough.
Reed, is there anything else that stood out to you this weekend, apart from, obviously, the highlight, Shadow Magnezone?
I just thought we'd got an opportunity to see so many different high-quality players, so many different approaches to their gameplay, but it is hard to say anything other than Shadow Magnezone is a force to be reckoned with. Check if you have one, build it if you do, because wow, it can do wonders.
I certainly did, especially in the World of Wonders. It is such a phenomenal Pokemon, but also piloted by a phenomenal trainer. And we're going to show you all of the regional and special events champions that we have seen in this season. Farid, can you guide us through it?
Yeah, let's take a look at these. It's amazing to see so many different players here. And we've got Palasha, 97, with her Magnezone plushie right there. These are some brilliant top players. I can't wait to see how far they go at the World Championships. EU is in pretty good hands.
Yep, all of these trainers are absolutely phenomenal. We also have one NA trainer there. He won in a crazy final against some random trainer, right? No, he won, of course, against Tomahawk UK. What fantastic trainers we have here in EU. But you are seeing the trainers of the tournaments that we have seen so far. But what tournaments are still going to come up, Thomas?
Yes, we are pretty far into this season's schedule. We've already had the Latin American International Championship. We've had the European International Championships. We've just finished Stockholm. In Europe, we got one more final regional left in Bologna. Then we got the North American International Championships in New Orleans. And then the big one, the one everyone is practicing for, Honolulu, Hawaii, the World Championships.
Absolutely the big one. This is what we all have been working towards. To all of those trainers want to go to Hawaii. They want to become the world champion. Follow its accent and dancing rope in their footsteps. But let's not go too far ahead, because what do we have coming up this week on our Twitch channels, Martijn?
Yeah, we make sure to follow our Twitch channel, because we are going to have more broadcasts here. We're going to have Pokemon Advance on Tuesday and on Thursday on 2 to 5 p.m. on Pacific time, and then we have the Europe International Championship TCG from 2017 on Wednesday. We take a look back there. What a phenomenal championship that was.
Yep, and of course, if you're here mainly for the Go content, the next tournament you want to be watching out for is, of course, LA. We're in Cali next. The next American Pokemon Go Regional Championships is going to happen on the May 25th to May 26th. 2024, by the way, in case you didn't know. So what else is next on the horizon? We've said it before, there is going to be many more amazing tournaments. One is going to be held on the 1st of June and the 2nd of June in Bologna, and it's going to be a special event. The registry is free of charge.
And I think that will be in the next Pokemon Go season. We may see some meta changes in that tournament. So I'm super excited to see both Los Angeles and Bologna.
Yeah. Okay, so to wrap this all up, guys, follow our socials. Please follow Pokemon to be updated about all of those amazing tournaments, about the amazing matches, about all the Pokemon content, basically. Don't forget to always, when you're watching these events, when you're experiencing something great, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to be featured on the screens as well. As I said, follow our socials. Guys, take care. We will see you soon. Goodbye.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions.